Welcome to Project Wani, fully voiced by Elreydelleon Fox. My passion project between a culmination of this visual novel and an incredible hobby of voicing. I feel that this is finally ready to share with those interested in listening. This fantastic game was brought to my attention via a member of my own Twitch community, and I had a strong feeling from the get-go that it would be quite the gem to share in broadcasting. But I had no idea the sheer amount of enjoyment I would derive from the extraordinary title. After getting through the story the first time, and despite winding up with the first ending, I was more than enthralled to go through the game again, thrice over. In retrospect, I personally felt that it was very appropriate I had gotten the first ending initially, as each successive playthrough has shown me something new in its own way and has built upon the previous play in a beautiful way. As per my schedule, it turned out that doing so every 3 months worked perfectly. I wasn't quite sure what to expect going through it all, but I've gotten a whole lot more out of this experience than I could have possibly anticipated. Putting everything I've witnessed from this title into words is nigh impossible for me. It has simply been immaculate, and I want to share that with the world in the best way I can. Being an avid reader, I have come to love many a wonderful story, and this one definitely sits near the top of my all-time greatest reads. It was a genuine pleasure to read through this story and to share with the community. The characters and dialogue have inspired me in so many ways, generating ideas on a small variety of projects, including art, animation, and even writing some original lyrics of my own. The story in and of itself has become something that I can hold very near to my heart. The time that I have spent laughing, crying, and anything in between through it was worth every moment, and I am likely to go through it all, time and again. This is easily the biggest digital project I've ever worked on in my life thus far, and it has become the very greatest way I've been able to express my passion garnered from this game. Several dozen hours of work went into this intermittently over the course of 7 weeks between jobs, friends, family, and feasible time allotment. It has been a thoroughly exhausting but totally enjoyable time working on everything, and I am very pleased with the final result. Without further ado, let us begin with a full playthrough of I Wani Hug That Gator. September 4th, year 201M 2023 BC. Amid the arid heat of the morning sun of Volcadera Bluffs, I can't help but miss living in the more temperate weather of the Midwest. Summer sleeves are in style this year. That jacket's aroma blog better be right. This suede thing is killing me. Well, at least it's guaranteed to start getting chillier in a few weeks. Besides, I'm sure to make an impression with this. Abercrombie and Flint is all the rage these days. I sigh and lean back in the hard plastic seating of the metro. I'm on my way to my first day in a new school. Ordinarily, I'd just be glued to my phone on the trip, but there was just too much on my mind right now. My folks' sitch requires us to move frequently, which gives me a little time to fit in. Much like how a rolling stone gathers no moss, I could never make a friend I'd keep for longer than a year. Just a lot of promises to keep in touch that petered off within months. Admittedly, it's my fault in the end. But that's all going to change, starting today. I'm going into senior year now. It's my very last chance to prepare for the world ahead. Luckily for me, the cards are stacked in my favor. I pull my DSLR from my backpack and allow my fingers to absent-mindedly fiddle with the mode dial. St. Hammond High School is well known for their photography curriculum. In other words, I'll be surrounded by people that share my interests, even if it's a bit of a ride away. Speaking of rides, I was hoping that my parents could drive me there today. By the time I was up, though, they already left for work. No big deal. I like the hustle and bustle of public transportation. I imagine I'm going to have to get used to this anyway. As time passes, my mind wanders to memories of previous schools. They all sucked. Hey, I need to make the most of the situation I'm in, not get all sad like this. I need to do something like get up and breathe in that fresh city air. I'm interrupted by the ding of the terminal board, and the car gradually starts coming to a stop. I step off the metro, heading out of the station as I follow a few other students heading towards the school. Oddly enough, I'm only seeing dinosaur students, not another human to be seen anywhere. Must be one of those dino-heavy regions. There's a lot of greenery here as well. You'd almost forget how close we are to a major city. The pathway leads to a stone bridge that goes over a small creek. As I walk across, I notice other students meet in pairs and walk with each other. The air begins to fill with the sounds of laughter and stories of how their summer break went. Ah, there it is. The school peeks out over the trees ahead of me, as though inspecting and welcoming me inside. St. Hammond High, my new home away from home for the next year. I stop to take a deep breath. The air here is crisp, reminding me of an old campground I went to back in elementary school. Once again, I'm handed an opportunity to make something of myself. I'm apprehensive, but hopeful. It's my last shot at this. There's no going back. I take my first step onwards. Here we go again. Students mill about the front yard. Photography isn't St. Hammond's only focus. The school is highly regarded for its heavily prioritized programs across all art fields. Over 2/3 of the graduates end up pursuing a career in the arts. And while half of them regret it from what I've read, there's still plenty that made it, right? It's also the management's claim to fame, with the facade on the front entrance being dominated by a vibrant mural. I got a good feeling about this place. A few students eyeball me as I continue walking in. Some friends whisper to each other. I just knew this jacket would pay off. The front doors are propped wide open, and I already feel the cool breeze inviting me in. Inside, it's a familiar yet brand new sight. I hadn't mentioned it yet, but this school is also unique for its student body. It's composed almost entirely of dinosaurs, all manner of saurian herbivores and otherwise. Scales, feathers, tails. Is that a tether? Wings, talons, and webbed hands. not to even mention the colors. All vibrant enough to challenge the bright murals on the school outside. Dozens of students march about, reconnecting with past friends and meeting new ones. Some anxiously glance at their schedules, checking every door as though they were numbered at random. I probably shouldn't be standing here staring. Whoa! Is that a human? Whoa. I'm soon surrounded and overrun by a crowd of neon-colored teenagers. Clearly, my jacket is working like a charm. Wow, he's like a life-size mannequin. Hey, new kid! Is this what it's like to be popular? I really wasn't expecting it to happen this quickly. A few students are taking pictures with their phones. I even see some with sketchbook and pen in hand, rapidly scribbling on paper. Wow, a human! Are you like a foreign exchange student? In the chaos, I feel a few people touch my hands. Whoa, human skin feels weird. Geez, a bit uncalled for. There's so much happening, and I don't want to be a party pooper. A few more people shout at me to get my attention. Hey, could you look over there for a side profile? Oh man, yeah, this'll be good reference material. Wait, I need to get a better look at his skin texture. I once again find myself frozen, only muttering quietly as I hastily try to follow their instructions. Eventually, all the Saurians take their photos and talk themselves out before dispersing back to their own friend groups. By the time I recover from the shock of the situation, the last one breaks off and I find myself seemingly all alone again. Oh, that was my chance to socialize. I blew it. You're a human, right? A Triceratops girl leans forward, scanning me up and down. This is it. Time to seal the deal and get a new friend. Yeah? Close enough. Hey, can I, get a selfie with you? It'd be great for one of my classes. Yeah, definitely. She puts an arm around my back for a shoulder hug while she poses dramatically. Maybe a bit too friendly? Big smile now. She takes the picture and checks it enthusiastically. So, I'm Inko. Huh? Oh, cool. Yeah. Anyway, I gotta go. Oh. What's the photo for, by the way? She pauses, aloofly chewing some gum. My fashion design class. That jacket is ballin'. Ah. Thanks for the pic, hon. Well, I feel my shoulders sag as I take in the now sparse hallway around me. That must have been my 15 minutes of fame. I don't think it even lasted 15 minutes. But there's no way I've already blown it. I try to shake away the negative thoughts. Focus on the positive. For a brief moment, I was the talk of the school. Yeah. The familiar sound draws my attention. I know what that is. At the end of the hall, there's someone kneeling. And with one of the latest camera models, if I'm not mistaken. Hey! The guy flinches. I flinch too. I hadn't meant to shout at him. The few students around me don't bat an eye at it, though. Sorry about the yell.
No, it's fine. I managed to get the shot I wanted.
The bespectacled boy, I think he's a parasaur, double-checks the camera's display and smiles.
Yep, perfect. This'll be a fine print for the yearbook.
Can I see? His grin seems to widen at my interest.
Of course, here.
He scrolls back a few pictures, then turns the display toward me. It's a shot of the hallway, and me as the focal point.
Pretty good, right?
I look a little closer and notice that I think it's a little out of focus and dark. What do you have your f-stop set at?
Gosh.
He stops and glances up at me, pleasantly surprised to get a real answer. Yeah, I'm a bit of a photographer myself. I'm taking it as an elective too.
With Mr. Elreydelleon?
Thinking back to my memorized class schedule, the name does sound familiar. Yep.
Oh snap, cool. We'll be classmates. Mr. Elreydelleon's busy, so he just teaches it for one period.
He offers his hand out for a handshake.
I'm Ben.
Inko. Friend achieved. I'm actually new here.
Kind of figured, being the only human student this year and all. St. Hammond isn't one of the more popular schools, but the staff put a lot of effort into the arts programs. Even the campus itself is designed like a living art piece, so if you ever need help...
From the pause, I'm guessing he's offering. I wouldn't say no to a tour.
A tour, you say? Well, I'm only going back to the principal's office, but I can point out some neat stuff along the way.
He raises an eyebrow to himself in contemplation.
Might be a good idea to meet the principal, too.
He waves for me to follow him. Turns out he wasn't just an avid photographer like me, but also the school council president. One of his priorities was taking photos for the school's yearbook for the first day page. Every few minutes, we'd pause so Ben could take a couple of shots, mainly of the students talking with each other. And while I would watch, I had considered helping him in some way. I mean, that camera looks amazing, and then there's all his extra lenses in the bag. I feel absolute elation to finally know someone that's into photography. I really want to broach the subject, but Ben fills the air between us, talking more about the school.
Which is why we still go by the Feathertails, even though I think it's a tad distasteful.
Dang, you're pretty good at this. Do you give these tours to all the new students?
Huh, not really. Although it is something I've thought about a lot. Oh, hold that thought. Hey, Lenara.
Ben goes to greet a student, putting up some intricate wall banners.
Oh, hey Ben. You have a good summer vacation?
I did. Great work on the decorations. They look even better than last year's.
Aw, thank you.
What's all this for? She steps aside so I can fully view the banner she'd just finished with.
The Cultural Arts Club. We meet every Thursday after school and look at antique artwork.
She'd initially looked past me to talk with Ben, but she gasps when she realizes,
Hey, you're a human, right? Oh, that's a silly question. You should totally join. I just love human culture. There's this amazing set of ancient masks at my place from ancient Europe. I just adore them.
Wow, that's impressive. I think you'd make a good curator.
You know what? I probably would.
After that club display during Spirit Week last year, I gotta agree.
We spent weeks studying that tribe and weeks more practicing those dances. We also study and paint with those styles, like we're learning the techniques of the old masters. Hopefully soon we can even get into sculpting, like those old Venus statues. We plan on getting one to look at sometime this year. What do you think? It'd be great if you could come.
Hey, that'd be neat. What say you, Inko?
Maybe. I do love culture.
Oh, that's great. Oh, listen, we have this old chieftain's dress we've had for ages. We just have to see what it looks like on the real thing.
I'll think about it. No way. I'd sooner endure a second Impact event than wear something like that.
Well, hey, nice to catch up, Lunara. We got places to be. Take care.
Bye.
She waves us off, and Ben continues leading me to the principal's office.
Hey, Ben.
Oh, hey, Michael. Listen, can't talk now, but I'd love to catch up later, yeah?
I'm floored. This guy seems to know just about everyone in school as much as they know him. Talk about being on top of things. He points out a few more minor landmarks in the school and stops to greet a number of students happy to see him after the summer break.
Man, sorry for having to stop so much.
No way. I think it's cool you know everyone.
If only it could be cool without making us late.
He points out a few more minor landmarks in the school, eventually leading me to its biggest draw. I already knew that this place was known for art, but wow! Just outside the administrative offices, the hallway is filled with wonderful pieces of work. Paintings line the walls, with name placards beneath detailing who the artists were. All created by alumni and attending students of the school.
And this is the gala. All of these pieces have been featured in all kinds of articles and presentations.
Whoa.
I know, right? One moment.
Ben turns to the nearest door and gives it a polite knock.
Who is it?
It's me, Principal Scalar.
An Oviraptor no older than her mid-30s exits the room, holding a steaming mug and sporting a tired smile.
Good morning, Benjamin.
Good morning. Inko, this is our esteemed principal.
Good morning, ma'am. Her eyes shoot wide mid-sip of her coffee.
Oh, I hadn't noticed. You would be Mr. Gurnito, yes?
Yes? But my name...
How wonderful!
Gone is the exhaustion on her face, instead replaced with a very wide smile.
I am so happy that you've chosen our school for your last year, Mr. Nitu. Ben, be sure to give him a thorough St. Hammond welcome, okay?
I already was.
If you ever need any assistance, my office is always open, Mr. Netu. Not to mention, the student council is also available for help. Isn't that right, Ben?
Yes, Principal Scalar.
Thank you, Principal Scalar.
Oh, and Ben, a moment, please.
But
The parasaur is dragged into the office, leaving me alone in the school gala. Whatever they're saying, I can't hear over the ambient noise of the student body. Either way, it's probably not something I'm meant to hear. I move a few feet away, out of earshot of the discussion inside. On the wall beside me is a framed panoramic landscape of the city, painted by hand. Wow. I could practically use this thing as a map with how detailed it is. No wonder it's hanging so predominantly by the principal's office. The gentle brush strokes, the vibrant colors, the evening sun bouncing off each of the windows, and the majestic scarlet sky enveloping the horizon, all of which combine together to give it a dreamscape feeling, like it's an idealized vision of the city. It's beautiful. I've never been a big admirer of paintings, but I can't deny that this is a masterpiece. Only a teacher could have been able to express the scenic beauty of the city with this level of skill and passion. I withdraw my Cavan Stone 60 from my bag, and with the compact lens I keep, I barely fit the entirety of the painting in frame for the shot. Checking the copy on my display, I realize I left out the title and artist of the piece. The tag says, Dreamscape, artist O. Halford, 9th grade. First place 201M 2020. A freshman did this. Jeez. Now that I look at the rest of the paintings, this is insane. It's all so much better than what I've made. Almost all of the pieces are beautifully drawn. Acrylic, charcoal, pastel, and yet not even one photo.
Hey, Inko, I'm back.
I'm a senior. How on earth am I meant to even start measuring up here?
Inko?
What's that sound?
Ben nudges me back with the back of his hand as the commotion gets closer.
Hey, watch it, jackass! Slow your roll, Leatherface. My leg.
I watch as the perpetrator, aggressor, aggregator finally rounds the corner and comes barreling down the hallway, speeding right towards us. My instincts kick in, and I stumble to the side to avoid the oncoming collision. For just a split second, I get a good look at my assailant. Green scales, messy hair, and a faded purple hoodie. She propels herself forward with dexterous hands, spinning the large wheels on her. I only now notice that she's in a wheelchair. I didn't even know you could go that fast in one of those. She glances my way, and her pupils lock onto mine. Her gray and gold eyes are marred by bags, like she hasn't slept in days. The girl's entire presence is ghost-like. And that expression, it's like she's looking straight through me. I'm sure she barely registers my existence, but I don't think I'll ever forget that face. Just as fast as she came, however. She's gone. As she leaves, I feel like a weight is lifted from my shoulders. At least until I trip directly into a glass case behind me.
Oh. Hey, watch it.
Whoops. The parasaur's hand roves over the display carefully, his eyes filled with worry. You looking for something?
Cracks. Usually when another student falls into them, there's some kind of crack or scratch. Guess it's just a dino thing. You humans are lucky you don't gotta sweat over this kind of stuff.
That happen often?
Often enough to drain school funds and repairs.
That can't be good.
Well, not to brag, but I make do.
A vibrato chime echoes through the now empty hall. I freeze, tardy on the first day.
Huh, whoops. Sorry to run on like that. You should get going to your first class.
Won't I need a tardy slip or something?
Nah, it's the first day. Teachers are lenient. I'm fine either way, since, you know.
Ah, one of the benefits of being class pres.
What's your first period?
Physical education. Ben sucks the air in through his teeth in a prolonged wince.
You'll be fine. Gymnasium's down that way. Don't, keep him waiting too long. I need to get going too.
Keep who waiting?
I gotta go too, bye.
Whoa, he walks fast when he has somewhere to be. That reaction doesn't exactly instill confidence in me. I follow Ben's directions towards the school gymnasium. After all the earlier commotion, it's the first quiet moment to myself. Might as well take it to finally sort my thoughts. Let's see, what do I think of this place so far? It's certainly livelier than any of the other schools I've been to. Ever since I've stepped foot in here, everything has been so lively, and everyone seems so exuberant. It makes me feel a little out of my depth, since I'm so used to the opposite. Here, people like that girl earlier are eager to share their hobbies almost without being prompted. Everywhere else I've been, people just kept to themselves, like they're only there because they have to be. It hits me. This school's art program attracts people. The students here don't have to be here. They're choosing to be here. That's why it's so active. Well, alright. What can I do with this information? It means I can probably be friends with anyone I want, right? Weird to say, but with everyone here sort of working with each other, there's bound to be an insane level of camaraderie too. Maybe I won't even have to try? I'm almost at the gymnasium now, though, so I'll hold this thought for later. Ah, gym class, where the boys are separated from the men and where people with Herculean physiques are able to show off their sculpted bodies. I begin to remember how much I dreaded going to PE. The innumerable bad experiences from past schools pale in comparison to the many skidded knees and broken glasses. Hopefully this school's PE is a lot less grueling. As I stand before the wooden double doors leading into the gym, I'm struck with how empty the area looks. That's followed by me catching the sound of physical activity coming from within the gym itself. Shoot, I really am late. Ben's earlier warning echoes in my head like a foreboding spirit. I peer through the small windows on the doors and see students standing shoulder to shoulder. Towering over them is a primate who I can only guess is our gym teacher, with his arms crossed and a scowl on his face. I hope I can get away with being tardy. As I walk into that my first thought is how lucky I am to be alive. I don't even know what was thrown at me, but it might as well have been a cannonball. I spot the gym teacher, and even through his baseball cap, I can feel his stare of rage pierce my soul. Such intensity, and that ideal throwing form. It only missed by centimeters. That was a warning shot.
Know this and know it well, son. I have a policy. Each of my platoons gets one free miss from me a year, and you just spent it.
I shift my eyes to the students lined up next to him, and they're so stiff with fear that I can't tell what they're feeling.
You got 3 seconds to lay it on the front of your squadron. Why in the great name of KV Drocket you are late?
Well, He didn't even move. Hint taken. I shut my mouth. The simian scholar starts marching back and forth like a drill sergeant.
Listen up, because I'm only saying this once. In this class, we operate on tough love. We learn from our mistakes, so you better pray to Raptor Jesus you don't forget them. Because if you do...
With 3 monstrous steps, the coach closed the distance of 10 yards to tower over me.
I will be very upset. It reflects poorly on all of us, and that is not something I will accept. So I would love to see you maggots succeed, but if you don't, I'll make it unforgettable. Am I understood?
I nod my head in fear.
Fan-freaking-tastic! Now then, join the rest of your ranks and stiffen up!
Once I confirm my bladder is intact, I shuffle over to where my colleagues stand. I feel them staring at me with anger, like I'm responsible for the coach's teaching style. What an appalling first impression to make. I should just quit and start over somewhere else while I still can. The teacher takes a second to glance over us, reminding himself of where he was before I had interrupted.
Attend, hot maggots! You will all drop and give me 20 of the finest push-ups! Those guts best be an ant's fart off that pristine gym floor, or else.
With a violent, loud blow of his whistle, the coach also takes his position to show the proper technique. I hide my wince as my knees impact roughly on the ground. The real pain starts as I try to keep pace with everyone around me. My biceps and forearms threaten to splinter from the weight of my body and the speed of my jerky movements. I never realized just how badly out of shape I was. He blows his whistle again.
On your feet, you bipedal slugs!
This guy, he's crazy. I can feel my muscles hollering in pure agony as I force myself up from the gymnasium floor. By the time I'm back on my feet, my breathing is heavy and coming out in whistles.
Now then, since it's only the first day of school, how about we have ourselves a good old game of dodgeball?
Did he say dodgeball?
Oh yeah, dodgeball time!
I shoot a glance towards the overly enthusiastic dino next to me, who is absolutely elated by the prospect of the upcoming game. We only finished the warm-up, and my muscles are already screaming. My knees shake, my lungs burn, and I'm so drenched in sweat that I'm sure I might need a shower after this. I really don't want to play dodgeball.
Aren't we lucky? First day of school, we get to play a game.
I don't do dodgeball.
Why not?
I'm not exactly...
All right, maggots, pick a side and keep the numbers even. This is a suicide match.
And free-for-all, too.
Damien, why don't you socialize by picking your teammates? Shades, you're on blue team.
Wait, but why are there teams if it's free for all?
All right, I'm going with the human dude.
Before I can figure out the rules for this dodgeball game, the Dilophosaurus wraps an arm around my neck and brings me to his side of the field.
Oh, and one last thing.
His leer and tone freeze me to the spot.
What's the first rule? We only got one.
Have fun? Wait, what? With that whistle, the gymnasium becomes a full-blown battleground. I do my best to dodge the oncoming flurry of red rubber spheres coming my way like bullets. I dive to the ground, avoiding the oncoming projectiles as they soar overhead and pelt my comrades. I hear the blows and guttural groans of those who have already succumbed to the onslaught of inflated orbs. Combat crawling away from the fierce front, I entrench myself along the edge of the field in the hopes of being ignored. I cast my gaze to the rest of my allies and, oh god, it's a full rout, so many bot.
So, how's the first day of school treating you, bro?
I look up to see the finned dino, the same pink Dilophosaurus who had dragged me to his side of the court, staring down at me and smiling. What do you think? I watch as he casually dodges an incoming ball before throwing his own.
Name's Damien, by the way.
Inko!
Nice to meet you.
You two, Chrome Dome and Frills. Who said that you two had time to talk? Does my gymnasium look like a debate stage?
I mean, maybe if we got some of those stands from the auditorium, maybe. I know a guy's uncle that could make a really classy podium.
I look up at Damien with absolute bewilderment. What is this guy thinking? The coach looks like he's about to explode.
Do not play smart with me, son. Keep your trap shut and eyes focused on the enemy.
Damien just smiles and gives the coach a thumbs up, as if we aren't in the middle of an active war zone.
You got it, Mr. Solly.
That's Coach Solly to you. And what's the hold-up, Shades? You're just making yourself an easy target on the floor. Get up and play to win.
All right, guess it's my time to do something of worth. But I'm not exactly good at dodgeball. Oh, maybe I can do the whole blocking thing for everyone? That should hopefully make it so that everyone isn't peeved at me for wasting the warning shot. But here's where things change. I can totally turn this around. All is equal in the court. A ball aimlessly rolls on the floor in front of me, calling out to be my ammunition. I somehow weave through two shots at me and pick up the ball. Oh yeah, I'm feeling it now. I'm on fire. There's no way I'm losing now. I grab onto the ball and start blocking any shot that so much as crosses our side of the field. Yeah, I'm doing great. Block 1, block 2, block 3. Now I'm really feeling it. I bet everyone's looking at me now. Any thought of playing the game suddenly left my mind like it was never there. Who cares? Doing this is more than enough. I can be the
Hey, new guy.
A new voice catches my attention, a crimson Parasaurolophus.
Think fast.
What?
The floor is cold. Maybe I shouldn't have come here at all.
A pair of extremely dirty sneakers enter my field of view.
You gonna get up, Shades?
No, I give up. Oh man, that hurts.
How long was I out? I'm laying down on something soft. Where am I? My vision clears and I sit up from the plastic bed. Sure is bright in here. Oh shit. They broke my sunglasses. Lucky I brought my reserve pair. Much better. I stand from the rubber mattress, taking in the tiny room finally. All alone? Not even a school nurse or anything? Oh, there she is. Looks like she's attending to another student who has his snout stuck in a cone. Huh. Looking at the clock on the wall, it's already noon. That would explain the pounding headache.
Finally awake, Shades?
I sit ramrod straight, the fear of God stricken into me once more.
Calm yourself, cadet. You ate dirt pretty hard back there.
Oh, man. Yeah. Wait, you did that?
I did. Pelted you right in the back. Do you know why?
Because I messed up?
Be more specific, kid.
Because I couldn't be a good teammate and got hit in the face?
Wrong. It was after that.
Nothing happened after that.
No, you gave up.
But I was doing well.
You think so?
I was blocking the balls and all.
You weren't blocking anything. You were showing off. You found a single thing you could do and started dancing around like a clown. You focused on the easy thing and gave up the real thing. You were so focused that you forgot to look around for a moment. And here you are. I know a defeated man when I see one, and there's no way in hell I'm letting a student of mine give up so easily. It's the first period of the first day, and you're already giving up. Either way, that's a pretty bad lump you ended up with. You gotta watch around some students, if you know what I mean.
I blink a few times and recall the chick that yelled at me to catch, followed by pounding me in the face.
That one, she's
He chuckles to himself a bit.
she's something all right.
Yeah, looked like the devil herself.
Anyways, take the rest of the day off, kid.
What?
I'm telling you to go home. The principal gave the okay.
I feel my head again, another stab of pain. Am I really not good to go back to class? Wasn't I getting lectured about this just a few moments ago? Well, I don't want to give up so easy.
No, you should go home to your folks.
He scratches the back of his head, slightly embarrassed.
Right. About that. We tried calling them earlier. Couldn't reach them.
I give a sad half smile. Yeah, sounds about right. I can make it home fine on my own. He nods.
When you get back, don't give up so easily.
He holds the door to the nurse's office open. I nod and exit the office, Coach Solly closing the door behind us.
Oh, and here's for tomorrow.
A brown paper bag is shoved into my arms along with my backpack. Peeking in, I see something blue and gold wrapped in plastic.
If you hadn't been late, you could have changed into those.
Thank you, sir.
Next time, Shades, think faster. Got it?
Yes, sir. His smile is positively unnerving.
Now scram, cadet.
Well, this is officially the worst first day I've ever had. As my feet drag along the linoleum floor, I can't help but painfully think of all the failures of the past few hours. No thanks to a very prominent bump on the back of my head. Ow. I'm worse than everyone here, both on a creative and physical level. I know I really shouldn't be bothered by it, but I hate seeing just how far behind I am compared to everyone else. And I thought I'd make new friends. What was I thinking? I stop and shake my head a bit. What the heck am I doing sulking like this? It's a bad first day, but it's just the first day. There's still all the rest. I still met Ben and Damien, they're pretty cool. I'm not gonna let my optimism be ruined just because of a bad dodgeball match. Just you wait, St. Hammond. Today was a test run. Tomorrow's the real deal. Morning comes. I've always had a decent internal clock, but it's a new record for me to get accustomed to a new sleeping schedule in just one day. Especially with this fully grown lump on my scalp. I move an arm from my sheets and feel my head. Yeah, that's bruised real good. Could be worse though. Alright, time to get up. I slump out of bed and yawn, stretching my arms and cracking my spine a bit. My new room is pretty nice. Quite spacious, even with all the still sealed boxes. I brush my hand over one of them, the one with my other clothes. I'll get around to opening them at some point. Right now, though, it's time for breakfast. I shuffle downstairs into the heart of the house. The morning sunbeams shining through the window draw my eyes to look out to the new neighborhood. The driveway is empty. Looks like my parents are already gone for the day. No surprise there, really. It's all they ever focus on. A shiver runs up my spine as my feet step on the icy tiles of the kitchen. My eyes are drawn to some taped up boxes that are still scattered about on the counters. There's a familiar sticky note on the fridge, and I don't even have to read it to know what it says. At this point, Mom's just wasting paper. The least she could do is reuse the same note and make small addendums to it. I snag a plate from the nearest drawer and open up the freezer. No fresh produce to be seen, but there's still the mostly full box of breakfast burritos. Yeah, I've been trying to appreciate ethnic cultures more. Plate loaded with a couple of the minuscule flour-wrapped meals, I set the microwave and wait for the burritos to hopefully not explode or burn inside. While I wait though, I check my phone. I scan over my newsfeed and check out some of the people I'm subscribed to, hoping there's something to watch during my meal. Unfortunately, nobody posts videos or streams this early in the morning. Guess I'll just watch a suggested video then. I prop my phone up and click on something random. At the ding of the microwave, I retrieve my breakfast, carrying it carefully so I don't burn my hands on the bottom of the plate. I give the first burrito a test bite and... the inside is still cool. I don't want to stick it back in though. The tortilla would just become a brick. I shrug it off, continue chewing, and watch my phone.
Top of the morning, folks.
By the time the video ends, I've finished the last of the half-thawed burritos. Pocketing my phone, I slip the plate into the sink and head out for the day. This time, I'm at least getting through the day. Today, survival. Tomorrow, thrival. I'll work on it. On the metro again, I take a little more time to check out my surroundings. The sun shines through the windows across from my normal seat. There's this one chick that was there yesterday, probably on her way to work. It's probably a set routine for her at this point. She always does a bit of makeup first and then checks her phone the rest of the way. When the sun shines through the window, it highlights her hair in a really neat way. Like a movie poster almost. I'd take a picture, but it might be a little too awkward for me. Also, everything's disappeared. Why is it so dark?
How's St. Hammond treating you so far, Mr. Nito?
A voice so deep, I feel it reverberate in my bones calls from above. I'm taken aback at his authoritative stature. His head is nearly grazing the top of the passenger car. How did he even get in here? Oh, it's been great so far, Mr.
Ferris.
He offers out his hand for a handshake, though his palm alone smothers my entire hand. How do you know my name?
You're clearly going to school. The nearest one is St. Hammond, and I'm already aware of a new human student, if you don't mind my profiling.
Whoa. You got all that just from looking at me?
I'm partially joking. Your full name is printed on your backpack. You know that's dangerous, right?
Oops. Yep, that's me all right.
But please. I know it's only been a few days since the year started, but I'd like to hear your opinion so far.
Is this a questionnaire or something?
Not exactly, but it is of some importance to an assignment of mine.
What does that mean?
Oh, what am I being secretive for? I'm here to audit your school, see the teachers, know the students, make sure it's a proper place of learning. I wish it were something worth being secretive about. More often than not, it's just paperwork and office politics.
Oh, alright then. My thoughts on the school so far. I consider telling him about a teacher nailing me with a dodgeball to make a point. Nah, I'm over it. Well, the classes that I have are great, and the teachers I have are a dynamic bunch. He thumbs the inside of his coat pocket for his pen, but decides he doesn't need it yet.
I see. Any favorites?
I mean, I don't like to have favorites. But all the staff seem pretty lively. Ferris lets out a heavy rumbling chuckle.
That's certainly good to hear. And what of your fellow students? Made any friends?
It's been a bit of a struggle, but it's always been that way for me since my folks move around a lot. I think I'm doing pretty good this time around.
Why do you think that is?
I think it's the jacket.
The jacket?
I give my lapel a quick tug for extra style points. The Coastline Cotton Nylon Bomber number 32, part of the latest catalog by A&F.
I see.
Does he need to lean so close to inspect it? If the carriage rocks in any way, he'd probably turn me into a piece of modern art against the window.
And that's really what the youth are into these days?
Hey, the results speak for themselves. Whatever he's thinking about, it's got nothing to do with his work. I think I have a pretty good idea on what it could be, though. Mr. Ferris? Do you got no swag?
Huh? Well, I guess that probably answers it. I admit to being a little gray. I'm aware I'm not exactly with it anymore.
Well, even the older generation can dress to impress. You just have to see what people today like to wear.
I'm certainly willing to listen to the youth of today, yes. It is somewhat important to my job to know how the student body thinks. And my niece often suggests dressing more relaxed, whatever that means.
Does she ever see you in casual clothes?
I'm wearing them now.
I can save him. The rest of the trip was quick, but we continue with small talk about trends. When we arrive at my stop, he attempts to give me his business card. For someone whose mere presence could stop a fight, he seems like a genuinely nice fellow. I look forward to talking to him again. Oh God, those burritos were a mistake. My stomach is roiling after the warm-ups.
All right, maggots. Today we'll be working on your cardiovascular system. By that I mean a good old-fashioned mile run. I want everyone out on the track field yesterday.
I notice Damien's mouth open as soon as Coach Solly yells the words.
And no, Damien, that doesn't mean I want you to time travel. Unless, of course, you mean running so fast that you hit 88 miles an hour.
And just as quickly, Damien shuts his mouth again and shoots Solly a thumbs up. Solly's only reply is to let out a snort.
Double time it now, cupcakes!
There's no hesitation from me this time. I follow the rest of the class and do the run Solly wanted. As expected, I rapidly fell behind the pack.
Hey, Inko. Nice of you to drop by. How are you doing?
Damien, what are you doing back here?
Keeping my new buddy company, of course. What are you doing?
Trying not to vomit.
You're doing great then.
Thanks, I guess. Shouldn't you be at the very front of the pack, though?
Next to Mia? Nah, man, not her.
Mia?
You know, the one who knocked you out yesterday.
A brief flashback reminds me of the red parasaur. Ah, her.
By the by, glad to see you're doing way better today. You're even up and running.
Yeah, glad I didn't wind up with permanent brain damage. Hey, question. Was what happened yesterday normal around here?
Well, Mia's a wild one, that's for sure. Best not to mess with her.
Unless you're into those kinds of chicks, in which case, be my guest. As for Solly, yeah, he's always like that. You'll get used to it, though. He ain't that bad a guy once he warms up to you.
If you say so.
Hey, don't worry, man. You're going to fit right in no time flat. In fact, you should sit with us at lunch. That way we can give you the proper welcome and stuff.
Lunch? I mean...
Inko, Damien, don't fall behind!
Solly's voice snaps me from my mini stupor and makes me realize just how far Damien and I had fallen behind the rest of the class.
Whoops. Better catch up with the others before Solly brings out the punitive measure.
Excuse me, the what?
You don't want to find out, brother. Trust me.
What?
Come on, dude, let's jet.
Before I can say another word, Damien gets behind me and starts pushing me forward, forcing my legs to move faster than they ever should have. I have to struggle to not trip over myself, but somehow I manage to keep up the pace that Damien was forcing my whole body to maintain. "5 minutes and 3 more laps later, I fall flat on my ass. My heart's beating so fast and lungs are burning so fiercely that every breath feels like sandpaper scraping against my throat. Regardless of that, though, I finished the jog. The first small step towards conquering my physical weakness.
Good job, maggots. Keep this up and you'll be soldiers yet.
Solly turns to me and, with a slight grin, shoots me a thumbs up.
Okay, that's all for today. Hit the lockers, cupcakes.
Damien helps me back up, and I join the rest of the male students as we head back to the locker room. We talk a bit more about our interests and other school matters on the way, Damien filling me in a bit on St. Hammond's history during the 3 years he'd been in attendance. By a bit of luck, our lockers aren't that far apart from one another, but our conversation isn't a real possibility considering all the other ones going on in the relatively cramped locker rooms. There really isn't that much more time to chat before the bell rings for our next class switch. I wave goodbye to Damien and start looking for my next class.
Don't forget, lunch with the buds.
I nod in reply as I turn around and head down the hall towards my next class. Making my way down the hall, I take notice of the surroundings. Though everything about the school seemed pretty normal, there are some key modifications made to better suit the majority of the student body. Mainly water fountains that settle a good 10 or more feet above me. Overall, nothing crazy special. This next class I'm sorta looking forward to, AP Art and Design. The class looks like it's in a studio classroom on the second floor. Part of the school here is built to be both inside and outside, with open ceilings and walls here and there. Since it's also the art wing, the displayed pictures are coated in hydrophobic layers and framed. Although, since it's the start of the year, the halls are freshly cleared, waiting to be filled in as the semesters pass. Of course, there's no shortage of drains. This hall in particular is displayed prominently in the school's advertising material, and for good reason. The carefully and expertly built dynamic between the surrounding nature, the school, and even the building materials themselves is nothing less than mystical. I can already feel the creative juices flowing. Soon enough, I'm standing just outside the door to my next class. Much like the school wall outside, It's decorated in various colors and patterns, each corner painted and tagged by different students. I barely step foot inside before the bell rings. Since I was the last one in, all but one of the other seats were taken. It's pretty close to the front. While many of the students look well prepared, some are clearly ready to fall asleep within the next few minutes. Then there's the teacher. Somehow, he looks young and old at the same time. Since he isn't urging me to look for a seat, he must be used to new students taking it all in. Well, don't want to hold up class for too long. Trying not to take the teacher's hospitality for granted, I take the seat closest to me in the front row. Even after I've sat down, the art teacher continues to idle. His gaze hazily wanders across the class of seated students. Nobody else seems to be paying attention to him, save for a few people here and there. A few students are whispering something behind me.
Where was he yesterday?
Hey, I'm not complaining about less work.
Yeah, but on the first day?
Huh, so in a way it's the teacher's first day as well. So I didn't miss anything in this class. That's pretty cool, actual. The teacher slams the top of his desk with both fists, the sound echoing through the room. It's the signal for all auxiliary conversation to cease, and the class obeys. Despite the sudden furniture abuse, the teacher doesn't look agitated. Rather, he's got a massive grin on his face. The phrase "winning smile" comes to mind.
Right then.
The pale pterodactyl holds what looks to be a metallic tray on a stick.
Good morning, class.
Thank you, Raptor Jesus, for forcing me to wear prescription shades. My classmates are all wincing in pain and wiping at their eyes.
And welcome to AP Art and Design.
He holds up the stick haphazardly.
This is a flash pan. Saw it at an antique store yesterday. Thought it'd be a good introduction. It's not important. Worthless, actually.
The class winces as the stick is chucked into the garbage bin and shattered.
Excuse my absence yesterday. I had matters to take care of elsewhere. My name is Mr. Elreydelleon.
Within the blink of an eye, the teacher has replaced the sun on a stick with a fancy marker and managed to scrawl his name across the board in the finest show of calligraphy.
And I shall be your guide as we explore the expanse of the creative world. Let's not dilly-dally then, shall we?
For a teacher, he's very animated.
This first week, we'll be going in-depth on the history of the fundamentals of art. Perhaps a little trial by fire as well, to get your creative juices flowing.
There are murmurs from my classmates, though I pay them no mind. In fact, the prospect of doing some creative work to create something that I could possibly show off. For a brief moment, I picture my own name on a placard in the hallway outside the principal's office.
For now, though, I'd like for you all to open up your book to page 3.
Right, my book. Wait, what book? Wait. Looking around, I see that everyone else has a novel-sized hardcover book opened. Oh. They must have gotten them yesterday.
Now then, class, we'll be starting with...
Hesitantly, I raise my hand. Mr. Elreydelleon? Sir? I, don't have a book yet.
You don't have... How? The substitute passed all of them out yesterday. Oh.
His eyes flicker open a second as he connects some internal dots.
The word on the street is that some new kid got concussed so hard he had to leave early.
Did the street at least mention I was doing well before that?
Huh, of course not. You're Mr. Nito, then?
Yes, sir.
Given the circumstance, I'll let it slide. For now, why don't you share with one of your classmates? After class, I'll write you a note that you can give to the librarian.
Thank you, sir. I kind of regret being so late because the only person I could realistically share with is the person to my side. So, hey. Wait a minute. Wasn't she the one speeding through the hallway yesterday? Just like back then, I feel her gaze, piercing and cold, as if she's not even seeing me next to her. Would it be okay to share the book? It'll only be for today. Instead of a verbal response, she lets out a defeated low groan like I just spit in her cereal. She then huddles back over her page. Well, gee, sorry I asked. It's only the first real day. Maybe I won't need it.
Olivia, come on, share with him this one time. I already told him I'd personally resolve the issue. Just help me out here, right?
She responds by making a show of sighing deeply while rolling her head back and around. Ordinarily, there'd be a groan to go with the gesture, but she remains silent. Her head hangs low in defeat, and she nudges the book a few centimeters closer to me. Thanks? I slide my own desk closer to her, just enough that I can read the page. While our teacher orates the page as if reading from Death of a Hunter, I follow along while simultaneously trying to capture anything that stands out into my notebook. It's a lot more difficult than expected, as Mr. Elreydelleon seems to put emphasis on every word he spoke. I feel like I'm just copying the page wholesale. My eyes turn from the book to the girl's notes and... those are some very murderous-looking claws on her fingertips. For a split second, I see them retract. She wipes her fingertips on a small hand towel and... whoa, the claws extend again into a bright red puddle on her desk. A singular red-colored claw is pressed on her paper for a moment, then quickly tugged and twirled and twisted, leaving behind a bright red cursive sentence on the page. Cool. Those silver irises flick my way once more.
What?
What you're doing, that looks pretty cool. A hint of red creeps across the girl's cheeks. She looks back at the book and hunches her shoulders as high as she dinally can. Huh? She's now leaning over her notes too, even using the book as extra protection for the pages. I should be focusing on my own notes, yeah. An impossible task now, though, as the colorful calligraphy next to me has piqued my curiosity. The quill talon continues to delicately etch notes onto the page, and it only leaves the page to dip into what looks like an ink-filled recess near the edge of her desk. The claws extend again, and now there's a faint rumbling.
Hey.
I hadn't meant to get caught up in it. Sorry, I wait for her to give me a name. She doesn't. She simply returns her focus to the book between us. I wonder what her deal is. In either case, I turn my attention back to class. Hope I can make up for lost time. It's hard to ignore the Gator Girl, though. Especially when those icy gray eyes of hers feel like icicles poised to stab through me. Hey, wait a second. Those hand motions. She's not writing anything right now. She's drawing. Well, it's none of my business. But I am rather curious. I make a show of leaning back to yawn. Now I can see. It's... Whoa, it's a calligraphic doodle of me. There's no mistaking it. That's my jacket and sunglasses. That's pretty cool. Nobody's ever really drawn me before. Well, there were those others on the first day of school, but that's different. They weren't using their own claws or ink. Aw man, I can't wait. I gotta ask for a closer look. Hey. Your picture is super cool. Can I see it? She glares at me in the eyes, but slowly brings out the sheet she was doodling on. With the paper more visible, I can just barely make out all the important details. The line work is sharp, each stroke an organic curve that when combined formed what had to be me. It even had my glasses, in the negative space of the head. Though what was with the multiple swervy lines coming out of my drawing's head? Dude, this is great! She rolls her eyes and starts retracting the page. Can I take a picture of it? A pause.
Why?
Nobody's ever drawn something like that of me. I want to remember it. She passes the paper over to me.
It's yours.
Whoa, really? Thanks.
Don't mention it.
But...
Don't.
She's nice. After a grueling period made worse by my own anxiety, the bell rings to set us free. Finally, freedom at last.
Just stay for a minute longer, Inko.
I get some sideways glances from other students as they leave, no doubt suspecting I'm a teacher's pet already. With few strokes from his pen, Ayoticon hands me a note.
Just show this to the librarian and she'll hand you your books. On your way now.
A quick trip to the library earns me my missing books. I even got a fancy laminated library card. Eoticon's introduction to his class certainly has me excited for photography next. First stop though, lunch. Can't take pictures on an empty stomach. Between my lackluster breakfast and gym class, I'm starving. Despite my hunger though, I'm stopped dead in my tracks as I look around the cafeteria for a place to sit. The whole place is overtaken by lawless anarchy. I've never seen a riot this intense. A few students have even crawled halfway up the wall, hanging by the decorative vines. Food flies about everywhere, utilized as ammunition rather than sustenance. And yet the security guard by the door isn't moving. This must be... acceptable? I shudder to think what would be bad enough to warrant him taking action. I've never seen anything like this at any of my old schools. But more importantly, all the cliques have already formed from the previous day. I missed my chance to sit with anybody. Wait, It's only the second day. Why am I acting as though it's too late for anything?
Yo, Nico!
I'm shoulder checked from behind by what feels like an oversized fist or undersized boulder. If I wasn't already by a wall, I would have either been sent sprawling or made into roadkill. When I turn about, I'm met with Damien's toothy grin.
Ow! What? What? Already forgot about me? You don't got anywhere to be, right?
Yeah.
You stuttered. Come on, we're going somewhere.
May as well, right? Damien excitedly motions at me to follow through the traffic of students going about the lunchroom. It's a good thing I hadn't gotten my own lunch yet. It'd be dumped on the ground about 3 elbows and a slap ago. Through the clamoring, I hear something about a turf war restarting with the new year, and that megalodons will continue to rule. Somewhere mixed in is the undeniable sound of a steel chair clattering to the ground. The place is an actual war zone now. How on earth is Damien able to weave through these guys so easily? Eventually, he leads me to the far corner of the room and to his usual lunch table.
Hey, you're alive!
I think one of my ribs is cracked.
That's just the school spirit you're feeling.
Oh. I feel less like a person and more like a well-used punching bag. I finish stretching my wounded back and actually check the table. It's basically empty. There's only one other person here. The Gator girl gives an unamused raised brow. Hey, you...
Oh, snap, you know Olivia?
Olivia, right, yeah.
The one and only. Why didn't you tell me you met already?
Because I only sort of did. We're in the same class.
Ah, okay, I get it now. Still, that sounds awesome. All my lunch buddies are artists.
All?
Oh, yeah, there's usually a third in our group, but she's out screwing around in school business. She'll probably be back tomorrow. Student council stuff can't take that long, right?
What'd she need with the student council?
Oh, she doesn't need anything with the student council. She's in it. She's the treasurer.
The treasurer?
Something like that. What do you think, Olivia?
Olivia just grunts in reply. She doesn't even bother to look up from her lunch tray. Aren't you an artist too, Damien?
Nah, I don't got the patience to sit around for hours like that.
So you're not taking advantage of the art programs here?
Don't really need them. Home's just real close by. Only other artist here today is Olivia.
His arms wave over Olivia as if he was presenting her at an auction or something. For her part, the Gator girl just grunts again. Well, what do you do then, Olivia? Finally, she looks up, turning an indifferent look my way. Did she say something? What was that? The ambient war noises are a bit too loud. Can't hear a thing. Sorry, I can't hear anything you're saying over the...
Don't sweat it. She's just the real quiet type. I paint. Whoa, hey.
Holy hell, her voice sounds so raspy, as if she'd never drunk a drop of water in her life. Guess I hadn't noticed before when she gave those one-syllable responses, but for someone's voice to be strained from a single shout? She furrows her brow and looks back down at her lunch.
Oh snap, we've been standing around for a while.
He sits back in his own seat and takes a huge bite of mystery meat steak. Right, food. After the workout and poor breakfast today, I'm particularly famished now. But the line. All eyes look to where the lunch line should be. And it's become a full-blown riot. Someone's got a fire extinguisher trying to stop it.
Oh, I probably should have waited for you to get yours. Oops.
Damien returns to his steak, rather aggressively. But who am I to question dino etiquette and the act of using one's foot to anchor the food for tearing? Suddenly, the sound of squeaking rubber draws both of our attention towards Olivia. She's holding onto one of her wheels, having just skidded it across the granite floor.
Oh, what's up?
She tilts her head back towards the courtyard door behind us. It looks like there's a few vending machines out there. Huh, I guess I'll check them out. I leave the group behind to go try and get lunch. Not a fan of soda and chips for a meal, but it's enough for wartime survival. Hey, this thing accepts credit cards. Handy. I'm feeling like pretending to be on a diet, baked chips. I pick out a few other brands I recognize, enough to tide me over for the rest of the school day. I bend to pick up the bags from the dispenser slot and that green chick's looking at me. She notices me gazing at her and hunches over again hurriedly. What's that all about? Right, making new friends. I buy a few extra sodas for the table. Carrying everything back in both arms, I place them on an empty spot, sliding a can of soda to Damien. He looks at me like I had just tossed him a gold bar.
Whoa, dude!
The Dilo boy's mouth opens wide as he chomps on the bottom of the can. His fangs pierce the thin metal and it sprays its contents down his gullet. I toss some over to Olivia as well. She eyes it as though it were booby-trapped before taking a bag of chips. Damien sighs happily as he chucks the shredded remains of his can away.
Caffeine ambrosia. What were we talking about before? Olivia's art, right. She's really good, Inky, like you wouldn't believe.
Can he at least stick to a nickname? Really?
Oh, totally. She's like won awards and stuff.
She has? Can I see them? In fact, I could snap some glamour shots for you.
No need, dude. I've already got pictures on my phone.
No, I mean, hold on. I picked my backpack up from the floor, unzipping it and retrieving my beloved camera from it. I'm actually into photography. The Dino Man reaches for the well-aged DSLR, and on instinct, I swat his hand away.
Hey!
Sorry, force of habit.
What do you think, Olivia?
She eyes me up and down with the same furrowed brow.
Aren't you the guy that ate dirt in gym yesterday?
Yep.
No. I shoot Damien a quick, dirty glance before returning to look at Olivia. It wasn't that bad.
It was pretty bad.
It wasn't. And how does everyone seem to know about it? Damien looks aside sheepishly.
I may have had a hand spreading the story around. I thought it was funny. Don't worry though, everyone has some embarrassing story. One time, I got my frills stuck in the bathroom stall.
I didn't need to know that.
It took him an hour to get it out.
See? Everybody's got something.
Olivia pops a chip into her jaws, her face looking out to nowhere as if she's thinking of something. Damien leans close to me. One of his frills extends to hide from Olivia.
Dude, I haven't seen her talk this much during lunch since last year.
She said 5 things and 2 of them were grunts. Why the secrecy?
It's like a secret meeting. Those are cool.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, this is something else. She's really warming up to you, I can tell.
He sits back down properly. Honestly, this whole thing is a little creepy. She's probably not a bad person to talk to, but Damien isn't helping any. As eager as I am to make new friends this year, this is definitely not how I thought it would pan out. Maybe it's best that I get through lunch quickly and quietly. At least I have a spot to sit during lunch, not like I'd have any other options.
Oh, there you are, Inko.
A voice rings out to greet me, which catches our attention. I see a familiar bespectacled face walk over to us with a lunch tray in his hands.
Glad to see that you've made it to lunch this time.
Oh, hey Ben. I'm guessing you and Inky here already met?
Introduced myself after I bumped into him the other day.
Speaking of bumps, you should have seen Inky here yesterday.
Damien lets out a cackle and slaps me on the back, igniting the gym pains in my body and almost knocking my glasses off. Ben gives a concerned half smile. This must be my eternal torment for the rest of the semester.
Yeah, about yesterday.
Ben looks down the aisle of chatting students and signals to someone with his head. Standing 10 feet away from us is an imposing-looking dinosaur girl with blonde hair, crimson scales, and sporting a fiery red leather jacket. Ben motions for her to come closer with a soft smile on his face and nod. And she smiles back, though her own is noticeably strained.
Okay, I'm here.
She slowly makes her way over, and I notice how some of the students begin to quiet down as she passes them by. As she gets closer, her intense presence invades me, and even though we're about the same height, I feel like an ant about to get crushed under her boot. Somewhere in me, a synapse connects her face to me tasting bright red rubber yesterday. I really wish it hadn't.
Inko, Mia here has something to say to you.
Mia stays silent, but strides the last couple steps rigidly to stand right in front of me. She sucks in air through her teeth.
Sorry.
The corner of the girl's lips start to rise.
I didn't mean to knock your lights out.
Behind her, I notice Ben wincing. The girl lets out a laugh and lays an arm around my shoulder, her smile growing wide once more. Heat creeps along my face as her muzzle nears my ear, especially when a puff of hot air blows by the lobe. The heat is torn away, though, when I feel her fingers dig roughly into my shoulder, and her sharp hiss of a whisper scrapes my eardrum.
That ball was me being nice balding. Screw the class over again, and I'll fucking end you.
Nodding in understanding, Mia pushes away from me with a small cheer.
See? All clear now, Benny boy.
Mia, that's not quite...
Ah, boo, you know how I am.
Her eyes flutter as she looks his way.
Yes, I know, but... You promised you would be...
Nicer, I know, and I was. So, I'll be seeing you later tonight, Benny. Just like we promised.
She waves us off collectively and backs into the crowd, vanishing before either one of us could fully process her words and actions. Damien nudges my side.
Dude, I think she likes you.
Ben sighs.
Oh, sorry about that, Inko. I heard earlier about what happened at PE and connected the dots. Mia comes off as rough round the edges, but she's actually really sweet. I'll, talk to her about it more later.
You and her, huh?
Yeah, since the start of high school.
The classic jock and nerd pairing. Sounds like you're living the dream.
You know it. But yeah, I'm sorry your first impression of her isn't ideal.
It's fine. It was just dodgeball. Not like she was looking to do something.
Yeah. Damien?
Damien looks up from the rest of his meal, having selectively heard his name.
Could you not spread rumors around about your fellow classmates?
No worries, Nico and I are cool.
That still doesn't make it right.
Sure, yes sir, yeah.
He gives Ben a lazy salute. Ben merely sighs as he places his tray on the table and makes himself comfortable on the seat next to me. As he settles in, Ben notices my camera still out on the table.
Oh, is this your camera, Inko?
Huh? Oh yeah, I was showing it to Damien and Olivia earlier.
May I?
I feel my instincts kick in for a moment before remembering that Ben also works with a camera. Sure, have a look. I watch as Ben gingerly picks up my camera and gives it a thorough inspection.
I must say, as far as standard DSLRs go, yours is a very good quality.
It's nothing too special, really. Just something I picked up a while back.
Well, you have a good taste in camera models.
He hands me back my camera, to which I place it back into my backpack. Thanks.
With something like that, it'd be easy to get some great shots.
Well, I do have a small collection in a portfolio drive.
A portfolio? Oh man, I'd only just made mine a month ago. I bet you've got like a dozen pieces to choose from for the New Year's art contest.
What?
He missed that announcement.
What announcement?
The school has an annual art contest at the start of every new year. The winner gets a small cash prize, but the bigger prize is the fact that the winner's piece is submitted for publication in a couple big-time magazines.
Oh, wow. That sounds awesome.
Of course, that also means a lot of the students plan ahead and work all summer for something to submit.
Did you do anything for it, Ben?
You know it.
Well, good luck. Liz said she turned in the perfect piece yesterday.
Okay, now I'm interested. Finally, a chance to show my real skill at something I'm good at.
Hey, Olivia could help you out. With your shots and her art, you two could totally win. Right, Olivia? Olivia?
We all turn our heads to Olivia, only to realize that she's disappeared. When did she leave? Confused, I scan around the cafeteria, and my eyes manage to spot her through the crowd of students. She's rolling away towards the cafeteria doors, and quickly. Just like that, I lose sight of her as fast as I had seen her. I turn to look at Damien and Ben. Damien not only looks puzzled, but also disappointed for some reason. Ben, meanwhile, well, he almost looks annoyed that Olivia left.
Guess she hasn't changed.
So it seems.
The venomous sting to his words makes me feel like there's more going on than I'm aware of. I decide not to try to pry into it, and instead bring the conversation back. Well, I still want to try.
You can upload your submission on the school's website.
Oh, then I'll need an account.
You don't have one?
Don't think so. I've been told they'll get me that stuff by the end of the week.
Sounds about right. Truthfully, it takes maybe 5 minutes at most to deal with that.
Then why the wait?
Nobody wants to deal with it.
Guess I'll wait then. Ben scratches the side of his head.
I think there's someone in Stuco that can help you out, actually. It's the treasurer's duty day today.
So that's where Liz ended up.
Yup, she should still be working in the computer lab.
Huh. Guess I'll get to meet Liz sooner rather than later. Think I'll take care of that before lunch is over then. See you in class, Ben.
Sure thing.
Later, Damien.
Deuces, man. Tell Liz I said hi.
I grab some of the leftover snacks from the table and my backpack and head out of the cafeteria. Finally, I can show off my skills, show that I'm just as capable an artist as anyone else here. The computer lab is in an offshoot room from our library. As for the library itself, aside from an expected emphasis on anatomy drawing guides and the like, it's pretty standard. Not to brag, but the school I was at for my freshman and junior years had a library with 2 floors. Probably should have read a thing or two with all those resources. I'm getting off topic. The computer lab is the focus. The calm tranquility of the library is overtaken by the organized sterility of the lab. 40 standardized sets of computers and monitors line the walls, forming a panopticon around the desk reserved for the teacher in the middle. I remember them being organized differently in elementary school, but for a few years now I've just been seeing this formation. Sounds to me like someone got caught one too many times working on more risque art pieces. The monitors are all turned on, but only one's logged in. Weird, there's nobody here. Damien and Ben said Liz would be here though. Maybe she's in the bathroom? I'm not one to pry and snoop around, but I'm really pressed for time here. On screen, I see open PDFs and documents. They look finance related and filled with abbreviations and jargon I don't understand. Maybe I can figure out how to create my account on my own?
What are you doing?
Ah! Haunted high school!
I, didn't mean to scare you.
Oh, thank Christ.
It's just a dino girl with an extremely long neck and not a specter.
No, really. What were you doing to the fiscal report I was working on?
I didn't do anything.
I've been working on that all day. Why did you touch it?
I didn't. I only minimized it, I swear. Right. I'm here for a reason. Are you Liz? The Brachiosaurus furiously reopens all her windows and for a while types out some information before acknowledging me again.
Excuse me?
I met Damien. He said I'd have to wait for you to sort out my login stuff.
Damien mentioned me? Oh, you're the guy that got smeared into the ground in gym class yesterday. Yeah, I'm Liz.
Whoa. Inko. But yeah, I'm new here, so I need an account.
Not a problem at all.
Liz sits down and cracks her knuckles as she starts typing away at the keyboard.
All right, I'll see if I can get that done for you.
In a flourishing display of spreadsheet software experience, Liz navigates and organizes several documents in seconds. I've always had the general idea that there were a lot of shortcuts and commands, but yeesh. She's resourceful.
So, you're an artist too? Since you want to enter the contest so bad.
Oh, yeah, I'm a photographer.
Yeah? How are you liking it here so far?
Well...
Students here usually jump to asking about what they're graduating here for so they can more easily form connections and collaborate. So excuse me if I might be going too fast.
No, not at all. I'm a bit more at ease now that you just explained it. It's pretty good, although I feel bad about missing most of the first day.
It's not a big deal.
Guess not. Although, truth be told, I see those paintings framed in the hall by the principal's office, and it does put a bit of rain on my parade.
Oh, those. Yeah, I get what you mean. I think it's like that by design, honestly. Something about breaking the student's ego. Then you end up wanting to improve like crazy so you can reach your goals. At least, that's what happened to me. I'm planning on going to university and getting degrees in design and business. And that's just the start. I'm also starting to become an apprentice for art dealings, getting the right paintings for the right people. My tutor said I'm impressive enough I should start enrolling for any and all of the important universities around the country I'd like.
Wow. I mean, I'm also pretty well off myself, but it never occurred to me that I should be this ambitious.
Thank you. What about you?
I don't know, but it's going to be big.
Well, it's something. At least more than a lot of people here.
What do you mean?
Like, half the school may as well just be in a daycare. Sorry if that sounds rude. We've got these school programs and even industry professionals coming in for lectures, but it's like some people are here just because their friends happen to be here too.
No big plans, it seems.
Yeah.
Wait, you mean like Damien?
Yeah, I shouldn't have mentioned it.
He's still cool though, don't get me wrong. I hope me talking about him to you like this doesn't come off across as douchey. He's definitely the friendly type. He even partnered with me in gym class and dragged me along to sit with him at lunch.
that so?
Yeah, he was really excited about it too.
And then he introduced you to Olivia as well and tried to break the ice so she can come out of her shell?
Yeah, how'd you know?
Oh boy, I'm sorry about that, Inko.
What, is Damien messing with me?
No, Damien is great. He's just maybe a little too eager. If he considers you a friend to him, he'll want you to be our friend too. Specifically, he'll want you to be Olivia's friend.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing at all. But you've seen Olivia. You can probably tell she's a bit unresponsive, doesn't really like to talk to anyone, not even Damien. So you can definitely try to be her friend, but just know that she'll most likely ignore you.
You don't like Olivia?
What? No, I do. She's fine, I guess. I sit with her during lunch after all, and I'm sure you'll get along with us just fine. And hey, I'd love to see Olivia make a friend. Just don't get too invested trying to get her to warm up to you. Damien will always be down to hang out though, and I certainly don't mind. It's just that him and Olivia are nigh inseparable, so if the deal turns you off, then it's not your fault either.
There's history to that warning. Inseparable? So they're like girlfriend and boyfriend?
No. They just live in the same house.
Oh.
Damien's also just incredibly patient and outgoing. I envy him. But yeah, he would like nothing more than everyone getting along like best buddies. Unless you're like Damien and you can be pleasant to a brick wall forever, your time is probably better spent elsewhere. So, how serious are you about your ambitions?
Pretty serious, I think. Liz nods.
Something to keep in mind then. It's a struggle, but like Damien says, we gotta keep trying, right?
Liz gives me a half-hearted smile, but she still seems sad about something.
Anyways, sorry for talking your ear off about private matters. You still want to get that submission turned in?
She stops for a second on one tab to scan for something.
And got it.
She motions her head to the back of the room at the printer as it hums to life. I get up and get the paper. Both my username and password here are strings of numbers. I take a snapshot of the username and password so I won't have to remember it. Thanks.
No problem. You should hurry though. Lunch is ending soon.
Right. According to the time display on the monitor, I've got only 10 minutes left. I followed the instructions on the printout, finally getting to the student hub of the site. And thankfully, the art contest is displayed prominently across it. Clicking through a couple of links, I finally find the submission instructions. It's simply a matter of putting my entry details as the name of the file and dragging it into the school's shared drive. Plugging in my portable portfolio hard drive, I create a copy of my magnum opus. Then a quick rename, drag it here, and just in time. I take the extra minute to safely undock my hard drive and then log off the computer. Looking back to Liz, she's completely wrapped up in her work. Don't think interrupting her is a good idea, especially after what she said about Olivia and our own time. I opt to simply leave her be, heading out of the room and the library for class. After all, it's time for the class I'd been looking forward to most. This day is certainly turning out better than yesterday.
Hope I didn't just jinx it for myself. My nerves had been acting up when I first stepped back into the classroom, which were made even worse when I was hit with another flashbang. After my 20 other classmates had finished laughing, Mr. Elreydelleon made a show of waving a freshly taken photo from a fancy fold-up camera from the 70s.
I dub this portrait Étudiant sans poil.
After he'd thumbtacked the shot on a corkboard filled with poor snapshots of everyone else, Mr. Elreydelleon sat me right next to Ben. He managed to sum up his syllabus in under a minute, instead taking the majority of the time to go over our first lesson and assignment on exposure and lighting. With each new light fixture he brought out and explained, I felt my mind swirl faster with new possibilities of old shots. If only I had that then, or if I could have used that there.
Now that you've had a small taste of it, we'll start on your first photography assignment, proper lighting.
I'm salivating at the thought. Mr. Elreydelleon had just finished his first lesson where he'd handed out all sorts of equipment to look over. It's the first time I've handled some of these things, like the enormous box light that was still taking up the entirety of my desk.
Remember, though, that these are just tools meant to enhance the photo. You can highlight a turd all you want, it's still a turd.
The crude language guarantees a chortle from the few half-listening students. The teacher looks over to the clock and hums.
Well, I see that we managed to finish this lecture a tad bit early. Why don't you all take these last 10 minutes to compare notes? Maybe even consider doing the assignment as a collab piece with a classmate.
The room is quick to fill with the sound of chatter. I wonder if
Hey,
I turn to Ben and see his eager grin.
do you want to do a joint piece? Since you don't know any good spots in the school and all.
I pull out the assignment sheet from beneath the lightweight light on my desk and give it a quick scan again. Present a set of photos demonstrating your understanding of proper lighting. You are allowed to borrow one lighting tool and must take the shot on school premises. And I swear, I've handed out this assignment for years now. If one more student just takes a picture of the hallway outside the classroom, I'm going to personally throw them over the railing. Be original, please.
I've got the perfect place for it. If we work together, we can even use 2 items.
The offer is too tempting. Sure. I hold out my hand and Ben shakes it, sealing the pact. My face is feeling weird from all the smiling today. But in truth, I'd been enjoying Mr. Elreydelleon's class so much that I couldn't stop. It feels like I've the entire world to gain from Mr. Elreydelleon's lesson. And the entire world to explore, seeing as ever since the move, I hadn't had time to actually explore Volcaldera Bluffs. Sure, on occasion, I go out on my own to parks and stuff, but who doesn't? Besides, I'd be a pretty lame photographer if I didn't go out and find stuff to photograph. And you know what? I've been meaning to do a little looking around here. So to everyone else, this assignment makes them have to explore the school, but I get to. Pretty sweet deal if I do say so myself. The hall outside the classroom is only one major photo op. Between that and the murals outside, I'm certain to find something cool. No, the murals won't work on their own. Since it was my first thought to use them, that means it's likely someone else's first thought. I need to think outside the box a bit. Think of some way to use the school's architecture to my advantage in a way that...
Inko!
My thoughts are disrupted by a worried-looking Ben.
Maybe you should see a doctor, man. Head injuries are no laughing matter.
I'm fine. What were you saying?
I was asking how you were doing. You know, with school and classes now.
Oh, right. Doing good. Really good, actually. I'm in a class that I'm 100% enjoying and starting to make some genuine friendships. Compared to the disaster of yesterday, today has been astoundingly positive.
Great! Oh, and what about your art submission? Was Liz able to help?
There's something nibbling at the corner of my thoughts at the mention of the long-necked girl. Yeah, she gave me my login stuff and everything. Uploading the submission was a piece of cake after all.
Awesome! Though that does make you competition now. Both Liz and I have pieces in the running too.
She told me she had submitted something, yeah. I'm a bit concerned since I didn't have as much time to prepare anything, but...
Hey, everyone's got a chance. You never know.
Yeah, she was pretty cool about it too. That whole friend group is pretty welcoming. I think I'm pretty lucky.
Lucky?
Ben seems perplexed by my statement. You said something at lunch when Olivia vanished. I'm noticing for a silent paraplegic, she sure has a lot of people upset. You got some hidden drama with her too?
No, not really. Wait, two? Who?
Iadakun calls out to us, striding over to inspect.
I take it you gentlemen are conversing about your assignment together?
Of course, Mr. Iadakun. We were just discussing where we'd take our picture. Right, Ben?
Well, that's good then. Good thing you guys weren't talking about something off topic, like gossip. That would be a pretty embarrassing use of your time right off the bat, I think. Especially considering you're currently the subject of some fairly humorous gossip, aren't you, Mr. Nito?
I'm awash in a wave of shame from his words. I look at Ben, and I can see he feels it as well.
If the air around someone needs clearing, clear it yourself.
Iadakun has a point. Maybe once a friendship is established, I can learn more about her.
All right, off you go now, and remember to get your assignment done by the end of the week.
The room empties out slowly, most of my peers still chatting and discussing their plans for the assignment. Before I can continue talking with Ben about our own project, the Stu co-president is already packed up and exiting the room. Guess we'll talk later then. Packing up my own notebook, I wave goodbye to my new favorite teacher and head off to my next class. Walking into history class for the first time, and it's about what I expect it to look like. Pictures of historical figures, small relics from various regions, and cartography of the Earth during its stages of continental drift. Though I notice that there's a distinct lack of a teacher in the class. Well, better get a good seat now before they're all taken. Eeny, meeny, miny... this one. I settle myself into my chosen desk and pull out my history book and notebook along with a pencil. As the classroom fills with more and more students, it becomes a blur of vibrant scales. A few minutes pass and I'm still wondering where the teacher is. The suddenness of the door slamming open stops any and all noise. It's quiet enough to hear a pin drop. The figure walks into the classroom and, oh sweet heaven, no. He stands there and stares down at everyone, menacingly. He's the history teacher too?
Thanks for walking me to my classroom, Solly.
Of course, Miss Prockling.
Oh, thank Raptor Jesus he isn't our teacher. The raptor woman adjusts her glasses as she scans around the room before looking down at the paperwork in her hands.
Looks like we'll have some late arrivals, but let's get down to business. I know that I introduced myself yesterday, but for any of those who weren't here...
Her momentary glance at me makes me believe Solly told her about my absence.
My name is Miss Prockling, and this is history class. In this course, we'll be learning about the history of our primeval ancestors and their advancements through history. You can even say that it'll be like going back in time. Doesn't that sound exciting?
Despite her admittedly forced enthusiasm, everyone in class responds with uninterested murmuring. Not sure why though, this all sounds exciting. She walks over to her desk and places down her pile of folders before flipping open her own special version of the history book. With a click of a button, she also turns on the projector to reveal a prepared slideshow for today's lecture. To learn about the extensive history of Saurians and their culture is something I've yearned for.
If you can turn your books to page 36, we'll begin with the first chapter detailing the earliest interactions between Saurians and hominids.
Ooh, that sounds interesting. I think I jinxed myself. Miss Prockling's history class is the polar opposite to Eotikun's photography class. While her introduction to the class engaged me at first, things have slowed down into an unbearably slow crawl. My eyes scan over the introductory text of the first chapter. Despite the tension between the two groups, human settlers to the New World would continue to make overtures of trade to the native velociraptor tribes. Pretty sure I've read this line 3 times now. I tear my eyes away from the page in the hopes of blinking the boredom away. I look up to see the teacher staring down at various papers on her desk with laser focus. I must have stared too long though, because I end up locked in a staring contest with Prockling. She raises an eyebrow at me. Okay then, right. Write down notes of pages 3 through 7 about the discovery of the New World. Without even fully comprehending the words before me, I'm copying the page down to the letter in my notebook. Absent-mindedly, I begin to recall everything that's happened so far with my new classmates. Ben carries himself with a lot of refinement and is easily my first pick as a photography partner. But that Mia girl, she doesn't seem to want to make friends. Of course, I could have figured that out from the cold look she gave me yesterday, not to mention the rude hand gesture. Damien's very friendly, even if he can be a bit too enthusiastic sometimes. And though my encounter with Liz was brief, I can tell she's dependable. My progress in making friends has been pretty good, all things considered. But then there's Olivia. So far, she's still an enigma, and coupled with the apparent history she has with the others, it makes me all the more curious about her. Liz said it would be a bad idea to get invested, but in the end it's effectively gossip and hearsay. This has come as something of a shock to me, but...
And what do we have here, Miss Halford?
The sudden voice of Miss Prockling snaps me out of my thoughts. I lean my head to see the teacher looking down at... Wait a minute, Olivia is here too? As luck would have it, I share not one but 2 classes with Olivia. I must have been so jaded from trying to read this textbook that I didn't even notice the girl in the wheelchair. She sits in the front row, diagonally in front of me. And I don't think she's noticed this strange twist of fate herself.
Only the 2nd day of the school year, and already doodling in class again?
She proceeds to pick up the piece of paper from Olivia's desk. Looks like she's been drawing on it, though I can't tell what she drew from where I'm sitting.
Listen, Olivia, I know history isn't the most exciting subject to learn, but could you at least pretend that you're taking notes?
The only response I hear from Olivia is a heavy sigh before leaning her head back down. While the teacher returns to skulking around the room, Olivia hunches over a notebook. Although I don't think those are notes she's taking. Nah, no one would do something like that with the totalitarian teacher patrolling the room. It's an attempt to get all of us to focus, but... I'm fighting a losing battle to keep my eyelids from shutting. My jaw is clenched tight to suppress the loud yawn building inside, even as Miss Prockling skulks right past me. Just before my drowsiness can overtake me, though, I notice minute movement in the corner of my eye. One of my classmates glances up at the teacher, whose eyes are roving over the opposite side of the room. With the coast clear, they scribble something down. The paper is then folded into a neat little note, and... I watch as the next person carefully unfolds the sheet and also scribbles on it, before folding and passing it along again. Curiosity thoroughly piqued, I await anxiously in my seat for the paper to get to me. It's a dangerous game, passing the note along so Prockling doesn't see. If I'm participating, does that make me a slacker? The student to my side makes his move to toss the note over. But Prockling starts turning around right then. He flinches and drops the hot potato on my desk in a flash. I nearly slam my own paper over the page to cover it from sight. Miss Prockling continues to lecture about how the raptors and humans eventually started to get along because they traded narcotic leaves or something like that.
And as you can see on the board here...
Now! I lift my paper. Luckily, there's plenty of space left. As for what everyone else has drawn... a not-so-solid attempt at a race car, rough sketches of some eyes, a bunch of doodles, names in various stylized fonts that I could only describe as graffiti, and, of course, it's not high school if someone hasn't drawn a penis. Miss Prockling with stink lines coming off of her. Yeesh, better not get caught with this. That being said, I'm drawing a blank. What should I draw? I don't exactly doodle every day. Drawing stuff for others is a nice gesture. Maybe I'll try to break the ice a bit. Although I don't really know anything about her. Hey, can't hurt to try though, yeah? I can think of a few things to sketch out here. Let's see... And done. I didn't have a lot of room to really work with, but as I surreptitiously admire my work, I find that I have a long way to go. It feels like I'm being mogged by the other doodles. Alright, Olivia's sure to like this. Miss Prockling is still turned around. Alright. If I slip the paper over Olivia's shoulder, I won't have to get up and risk getting caught. And here we go. It's a bit tricky, and I hesitate, but the paper meets its destination. She doesn't even look back, just takes the paper eagerly. It's completely different from how she was acting earlier. Her tail is even swaying side to side. Oh, is that wagging? Huh. Alright, now she's gonna see my sketch and possibly think I'm cool. She's not turning around. Well, it's not much, so it could also just...
I'll be taking that.
Miss Prockling snatches the paper from Olivia's claws. She takes a glance at the paper, and a small crack of a smile appears on her face before going back to its stoic visage.
So, is this how you view me, Miss Halford?
Prockling holds the paper up for all to see. Everyone in the class does their best to avoid her persecuting gaze.
I know that most of you are a part of this as well. Look, I'm not asking for much. Please do your assignments when you're in class. It's the least you can do.
We were just passing a note one at a time. She wasn't even paying attention.
Yeah, how come all of us are in trouble?
I notice Prockling look down at Olivia for a moment before letting out a sigh of defeat.
Look, since it's only the second day, I'll let this one slide. But I'm warning you now that I won't be so lenient the next time it happens. Otherwise, you'll end up like the last student who decided to be disruptive during class.
What happened to him? Get a detention slip or something?
Miss Prockling pulls up the window blinds and pushes the window screen open. She then takes out a walkie-talkie.
Solly? Yep, another hippie. Seat H4. Good job, soldier. Now, if we can, let's continue.
We're on the second floor. I sink back into my seat and continue writing, mainly out of unadulterated fear of experiencing the same wrath from the teacher. Man, now I feel guilty for Olivia. I was the one to pass her the note, after all. Maybe I shouldn't have tried. Well, I can always apologize after class. Miss Prockling places the note on her desk and continues with her lecture for another half hour. With 10 minutes of class left, I see Prockling look at the clock above the door. I then notice Olivia grabbing her attention, and as if she knows what she's already going to say to her, the teacher nods her head. Olivia grabs her backpack and shoves all of her things into it. In silence, she wheels herself to the door, waits for Miss Prockling to open it, and rolls on out. The teacher must have noticed me watching her leave.
Accommodations.
Well, there goes my chances of saying sorry to her. Feeling defeated, I decide to focus on writing down my notes for the rest of the time left. Although, I do wonder... She must have noticed my doodle. Did she just ignore it then? class comes and goes, and I head back home on the metro. Another day, another dollar. Though this time I pass on the mini breakfast burritos. After how bad they messed me up during PE yesterday, I don't want my stomach to endure that torture again. Instead, I just got a few hash browns from a fast food joint by the metro. I idly scroll through my feed as I usually do, while the metro jostles about to my destination. It's been a few days now, and the strange scent of extremely cheap detergent and alcohol have become an afterthought. Some of the vines are actually plastic, and the flowers are little air fresheners. That's not actually something I noticed, more so witnessed when a passenger tried eating one. Some of the vines are real though. For some reason, they go untouched anyways. Maybe they're just not tasty? Vegetarians don't eat the grass in their lawns after all. Right? Huh. Anyways, the lights have gone out and someone just dropped a wrecking ball next to me. Must be Mr. Ferris.
Good morning, Inko.
Good morning. Has work been going fine?
It has. Slowly, but I'm very thorough. I hate the idea of a place of learning not being an ideal place to learn. I also appreciate our talks. Your perspective has really helped me understand the student body more.
You're welcome. Hey, have you given any more thought to the fashion thing?
I have, although I can't say I really get it.
There's plenty to see everywhere if you just look around.
Really? Like what?
Well, like, look at the girl on the other end of the car, there.
It's rather revealing. I don't think that's really for me. I love my wife.
I just mean as an example.
Well, there's an event coming up. I could see about trying something new. What would you recommend?
That's a good question. What would be good to use here? In my inner eye, I conceptualize the coolest possible Ferris. The fresh machine is going full throttle. First, sunglasses. His eyes may be a little too far apart for that. However, beanie. Moving on. Big guns, fresh jacket. There we go, the coolest possible Ferris.
Mr. Nito?
Sorry, just thinking. Why don't you start with a Malcolm seasonal cross-print jacket?
Really now? That sounds rather expensive.
Yeah, it is. You know what? Try a gold chain necklace.
A what?
Yeah, just make sure it's appropriately sized so it doesn't look silly. I'm sure it would go a long way, and they're pretty cheap to get.
Well, alright. I'll take your word for it. We sure talk about fashion a lot, though. Is that really all everything's about these days?
Oh, of course not. What do you want to know about?
What's YOLO mean? I've heard the term thrown around recently.
That was like 5 years ago.
Oh.
Mr. Ferris and I talk more about contemporary urban slang until we arrive at our stop. Ah, art. Mr. Iadicon had just started talking about our first project for the class. As soon as he'd said the word, Olivia's hand had shot up. Her gray eyes sparkled in excitement, and a smile threatened to crush the perpetual frown etched on her snout. The girl vibrates in her seat as she waves her arm in the air, trying to get the teacher's attention. Iadicon's own smile was strained as he and Olivia engaged in a staring contest with one another. I could only marvel as the two argued with each other without a single word. Eventually, Iadicon won by turning off the lights and turning on the cheap projector hanging from the ceiling. It started playing a safety video about paint that felt far too graphic for a school setting. I don't think I'll be able to eat barbecue for a while. Thoroughly defeated, Olivia crosses her arms and pouts in her seat.
And that is why we won't be using any of the more exotic materials for any projects, Miss Halford.
Maybe I should have just skipped breakfast entirely.
I still don't see the problem.
Once you've all had the proper safety handling course, in the second semester, you'll be allowed to use oil-based paints. Until that time, however, all the assignments will require safer supplies. Now, since we've pivoted to this, might as well finish the full video.
The grumpy gator holds a hand to her throat, mumbling to herself as she grabs a metal flask and drinks from it. The entire display from her was mystifying, at odds with how Ben and Liz described Olivia. In fact, it kind of reminded me of me. I can understand why, after all, Iadicon is letting me and Ben use some of his equipment in photography. That thrill of experimentation, of new possibilities. No doubt that it brings a creative sparkle to her eyes. Eyes that fill with pure malice as they glare daggers my way. Oh, was I staring? Oops. Before I could offer an apology, she already had her hands on the wheels. She rolls up to Iadicon's desk. He leans forward intently. I can't make out anything that's said over the video, but going by the occasional glare back, it's not hard to imagine. Crap, I really didn't mean to offend. Iadicon notices I'm watching and motions for me to come forward. Slowly, I shift out of my seat and approach the desk.
All right, is something going on here?
Iadicon speaks in a hushed tone, just loud enough for me to hear over the makeshift matinee.
Olivia's telling me you're making goofy faces at her.
No, I said he's been staring at me all through class.
Huh.
It's weird, like he's never seen someone like me. Can't you move him to a different seat?
Now hold on a sec there, Olivia. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm sure this is just a misunderstanding.
Mr. Iadicon.
It's like she's a different person here. She fishes out a canteen of water and brings it to her mouth.
You're given a lot of leeway when it comes to seat assignment, but asking for something like this?
I just want him to leave me alone.
She sips again. What's that about?
Well then, Ingo, you tell us. What's on your mind? Can't have disagreements between classmates this early in the year.
I'm confused. I didn't know there was any disagreement between us.
Well, sometimes it's the little things you do that you don't even think about that affect people the most. Anything like that come to mind?
I shake my head. Olivia's glare doesn't diminish away from my field of view. I mean, I've been a bit curious about her since we sit next to each other, and I'm friends with some of her friends. We all sat together at lunch yesterday. Yadakun nods to himself thoughtfully.
Sounds like he just wants to hang out, Olivia.
Her face scrunches at the mere thought.
Not really interested. He's distracting me from classwork. I want to watch the video without being gawked at.
Sorry, I didn't mean it.
Does that resolve the issue for you, Olivia? No, I don't want some buddy in this class.
She goes to take another sip, but ends up turning the canteen upside down. All out.
Olivia, you can go fill that up if you want. You won't be missing anything. The video's nothing you don't already know, I'm sure.
Olivia eyes me suspiciously and slowly moves out the door towards the nearest water fountain. Yadakun sighs.
All right.
He leans back in his chair with his arms resting behind his head.
Inko, I told you yesterday if the air needs clearing to do it yourself. Now she's in a mood because you were staring at her like a weirdo. And here I thought you two would get along. She even gave you that sketch she made of you. Truthfully, I'm impressed, but here we are. What's going on, big guy?
Again, sorry. It's been a pretty busy few days. Yeah, I got into a cool friend group. We all sit together at lunch. Olivia has been there too. She doesn't say much, but I got her a soda. Don't know why she's so upset at me.
It's nothing personal, Inko.
It's not?
She's reticent, especially when it comes to change. If you're at her lunch period too, I can see why she'd be wary of you.
If you don't mind me asking, Mr. Yadakun,
Yes?
why is she so open with you?
How do you mean?
Just now, she spoke more in that conversation than all the other times I've seen her yesterday. I saw the canteen. I figured it's something to do with her voice, but it's surprising.
Her water bottle's the other way around. It's unfortunate, but she just really rarely talks at all. And I guess she just really trusts me. I've known her since she was a freshman. She seemed to gravitate towards art and how I taught it, and soon enough, I took her under my wing.
But she lives with Damien, right? He's at the lunch table and she still barely talks to him.
Poor kid. Hope he's doing all right.
He seems to be alright. But yeah, she's distant to everyone else. So much so, I keep hearing weird things about her. Yadakun leans forward in his chair, suddenly attentive.
Is this about your gossiping with Ben yesterday?
A bit. He showed up to the table and said something about her being the same after she left. Probably some drama there, but I don't want to pry. He nods. But also, Liz told me some weird things too. He stops nodding.
I know of her. Is something wrong?
No. She just said I shouldn't get invested in being her friend. Everyone's being real weird about it, so I was curious for myself. Guess that's why I was looking at her weird. Sorry. Eoticon rubs his temples.
Ay ay ay. It's worse than I thought.
What is?
I'll put it this way. You've met 3 people that know Olivia, other than me. Of the 3, only one thinks highly of her, and the other 2 start unloading drama on anyone willing to listen, in this case, you. No wonder you're confused.
I hadn't thought of it like that.
I don't blame you. You shouldn't be involved in anything stupid. High schoolers, you know?
I guess. Eoticon inhales, collecting his thoughts.
Important question then. Do you really want to be Olivia's friend?
Huh? I mean, I guess. A judging eyebrow is raised my way.
Are you really, or just curious about her?
He seems pretty serious about this. Yes, then. Olivia returns to class and rolls right back up to the desk.
Back. Have you changed his desk yet?
Eotica nudges his head towards me expectantly, prodding me on. I'm sorry I distracted you during class, Olivia. She looks to Eoticon and gets a similar nod.
Sure. I mean, you're welcome. I mean, thanks. Shit. But, no, really, I don't want to be distracted.
Come on now, Olivia. The least you could do is give him another chance. You never know.
I don't really want to know. I get he's, like, friends with Damien, but I don't really want to. You know. Not in this class.
But I'd like to be your friend. She stops and raises an eyebrow. Lots of those going around recently. Like she was expecting this response. She looks to Eoticon for help.
Actually, Olivia, I also think he'd make a good friend for you.
What?
His words were like a battering ram.
I'm simply saying to give Inko here a chance.
I could almost see the imaginary bulwark she hid behind slowly crumbling from what Eoticon was saying.
You are both quite similar at heart, though you may have different methods. Perhaps you'll find some compromise behind cynicism and naivety if you work together.
Finally, the last fragments of her imaginary fortress collapse. Olivia can only look at the art teacher with timid confusion painted across her features.
Well... I don't... Are you for real, Mr. Eoticon?
I am. He's actually in another class of mine. I've seen him. He's passionate about his camera, like you are with a brush. And I do expect great things from him.
Okay. Sorry, I really thought, Oh.
Oops, she accidentally bit her tongue. Her mouth is clamped shut.
It's just my opinion. You can make your own choices, Olivia.
She nods furiously.
Oh, the movie's about to end. You two should get back to your seats. We good here?
Olivia side-eyes me again and nods once more.
All right.
He motions for us to skedaddle. Olivia backs away to her spot. Thanks, Mr. Eoticon.
For what? I just gave an opinion. I'm serious. It's up to the two of you if you want to be friends. Don't screw it up.
He waves me off again and gets up to flip the lights. I get back to my seat and stare absent-mindedly at the projected screen as I digest Eoticon's words. He said he only gave his opinion, but it seems like he also gave me an opportunity to take the right steps in connecting with Olivia. And with what he said about her being passionate with a brush, it's gotten me even more curious about her artistic prowess. On the topic of Olivia, I notice that she occasionally gives me a side eye. I don't think she can see my eyes due to the dim lighting combined with my shades. She stares at me with a sense of strange curiosity, almost as if she's trying to get a read of me from my face alone. But from what I can tell by her facial cues, she seems confused and almost shaken up. It's like she wants to say something, but keeps on backing away at the last second. Guess her mind is also jostling around from Eoticon's words. Our teacher flicks the light switch, and I feel my retina burn from the bright lamplights, even with my sunglasses.
All right, normally in your first week, we'd be doing something simple, like a color swatch wheel. However, I think you all could manage something a bit more advanced.
The Gator Girl's head whipped around at the word advanced. Whatever Olivia was thinking before regarding me seems to be forgotten, as she focuses almost entirely on the teacher. Mr. Eoticon holds up a stack of paper for us to see.
First things first, I'd like for you all to fill out these topic sheets so that I know you understand how to safely handle oil-based paints. Last thing we need is another burnt-down classroom.
The way Eoticon says those words makes me imagine some pretty horrible outcomes.
Once you've finished your sheets, bring them to me so I can review them. I'll be giving you the permission sheet after I know you lot won't set yourselves on fire or poison yourselves.
Eoticon hands me part of his stack, and I take a page from it before handing the rest to the Diplo girl behind me. My eyes scan over the sheet. What grade of mask do snouts longer than 3 inches require? And a realization hits me. I didn't see the first half of that video. My eyes scan over the page, and I groan when I see questions I've no answers for. All of them pertaining to dinosaur anatomy. The art teacher looks directly at me, and then to the side. I try to decipher his meaning and follow his eyes. Oh. I turn in my seat and lean closer to Olivia. Hey,
What? What now? What? What is it? I'm not gonna let you draw me.
what the hell? Looking at her paper, I see that she's already answered the questions I couldn't. I show her my own page, tapping the upper section that was still blank. Olivia groans and looks to Eoticon pleadingly. All she gets for her troubles is a thumbs up.
Fine. Fine, fine, fine. Here.
She holds out her sheet for me. Wait, isn't this cheating? The art teacher wouldn't. When did he get to his desk? Why does he have a sleeping mask? If I look over the answers, I still learn the safety procedures. So what's the difference in the end? That must be what he's thinking. Either that, or he doesn't care. I copy the words from Olivia's sheet, doing my best to at least rephrase them. Some of my classmates are already walking up to Eoticon's desk. He's barely reading the pages, not even taking the sleeping mask off. Thanks, Olivia.
Whatever.
Olivia finishes her page in a few seconds and wheels herself to the desk too. The last answer I'm fairly confident on, like what flashpoint means. I get up and go to Eoticon's desk and set my safety assessment down.
Good, good. Here's your permission slip to use hazardous paints.
He didn't even bother to look over my worksheet. He lifts the eye mask from his face and looks at me with one eye.
What? Most of that stuff doesn't apply to you, Inko. Just don't drink the paint or get it in your eyes and you'll be okay.
Yes, Mr. Eoticon.
Attaboy. Now go back to your desk and wait for class to end. Tomorrow, I'll be starting you all on something simple. Like painting a cube or a ball. Yeah, model dodgeball painting.
The eye mask drops down and I return to my seat. The class clock reads 5 minutes until lunch. Olivia's back to leering at me. I consider what I should do or say. Some sort of icebreaker? Mr. Eoticon said we're similar, and I can see some of what he means. But I'm a photographer and she's a painter. So a cubist and a dadaist walk into a bar. The end of class chime blares.
Have a good lunch now.
The moment the bell rings, Olivia shoves most of her things into her backpack, not caring if her notebook gets crushed. Once she zips up, she races out of the classroom. Guess she doesn't want to get caught in the chaos of the lunchroom stampede. I managed to avoid getting stuck in the frenzy by shuffling along the wall the long way around the lunchroom. It's a bit longer, but at least there's less risk of getting used as an improvised meat club. Hey, why don't I just go in through the courtyard? It's right there next to the table. Damn it. Next time. Hey, is there a palm tree or something by the table now? Never seen one with a trunk that's green. I get around the last of the crowd and approach the table. Damien's here, chowing down on a sandwich stacked with various meats. And, like yesterday, Olivia's already at the table. Hey, Damien, you've seen Liz? Thought she was joining us for lunch. Without a word, Damien points to the palm tree next to us. Oh crap, that's no tree. I look up to see Liz's head in the rafters, prodding at the vines on the ceiling. The ceiling was a lot lower in the computer lab, so I couldn't tell as easily, but that neck is long. Anyways. Hey Liz.
Hey, Inko. Couldn't see you from up here till I heard you.
Well, guess I'll go ahead and get my food from the vending machines again. Making my way over to the vending machines, I do the same song and dance I did last time. A card swipe and a few button presses later earn me a couple cans of soda, 2 bags of chips, and a few candy bars. It's like when the teacher asks if you brought enough candy for everyone, only now it's true. I head back to our table, the bundle of foodstuff in my makeshift pouch, and distribute them. Olivia gets her share, but she doesn't say anything.
Aw, sweet. Why thank you, Inko. Damien, if you'd be so kind.
Already on it.
Damien cracks open a can of soda just as Liz lowers her head next to him. She's wearing a novelty soda cap. He then speed swaps the old can with the new one, almost like he's swapping wheels on a Formula 1 racer.
Thank you.
No problemo.
Liz's head cranes back up to the top of the ceiling to continue eating the foliage.
So, Nico, How's your day been so far?
It's been pretty decent, I'd say. I'm mostly looking forward to photography, since Ben'll show me some good photo spots.
Cool, cool.
Damien just nods as he continues to munch on his sandwich. I think he zoned out about halfway through my sentence. Oh, and also, Liz helped me submit my contest entry.
Awesome! Can always rely on Liz to help you out.
Flattery will get you nowhere, Damien.
Just saying the honest truth. Liz entered the contest too, right? Everyone must be trying to win the cash prize.
The money's okay.
Liz comes down again with a mouthful of leaves. Her hands hold up a tray with each segment filled with a different sauce.
But the real prize is having your submission featured on the sponsor's magazine cover and in a featured article.
How is she still articulate?
Do you have any idea how great that looks on a resume? Heck, I should probably get a scholarship with that alone.
Whoa, you really got all this planned out. What did you submit? She takes a moment to swallow her salad and then shares a huge grin.
I submitted my best digital art piece.
Oh, what is it?
Here.
The tray is set aside so she can bring out her phone to show Damien and me her entry. It looks to be a village townhouse piece, very rustic and classy. It looks pretty good.
Yo! That's so cool! That looks so realistic.
Thanks. Took me about a week to really blend some more of the fanciful elements into each other. I based it off my grandfather's home from the old country.
This is amazing! You can't even tell that this whole thing's digital art at all!
Damien grabs hold of Liz's phone and turns towards Olivia.
Hey, Olivia!
She jumps up, having been suddenly made relevant to the conversation she was just spectating.
What? I'm not giving these chips back. They're mine.
I was just going to show you Liz's entry.
Olivia narrows her eyes and leans over to see the image on Liz's phone. She then looks up and gives Damien a quick nod before returning to eating her chips. Damien's smile falters a little at her minimal response, though he's back to his usual grin as Liz takes back her phone. Wow, Liz, I didn't know you were so into digital painting. That looks great. Do you plan on being an artist after graduating?
Aw, thanks. Well, no, I don't plan on being an artist per se. The plan is to be an antiques dealer, specifically with art.
What's that mean?
It means she buys the splattered canvases everyone else just uses for money laundering.
No, it'll be the real deal stuff. There's a real market out there for it. So I'm taking the AP Business Principles class and using the school's prestigious art program. That's actually why I picked this place out. There's a real elite selection of graduates from here.
Oh, you're the school treasurer too, right?
Sure am. I'm doing everything to make sure I'm ready for the real deal. I do love painting, though. It's not just a means to an end. Maybe that's why I want to get into trading. I can get the right people the right art they need.
That's very thoughtful. Huh. I should start thinking of my future more. I wonder what Olivia thinks about this, or if it even interests her. Damien is just exaggeratedly nodding his head up and down, and I don't know if he's agreeing with Liz or headbanging to some tune playing in his head. I look down to the side to see Olivia staring down the chips bag, looking pensive. I guess I'm not the only one that's a bit worried about our long-term plans after school compared to Liz. But we got the whole year still. What about you, Damien?
Don't really have a big goal set. Only reason I'm going here is because it's the closest school to our home.
Damien, you know I keep telling you about planning ahead.
I know, but I like keeping my options open.
So what are you doing in school?
I just picked out any classes that seemed interesting to me. Though I gotta say, home economics class is pretty fun. I get to make food in class and eat it too.
From learning skills in a class like that, you'd be a perfect husband.
Yeah. Wait, what?
What? But to get back to my point, that art contest, if I win and get that interview, it's an insane advantage.
I'll say. By the by, Olivia, did you submit something for the art contest?
Oh,
She looks away, slightly deflated.
no.
Really? Oh crap, I might have a chance then.
Hey, Liz, that sounded a certain way.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean it like that.
Olivia rolls her eyes and merely goes back to munching on her chips. Mr. Elreydelleon said you were really into painting. And I really liked the portrait of me you made.
Whoa, she what?
Her suspicious leer is now replaced by a murderous glare. Yep, lunch is the perfect time to eat my feet. I haven't actually seen any of her real work, only something she'd done out of boredom. Olivia's eyes close as she inhales deeply, the air of neutrality returning to her once she reopens them. She looks me up and down again as though something will be different this time.
Can't.
What's that mean?
Besides, even if I could, they're gonna be looking for the best artists here, so you gotta show that to them with how good your art is. But I just don't want them to look at me and feel like they have to give me a reward out of pity.
Damien's face is frozen mid-bite, his sandwich losing its meat integrity by the second as his eyes flick between me and Olivia. I can practically hear the blaring alarm in his head as his brain catches fire, trying to connect dots.
I want to be judged for my art and not...
Olivia struggles to formulate the next few words and lets out a weary sigh.
It would just feel undeserved.
How?
Yeah, how?
Damien,
Shh!
Has that ever happened before? Do people really do that?
You weren't there for it. Some losers used to even tell me to take advantage of it.
Why not? That was a bad move.
Dude, seriously?
Why? So I constantly get reminded of myself? So I can't separate myself from my work? So I can get complacent being worse? So I can eventually rely on it? So the playing field can be even?
That's a lot all at once. I'm not even sure I got all of that, but I definitely touched a nerve I shouldn't have. No, sorry. Olivia brushes her hair down.
Look, I don't want to get awards and praise I haven't earned. I'm seriously not that good. I really wouldn't win.
She sighs and takes a long sip of cola. Can I see some of your work?
No.
Man, she really shouldn't put herself down like that. I get it. A lot of the students here are crazy good at art. Some are probably better now than I ever will be, and they're just starting. It's pretty scary to think about. I mean, like that landscape of the city near the principal's office.
Landscape?
Hold on, I took a shot of it. It's a bit tough getting my camera out now with all the books I needed for class in the way. I lay out the contents of my backpack, taking my treasured DSLR out last. After finding the shot in question in the menus, I turned the display towards everyone else so they could see the glamour shot. A freshman made that painting. Just from looking at it, I can see why it won first place.
I drew that.
Oh.
Her name is on it, isn't it?
My brain finally makes the connection with the signature on the mural. That was you?
Is it that much of a shocker to you?
Quite a bit, yeah. It looks amazing.
I mean, it's whatever. Had to have some dumb guide help me out, so it isn't like I was the one who did it all.
So when you say you can't enter, it's because you already won once?
Yeah, basically.
She looks away from us, eating her chips in silence. I've heard the expression of being one's worst critic, but I'd never expect Olivia to kick herself this hard. I'm mentally kicking myself thrice over just for thinking that last part. What? Something wrong, Liz? Did she bite her tongue or something? Why is she imitating one of those pitcher plants right now?
Liz?
What's with the look, long neck?
Just surprised to see you in better spirits is all.
You're making it weird. Don't make it weird.
Yeah, it's been ages, Olivia. To think a Randy like Inky here got you to open up like this in just 2 days.
He gestures to me.
What did you do, man?
The girl in question freezes, Damien's thoughtless comments having thrust her into self-awareness. And she just leaves.
Olivia, wait!
She's gone.
Well, she did give a warning.
Yeah. I was just excited she was making good progress.
The rest of lunch we'd spent trying to talk about Liz's art process. Damien looked like he wanted to try to bring Olivia back into the conversation, but no one had any idea where she had gone. Still, a part of me thinks she wants to talk. So why doesn't she? Sadly, a question for another time, as the chime signals the end of lunch. At least Liz and Damien wave goodbye, leaving me to clean up all the trash from the table, including everything I'd removed from my backpack. Darn it. Back in history class, Miss Prockling continues prattling on about.
And after a final offensive that left the entire city of Triceroptis destroyed, the Chthonian hegemony was defeated, bringing an end to their crimes against both Dino and humankind. With that, the Dino-Human War came to an end and peace was finally declared after 10 years of strife. Of course, there was the matter of rebuilding and dousing all those fires still burning, as well as what to do with all the bodies, and...
I should probably care more about Prockling's lecture since history has extremely strong cultural connotations, but man, is it boring. Ahead of me, Olivia has returned to her default sullen, deflated gloom. She's not glaring back at me, so she's probably over whatever that was. Or she still doesn't know I'm here. Boy, will that be entertaining to see. Assuming I don't end up with a mechanical pencil jammed through a lens. The other students are similarly bored, only occasionally marking down something whenever it sounds like it'll be on a review sheet at the end of the week. There is, of course, no more note passing today. Miss Prockling's effusion yesterday must still be on their minds. There won't be any more chances given, and even though she doesn't seem threatening on her own, the consequences would be dire. Especially if she can call Solly over like her own personal enforcer. There's simply no getting around it. This is just a period we'll all have to sit through. And there isn't even any solidarity to be had in our shared misery. It's simply the reality of high school history class. The only saving grace is that she isn't stalking around the room looking for us to do something wrong. Instead, we're being lectured at. My hand mechanically copies down whatever she's written on the board. And while I should also be paying attention to what Miss Prockling is saying, I'm more than certain that we'll be reading the exact same things from our heavy textbook. So my eyes wander away from her and the board to scan over my peers, all equally as bored and feigning interest. Eventually, there's a bit of movement ahead of me. What's she up to now? Olivia folds a sheet of notebook paper back and forth discreetly, creating a deep crease. Then she licks her finger and runs it along the crease and gently pulls. The paper rips along the seam silently. Oh, is she really risking it? What's she even got to gain? It's just a note-passing game. Maybe she feels bad because she got caught yesterday? Oh boy. Olivia passes the note to her left. The student next to her raises an eyebrow, but surprisingly takes the note. And immediately passes it on without looking at it. One by one, my classmates pass the note along to the next. Nobody dares open the note and write something in. I surreptitiously keep track of the note in the corner of my eye as it makes its circuit around the room. Thankfully, Miss Prockling's eyes are focused on the board when I feel a tap on my shoulder. I reach for my ear as if to give it a scratch, and the folded page is pushed into my waiting fingers and against my ear. As I feel an edge grind against my earlobe, I chew my lip to keep the hiss of pain contained. Probably unintentional, but a paper cut still stings bad, especially on such a fleshy part. My fingers toy with the bundle of paper now at my desk. No one else had bothered with it. I wouldn't exactly call it an empty canvas, but there could be potential here. There's a crumpling noise beneath my fingertips. Must have unfolded it while I was thinking. Looking at the sole doodle on the sheet, I see a pretty simple rat drawing with a very realistic hand next to it giving a thumbs up. There's plenty of space this time. And Miss Prockling is preoccupied at the front. I doubt she'd even notice. The temptation is there, making my fingers itch at finally getting a real chance to do something fun in this sleep-inducing class. In fact, I've the perfect idea in mind that'd catch Olivia's attention. If that doesn't ruin everything, that is. She's not uncompassionate, but Miss Prockling has a lot less tolerance for horseplay in her class. We probably wouldn't get another chance. And going by Coach Solly's one-chance policy and how these guys aren't even considering playing along, I bet it really wouldn't be pretty. Kind of makes me concerned for Olivia. I could just hold on to the note. Heck, Olivia would never even know. I don't think she even knows I'm in this class. What's life without a bit of risk? I wait for Miss Prockling to start a new tangent to make sure I have enough time. She just said something about the single continent movement. Time to move. This is going to be basically a stick figure, but it's just a doodle. If only you could doodle a photograph. I'm not sure what I mean by that. I also don't know how to draw a wheelchair. In the end, it looks more like an abstract depiction of a bow-legged T-Rex than what I wanted. Oops. It'll have to do. I check it over one last time as if I had the conceptualization to improve it. Ah well. I pass the note forwards, careful to not notify the teacher. Olivia takes the note over her shoulder. She seems to deflate a bit on opening the note. Probably because of all the blank space. Doesn't look like she recognizes whatever I did either. Maybe I should talk about it with her after class? I don't know. Seems like an okay thing to do. She just passed the note again. What? Once more, the students take the note and pass it along without looking at it. Although this time it's a little more collectively annoyed. It probably won't go around again. Why the heck would Olivia send the note around again? Nobody's going to change their mind and draw something now. Is it desperation? Thoughtlessness? Whatever it is, the note's coming my way again. Once I take it, I confirm that yes, once again nobody else wrote anything. However, there is a new doodle of a rat with a flamethrower from Olivia. Cute. Alright, guess this time I'll draw... How about adding myself to the sketch of the half-pipe? This time I just depict myself as a stick figure. No use trying to go outside my skill level for a note-passing game. It's simple enough to do. I even include my sunglasses. Yeah, I'm liking this. Maybe I should also make sure Miss Prockling isn't looking my way. Yeah, she's not right now. I'm in luck. Alright, time to pass this on. I pass the note forward once more. Olivia pinches the note between two fingers, still not looking back. I keep saying that, but I guess it's not weird. Why would you look back in that situation? She checks the note and looks a bit down again. She glances up to the corner I'd drawn in. I nearly fall out of my seat from the sudden loud noise. There's a moment of unwavering silence before a voice speaks up.
Miss Halford?
The girl in question shrinks in her seat in embarrassment.
Sorry, Miss Prockling. I, saw a spider.
Miss Prockling simply sighs, muttering to herself and turning her attention back to writing more notes on the board. She turns her head back slowly, just enough to be able to make eye contact with me. While she eyes me with judging contempt and curiosity, I see her hand is tenderly massaging the tip of her tail. Looking at the floor, I think she managed to chip the linoleum. As soon as Prockling turns around to continue teaching, Olivia scribbles something down. She turns to look at me once more, hesitating. Then, she flicks the note in my direction. It completely misses me. I try to catch it mid-air, but end up slamming my face onto my desk to get it.
Mr. Nito, what was that noise?
I palm the note into my sleeve and strain to keep my injured eye open. The teacher probably meant the foot stomping. I found that spider, Miss Prockling. The teacher grimaces.
That better be cleaned up by the end of class then, Mr. Nito.
Yes, ma'am. I breathe a sigh of relief as my excuse weathers Miss Prockling's stare. She turns a few pages in a textbook lying on her desk, instructing the class to do the same as she searches for something. She's distracted. I can finally see what Olivia drew. There's now a surprisingly detailed dodgeball whizzing towards my stick figure's head. I want to be upset, but I find myself admiring her motion lines. Seriously, she should be an animator. I mull over what to add, and settle on giving the large rat sunglasses as well. A few seconds later, he looks twice as cool as before. I look up to Olivia, pondering how to get it back to her when a sinister idea comes to mind. Her hood hangs open as it rests on her back. It's a tough shot, but... Bingo. Olivia scratches at the back of her neck and finds the note. She looks back with squinted eyes, judging my intent and scanning me for foul play. She mouths something at me, a question I think, but I'm not the most apt lip reader, especially when said lips are thrice as long as a human's. Still, she unfolds the page, and seconds later she's already added a new sketch and folded it up. The note lands neatly on my desk this time, and I inspect the latest edition. More rats doing decidedly non-rat activities. I wonder what she'd think of a cat this time. We continue passing the sheet back and forth, adding new sketches and building off of others. My fingers are starting to tire when Miss Prockling addresses Olivia.
All right, Miss Halford, you may leave now. Everyone else, you may take the last 5 minutes to start on your homework.
Olivia takes her time to pack away her supplies, occasionally glancing my way. Gone is the paranoia. It's now become just plain confusion. As if I wouldn't play the doodle game thing with her. Even as she wheels out of the room, I notice her eyes still on me. I give her a wave goodbye, and she seems shocked by that, turning her head and finally passing through the doorway. Right then, homework. Aw, crap. It only now occurs to me there's a pretty good reason the teacher doesn't want us slacking off during class. For the last 5 minutes, I tried to speed read the second chapter in its entirety. Failing to get any good information to use for today's homework, I resolved to just check online for a lecture that's not as boring. Maybe one with some good animation, even. When the rest of us are finally excused, I realize that I've still got the page full of doodles. Considering all the stuff on it, it'd feel like a waste to just toss it away. I decide to keep it, slipping it into one of my binder's extra plastic sleeves. With everything safely packed away, I shoulder my backpack and exit the room. Man, now I get why Olivia gets to leave some classes early. The halls are so packed and chaotic once class ends, I always end up being pushed around by rowdy students headed towards their next classes. Once school ends, it's even worse. When I saw it yesterday, it was something else. The word riptide comes to mind. I ended up just waiting around for a few minutes for the flow to die down. It's looking like that's just going to be my routine now. I pass by a few more art displays on my way to the stairs back down to the first floor. This isn't the art wing, but there's still a bunch of displays up. Maybe there simply isn't enough space? Something presses into my chest and lurches me to a stop. It's Olivia, holding an arm out to stop me. She's still staring up at me, though less suspiciously. Her jaw opens, but no sound comes out. She realizes her hand is still out, and it retracts awkwardly, indecisively darting between her hoodie pocket and her armrest. Is she expecting something? Oh, the note maybe? Hey,
You could have told me
Huh?
that you were in Miss Prockling's class too. You could have mentioned that.
Sorry, guess I was sort of aiming for a bit of a dramatic reveal there. She brushes her hair aside.
Well, whatever. Later, I guess.
Why did you stop me out here? She stops her chair mid-turn, with gray eyes contemplating the dirty floor.
I don't really get you.
Olivia's eyes turn back to me, and now I can see the nervousness in her pupils.
Why do you care?
Why indeed? Well, I guess the main reason is... I want to be friends.
With me, though?
Sure. Those tiny moments in which I saw the Gator Girl hyperanimate come to mind, and I can't help but smile. Those small shows of just genuine feelings. I think Mr. Rioticon was right, honestly. Olivia hums in disagreement, finally turning away. Ah, crap. Maybe that was too forward of me. I swing my backpack around so I can reach inside it. I still have that note.
Note? What, with the doodles from class right now? Why?
Just figured you'd want it. It was fun filling it out and all. Just as I'm about to pull out my binder, the Gator Girl looks back at me and shakes her head.
It's just doodles. You can throw it at... Keep it. If it's so important.
For the briefest second, I swore I saw her mouth form a tiny smile. But now she's back to looking neutrally at... Huh, didn't notice the school had elevators. Why don't more people use it? She flashes a key from her pocket. So it's part of her accommodations. Makes sense. By now, the hallway has cleared up a bit. The elevator arrives and Olivia rolls in. She moves her arm to push the button and jams the key in some slot. What's the look for?
You coming?
Oh! I slide in beside Olivia just before the door closes. It's probably safe to catch your foot in and just reopen, but man, this thing is ancient. There's an inspection certificate lazily plastered above the door from this side. It's covered in coffee stains and other signs of age. Is this thing really safe? Olivia shrugs.
What's the worst that'd happen? Our legs break?
She eyes me with a smirk. This may have been a mistake. My heart drops as the space around me seems to drop for a split second. The sound of the worn-out elevator mechanics fills the cramped space. How How slow is this thing? I look over to Olivia. She uses this thing daily. Surely it normally runs smoother. Her mouth hangs slightly open in an amused grin, watching my sudden onset claustrophobia.
Relax, dude. This is normal.
Alright, this is normal. This thing jostling around like it's going to drop us at any second is completely normal. When we reach the bottom, the doors clunk open and I practically fall out. Olivia casually rolls from behind. Somehow, I sense it's with a degree of superiority.
Anyway, see you later.
Oh, yeah. See you. Olivia rounds a corner and I'm left on my lonesome. My senses return to me and I start making my way to the metro station. As I make the journey home, it strikes me how much progress I've made with Olivia. It's definitely still in its awkward phase, but I can see that she's opening up little by little. And it's starting to become amusing seeing her get confused by my friendly gestures. All in all, I got a pretty good feeling about this. Liz and Ben sure were overreacting though. I'll be sure to tell them all about it. A week into September has come and gone, and I'm finally feeling acclimated to St. Hammond. Things have been going pretty smoothly lately, if I do say so myself. Over the past week or so, I've been getting more and more used to my new friends, learning new quirks of them daily over lunch and in our classes. Like Olivia's penchant for tail whips. As I sit on the metro to school, my foot comes up to prod at the tender spot on my shin. I also learned not to borrow Olivia's stuff without asking. She usually tries to keep to herself, even when we're partnered up, but I do my best to play nice. Not to say she's being rude or anything, just quiet. More and more, I kind of figured that part of her silence was just nerves. Accepting that silent facet, I think we found some small understanding between us. Enough that I think she's starting to see me as a friend now. Among other things, Damien and Liz had given me their numbers. Or rather, Damien gave me both his and Liz's numbers. At first, I thought that Liz would be mad that Damien had basically doxed her, but she didn't seem to mind when he explained his reasons. I also got Ben's number since he figured we'd be doing a lot more team projects in photography class. My eyes roll over the past messages from my new friends. I became so engrossed rereading them that I nearly missed the announcement of my stop. I scrambled to get off the metro in time. However, the closing doors caught my jacket and forced me to yank it out before I was dragged down the tracks. Not going to let that bring my mood down though. It's Friday, meaning after today comes the weekend. It's a quick walk from the station, and I can see the school enter my field of view now. The school looks completely barren. Is it closed? Weird. I look around at some of the small stores that surround the school, the ones that are usually staffed by student workers. They're also empty. One of them has lights on, but it just looks like the manager's looking over some paperwork inside. I don't recall any announcement about a holiday today, and while I admit to having forgotten what day it was in the past, I am absolutely certain it's Friday. So where is everyone? Even the entryway to the school is barren. The door probably won't even open. Yep. Hello? I dance a bit in front of the camera, watching the door. It does not respond. You know what? Damien would know what's going on. I flip through my contacts and find Damien's number. I put the phone to my ear and pray that he picks up. After a minute or so of waiting, the dial tone cuts off and is replaced by Damien's voice.
Yo, what up, Nico?
Hey, Damien. I'm at the school right now, and it looks like no one's here. Know what that's about?
Huh? What are you...
There's a brief pause on the other end of the line.
Oh! Didn't you hear?
Hear what?
Today's the last warm day of the season, so everyone's celebrating.
Celebrating?
Yeah, we're actually having a cookout at my place today. Say, you want to come over?
The generous but spontaneous offer causes me to hesitate for a moment to respond. Thanks for the offer, Damien, but it's alright. I wouldn't want to intrude on your guys' party.
What? It's no big deal at all, dude. My folks enjoy the company, and there's gonna be plenty to eat, too. Plus, Olivia's here as well.
I weigh my options. Either go to the party, or I could just take the metro back home and sit in my room doing nothing.
Inky, you still there, buddy?
Yeah, still here. Was just clearing my schedule. You sure it wouldn't be an issue?
Of course not, amigo. A friend of mine is a friend of the family.
Well, alright then.
Nice. I'll text you the address. See you soon, compadre.
With that, the call ends, and not a few seconds later, I get a text notification.
61-193 Crichton Road. Go the long way around. The neighbor doesn't chain his dog, lol.
I copy and paste the address on my Google Maps, and... looks like Damien lives pretty close to the school. Of course, it's a little longer taking Damien's instructions, but I'm not about to try outrunning a loose dog with my physique. (61-189, 61-191). Here it is. 61-193. The house looks standard for a home in this neck of the woods. Or neighborhood. It's a one-story place, but it looks pretty spacious. Definitely a family house. I walk up the stone step path to the front door and ring the doorbell. The grocery bag wrapped around my fingers is starting to chafe a bit. I could have just come right away, but it felt bad coming over empty-handed, so I got something for the party. A simple salad bowl from one of the local stores on the way over. It doesn't seem like much, but as my mom taught me, it's courteous to come to a party with something. Actually, I realize how ill-prepared I look for an end-of-summer celebration. With Damien mentioning a pool, everyone else must either be wearing casual clothes or swimwear. Meanwhile, here I am looking overly formal, not like I could have thought to bring swim trunks to school. The door swings open and out steps Damien.
Inko? Wow, man, you're crazy early. And you've come bearing gifts.
Yep, here I am. I didn't want to come empty-handed, so I stopped by the store and got a salad.
Aw, you didn't have to, dude.
seriously though, you really didn't have to. My family and I are carnivores. But thanks. Still, it's like not even 10, man.
Oh, you didn't give me a time, so...
Nah, that's my bad. Still, since you're here already, come on in.
Well, don't I feel silly. Damien still accepts the grocery bag and chucks it off to the side somewhere.
Come on, everyone's out back right now.
He turns back, making for a sliding door on the opposite end of the house. Following after, I barely have time to take in what I think is the living room and dining room. There's a number of toys strewn about, foam dart guns and loose game controllers. Damien opens the glass door and gives me a small push out of the house.
Hey everyone, we've got a guest already.
Stepping out onto a wooden deck, I'm surprised to see the pool and yard. To the left of me is what looks to be an older, heavier set version of Damien.
Well, howdy there.
Hello, sir. I'm Inko. He shifts the barbecue tongs from his right hand to his left so that he can shake my hand.
Randy Payne. You could just call me Randy, though.
I hide the grimace as we shake hands, feeling what I'm guessing is a very sticky marinade now clinging to my palm.
Didn't think someone would come this early. I just finished getting the good stuff all sauced up.
As soon as he lets go, he focuses back on the piles of different meats heaped up next to the grill. Meanwhile, I grab some nearby napkins to wipe the sauce from my hand. Oh, what's on the menu?
Let's see here. We got brisket, flanks, ribs, sirloin, tenderloin, top sirloin, bottom sirloin, rounds, and shanks.
That's a lot of cow.
All marinated in my special mix of wet rub and dry rub seasoning.
Oh wow, that's a lot, Randy.
Me, Damien, and Soph will be doing it in shifts. If you're interested, I'll let you lend a hand too, if the missus doesn't rope you into carrying too much around.
Sure, sounds fun. I've never actually grilled before.
It's not too tough, you'll see.
Now that I'm here, I can finally ask Damien the question that's been on my mind. Hey Damien, so I've been curious this whole time. What exactly is this celebration anyway?
Oh yeah, I haven't told you yet. Well, you see,
Before Damien can properly explain, a motherly voice cuts him off.
Damien, sweetie, you shouldn't keep your baby brother waiting any longer.
At the mention of the younger sibling, a tiny Damien clone jumps over the deck railing and...
Acid punch!
Oh God, why? Why?
Finny! Look, bro, just like from Power Raptors. I told you I could do it. Oh, I'm so sorry, dear. Vincent, this is why I don't want you watching those violent shows.
The younger dino isn't listening. He's already run off to find another victim.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Was that really acid?
No. But here, you should wipe that off. Now.
I take the towel handed to me and wipe off the splotch on my pants from where Vincent had punched.
Dilophosaurus spit only gets more acidic after they reach puberty.
I begin to rub away the spittle from my pants with a bit more urgency.
Thankfully, he's more me than his mother. Otherwise, you'd need a new pair of pants.
Wait, that's an actual thing? Randy laughs.
So, you must be Damien's new friend from school, Inko?
Indeed I am, Mrs. Payne.
You can just call me Sophia, dear.
Speaking of school, Damien told me that you were there. Why'd you be going there today of all days?
Honestly, I didn't even realize that today's a holiday. Usually I mark them on my calendar, but it must have flown over my head.
It's no worries then. It's mainly us dinos who celebrate it.
Yeah, Damien told me a bit about it, but I'm not sure I fully understand.
In that case, I'd be more than glad to clue you in. It's called Summer's End, as today marks the last warm day of the season. After this, fall and winter start rolling in.
Huh, interesting. Well, this'll probably make me sound stupid for asking, but how come you celebrate it?
To put it simply, the cold might be manageable for warm bloods, but for us reptiles, it's no bueno. So we spend the last day soaking in the sun and enjoying the warm weather before it starts getting chilly.
Ah, that makes sense.
Next thing you know, everyone's wearing extra layers and putting up the heat lamps. Though it apparently used to be Ice Age levels of frigid back in my granddad's age, so I guess we can consider ourselves lucky. Otherwise, we'd be nothing but a couple of popsicles with our tails for sticks.
The patriarch lets out a laugh that's as infectious as his son's. He wipes a tear from his eye as he goes back to flipping the meat on the grill.
Anywho, we're gonna start cooking up the food, so make yourself comfortable.
Thank you, sir. I mean, Randy. While Damien's dad attends to the grill, I move to the banister overlooking the pool. It's filled with a couple of aquatic toys and air-filled floaties. Man, I wish my place had a pool. Well, I do have extra jeans at home. Ruining one pair won't be a huge issue. Nah, on second thought, it'd be real annoying to deal with drying off and going home. I wonder how deep...
The hell are you doing here?
I was invited! Focus on her face, not the other thing. What the heck are you doing here?
I live here, moron.
Crap. Right. Damien even told me on the way.
Anyways. No, really. Why are you here?
Nobody was at school when I got there.
Huh?
Yeah, checked the doors and everything.
They announced the holiday yesterday in homeroom. Didn't you hear it?
That's what Liz said over the PA yesterday? I thought that was the school's anthem or something. Huh. No wonder everyone was staring as I saluted. Must have not been paying attention. But yeah, asked Damien what was up. He said there's some event going on and invited me. Olivia sinks a bit into the water. Actually... stupid question, but... Are you really okay to swim? There's that glare again.
Of course. Why wouldn't I be?
Well, you know. Thankfully, she gets what I'm saying. Sorry? She simply rolls her eyes.
I like it in the water.
I kinda wish I knew about all this earlier. I'd have brought my trunks.
Ew, no, I'm not sharing my pool with you.
What? Why not? Instead of answering me verbally, Olivia's tail whips up some water at me like a large wave.
Yo, Ingo, come check this out!
Olivia takes the opportunity to slink back into the water. I think she's doing a weird version of the dead man's float. Well, whatever. What's Damien yelling about? Yeah, Damien?
Well, first, my little bro has something to say to you.
Sorry for giving you an acid punch, Inky.
Looks like he taught his younger sibling about my nickname, too. It's alright.
Vinny!
Vinny extends his hand for a handshake, though it's obscured by his sleeves.
And secondly, we need a few chairs out here. We got some folding ones, but also some from the kitchen.
Got it.
They're cheap wood, not real heavy at all. After the chairs, we can do the table together. Mom would be pissed if that got dropped.
Why?
It's the only one we got. And after everything's set, we can play something fun, okay, little man?
Vincent grins and bolts back toward the house. Damien chuckles and we both follow after the kid.
Ah!
The table drops the few inches we were able to lift it with a hard crash back onto the tile. I'd be worried about the cracks, but the floor is already pretty shattered around here from the years. This table must actually be their gold storage, and it's just painted to look like wood. That's the only explanation. We catch our breaths and give our strained muscles a moment to relax.
Why can't Olivia help us? She's super strong.
Olivia's enjoying herself in the pool, bro. We don't want to ruin her time.
Her chair thing has wheels. We can use that.
I think it might be a bit small.
Aw, no fair. She's gonna go to her room soon. Why can't she help?
Hey, come on, not in front of any guests, yeah?
It's true, though.
You don't know that, come on.
The Damien Mini-Me pouts.
I think I got a better grip on the table now. Let's try one more time.
Okay. I'm ready. 1, 2...
Wait.
Huh?
What's up?
Oh, Mom must have been talking about the plastic table in the garage, not the dining room table.
You're right.
What?
Guess we gotta haul this thing back into the dining room, fellas.
Great. After getting the suspiciously heavy table back inside, Damien and I carry the much lighter plastic one out the door. As I catch my breath, I notice the younger dinosaur is gone. Maybe he ran off to do something else. Either way, I guess now's the time to ask. Hey, Damien.
Yeah?
What was that about Olivia going to her room?
Huh? Oh, sorry. Yeah,
An awkward silence fills the air for a few moments.
It's just... she doesn't really stick around for family events like this, is all. Regular introvert stuff, you know? It's no big deal.
And your parents are okay with that?
Why wouldn't they be? She's her own person.
Right.
She usually makes appearances for food, though. Hey, speaking of food, you want to go check on the grill?
Why? There's no way the food is done by now.
I know, I just like the smell.
Oh, alright then.
Sweet, let's go.
As we make our way over to where Damien's dad is manning the grill, I catch a whiff of the spices and marinades applied to all the meat. Sophie is accompanying him, helping to place the meat on the grill.
How's it coming along, Pops? You making any how I like 'em?
You know it, son. Have a look for yourselves.
He steps aside and lets us gaze at the variety of barbecue set over the flames. The smell of it cooking and the symphonic sizzling sound has my mouth watering in seconds.
Good, right?
I'll say.
Randy uses a pair of tongs to grab a piece of steak that looks halfway cooked.
The secret is that you gotta let these babies have some time getting seared on each side. That way it really hones in the flavor. Whoops.
There's a bout of silence between everyone as we all stare down at the piece of meat on the floor.
It's not too ruined. Hey, Olivia, you want it?
A pair of eyes appear over the edge of the pool.
Sure, toss it in.
What's this now? Randy proceeds to chuck the steak right into the water as one would do with chum to attract fish.
Jeez. Anywho, since you're our first guest, Inko, you get the honor of getting choice picks. Which one you want?
Oh, I don't want to impose or anything.
Nonsense. Besides, better to get in your picks now before the other guests arrive later.
Hey, think of it as payback for all the soda and chips you've been getting us. Come again.
Well, guess a burger is more convenient. I don't get to attend a family barbecue every day.
Excellent choice, Inko. Want it rare, medium rare, or well done?
Hey, Inko, go for the rare.
Damien licks his lips as he says that. Rare. What the Oh, carnivores. Right. I'm pretty sure a raw burger would kill me. I'll take my burger well done.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll want ketchup with it too, huh?
Come on, Damien. One well done burg. Coming right up.
Yeah, not going to take any chances.
Just saying, you're missing out, amigo.
I'm pretty sure your mother was just messing with him. We'd never serve that sort of thing to a guest. There's no way we could afford the suit.
Mr. Randy lets out a hearty guffaw as he leaves the burgers on his grill.
It's alright, son. Though it may not look like it, Volcadera has its share of humans. From what I know, you guys can eat about anything, right? Raw meat aside.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Must be nice to be able to just grab whatever's on sale at the market. Meat prices these days are getting pretty crazy.
I've seen some of that synthetic meat around. That might be cheaper. Why not try it out? Sorry. There's one taboo I stumbled into head first. Noted. I, better change the subject before things get any more awkward. So, hey, Damien. I've been curious this whole time. What exactly is this summer's end celebration anyway?
Didn't my dad tell you earlier? It's the last warm day of the year, or whatever.
Yeah, I get that part. But why is it a holiday?
Ah, that.
Actually, I don't really remember either. Guess I should have been paying more attention at school.
It's a bit concerning he doesn't know this much about his own culture he's currently celebrating. Actually, it probably doesn't even need a reason. Why would you? It's just the last warm day of the year. Any excuse for get-togethers is fine in my book. The kid flumps down hard on the grass in the way only children can without shattering something.
Ah, and we don't gotta go to school. It's nice and warm, and we get to eat real good. I think those Mayans had the right idea. Vinny!
Mayans, yeah? Hey, Inko, are you a
Alright, it's about ready. It's about time the guests showed up too, isn't it?
They'll be here in a minute. Oh, Olivia?
Across the yard, Olivia is at the rim of the pool, preparing to haul herself out.
Are you going in so soon?
Yeah?
Are you sure you don't want to wait until the others get here?
Yeah, wait till the food's ready so we can all eat together.
I'd rather not. I just have a lot of art stuff I have to do. Sorry.
Damien's little brother steps out from the small deck.
But you said we play sometime today.
She tries to back her uncertain tone up with a shaky smile.
Maybe later, Vinny. Have fun?
She lifts herself from the pool and kneels atop her chair. I'm confused at how her legs work, but my best guess is that perhaps they only do above the knees. Turning about, her hands carefully set her feet down on the chair's footrests. Fully settled into the chair, Olivia rolls herself to the sliding back door of the house.
Think the table is just about set. Now we really are just waiting on the others. Damien, has your friend texted you at all?
Yeah, Liz said she'd be here about now.
Oh, it's Liz? Nice.
She's bringing her uncle too.
Oh, snap! That's nice. I'll bust out the brewskis then.
In fact...
Damien shields his eyes and looks upward behind me. I turn too, but at this angle I can't see anything.
Yeah, they're in the front yard. I'll go get them.
Damien rushes through the back door into the house. A moment later, he emerges again, as if to show off the new guests.
Come on, don't make it weird. Hi, everyone. Oh, Inko, you're here.
Yeah, I got roped in.
Neat. Come on, Uncle Mike, through here.
Hey now, I'm not that old.
A giant figure lumbers through the doorway. That is not what I told him to get.
Hey, Michael! Randy, how have you been?
The two pat each other's backs and give a firm handshake.
Doing good, doing good. How about yourself? What's with the ridiculous getup? Is it Mardi Gras? Haha, no, nothing like that. I've just been trying to relate a bit more to the younger generation recently. It seems we're just too different these days and all. Oh, come on, leave that stuff to the kids.
Then he sees me.
Oh,
Mr. Ferris?
you know him? Yeah, we've met.
He takes the same train as me.
He's been helping me. Recommended I try this chain out.
Liz jerks her head my direction furiously. I'm gonna get it later. Oh God, really regretting the handshake now.
think he popped all my bones at once. The food will be ready soon. Inko, your turn on the grill. Don't worry, kid. All you gotta do is keep an eye on the meat and make sure they don't catch on fire.
Damien's father leaves after I nod. The rest, too, heading to where Damien, Vinny, and I had just set the chairs and table. Turning to the grill with a grimace, I swallow my nerves and take up the tongs. Right, nothing to worry about. Okay, nothing bad so far.
Hey,
Ah! Oh. Sorry.
Hey Liz, what are you doing here?
Oh, everyone else is talking about Randy's cooking, and I figured I'd see what's on the menu. What do you think I'm doing? Why on earth are you getting my uncle to dress like he's going to be in a music video?
He asked for help.
You thought that was good help?
Yes, he just didn't take it right. Across the yard, Vinny's jumping at the shiny object. Mr. Ferris caves and lends it to him. See? Problem solved. Ignoring Vinny now strutting around like a gangster.
Oh man, whatever. What's actually cooking?
I motion to the silver trays spread out next to the grill. It's a lot of meat. Actually, aren't you a herbivore, Liz?
I am, but I think Damien thought ahead for me.
Wait, wasn't that the salad I brought?
I knew he wouldn't forget about me like that. Anyway, is Olivia out here?
She was just in the pool, decided to go inside. Liz's head is still for a moment, as if she's in thought. Apparently it's a common thing with her.
Yeah. I was hoping she'd have stuck around for once.
So she does this often?
Every time Damien's folks throw a party, she slips away to her room. I sometimes see her at her window.
Her eyes motion me to turn and look at a particular window. I can't really see from this angle. Why would now be any different then? Liz shoots me a knowing look. What?
Well, I figured she was opening up a little to you.
I mean, I guess, to some degree. Not like I have any frame of reference. At best, I can kind of talk to Olivia now. What? Did you just hiss at me?
No.
Then what?
Oh God!
Spinning around, I see that something has caught on fire. I grab whatever it is with the tongs and flail it around, hoping the air would put it out. It works well enough, but it's pretty burnt.
Well, that one's a lost cause.
I give the piece of charcoal a careful look, and yeah, it doesn't look edible in the least. I put it to the side and turn back to face Liz. Anyway, what were you saying about Olivia opening up?
Yeah, it's strange, but also good. Certainly a bit surreal after all this time.
Liz lets out a sigh and shrugs.
Well, it's a shame, but it is what it is. Anyway, I want to go catch up with the others. See you around.
Liz returns to the rest of the gathering, leaving me alone with the grill once again. Burnt piece of meat aside, the rest of the food is looking good. Still, I'm not exactly the best grill master. Not like it matters too much to Damien's folk, Whether food's actually cooked or not is purely an aesthetic matter. A couple more flips and the meat is brown and sizzling, which is good enough in my book to put them along with the other finished pieces. Think I'm about done with my shift. Damien's turn is next. He's just going to be wrapping up these last few things. It doesn't take me long to spot him chatting with Liz, who's enraptured with whatever guaranteed high-concept discussion they're having. "Hey, Damien!" Damien's frilled things perk a bit as he turns around to face me.
Your turn on the grill.
You got it, hombre.
He waves Liz over and takes firm hold of the spatula.
Okay, time to get some more.
He suddenly pauses as his eyes fall upon the charred remains of a once juicy and savory piece of meat. He picks up the piece of meat and inspects it before chomping down on it with a single bite.
Okay, I'll finish cooking the last pieces. Inky, if you'd be an awesome dude, can you start serving the others what's ready to chow on?
I give Damien a nod and grab the tray of cooked meat. I take the tray over to the eagerly waiting crowd with all the care to be expected from someone surrounded by very hungry meat-eating saurians. Upon seeing the platter of delectable edible flesh, they stopped what they were doing and began to gather around the table.
And then I said, "Well, it's 'cause you look like a student yourself, miss."
Ha! Oh, that's rich coming from you.
Me. Is finally here, Vincent. Now remember your manners. Hopefully with my salad, too.
Seems like everyone's having a pretty good time with their meal. They even eat the ones that I cooked, though I can see Damien's little brother making a slight face of disgust. Still winds up chomping on the meat anyway. All in all, I'm pretty satisfied with how my cooking turned out. I take a seat next to Damien and Liz and prepare my meal before I dig in. Gotta go with the tried and true. Ketchup and nothing more. With my burger prepared, I go in for my first bite. Got to say, Damien's dad did a great job with the patty.
So, what do you think, Inko?
I give a thumbs up and smile as best as I can with a full mouth. The elder dinosaur gives me a toothy, sauce-stained grin in return. I can see where Damien gets that toothy grin of his. Savoring the well-cooked meat patty and buns with each bite, I slowly lose myself in the party's mood. Though I feel more ancillary from it, seeing the adults lost in work while Damien and Liz are handling the excitable Vinny. Humming around a mouthful of burger, my eyes wander. The entire yard is smaller than mine, and there are tons of toys scattered in the low-cut grass. Not too many plants either, just the grass and a couple of shrubs running alongside the fence. The word quaint comes to mind. Maybe intimate. I could picture the kinds of events that happen back here. I shake my head, clearing my photographer's mind away. It's Damien's place, private property. I'd have to ask before I do anything camera-related. Thinking about it though, I do have my camera securely stored in my backpack inside the home. A part of me considers grabbing it, and as I look back toward the house, I spy a certain someone at their window. Olivia leers out across the yard. She's too far away to tell what exactly she's staring at. That must be her room then. Her gaze shifts a bit. I still can't see what she's looking at, but it's in my direction. Or Damien's? He's sitting next to me. I carefully trace where her eyes are focused, leaning to the side and slowly coming to the plate in my hand. Checking back, She's laser focused on something. I wonder. I slowly lift the plate up and Olivia's head tilts upward with it. I lower it and her head tilts downward. A part of me wants to test this further, except that'd be a real waste of food. Whatever illusion she was under is shattered with a shake of her head. I can imagine Olivia's annoyed growl as she turns her snout up at me and returns to whatever it is she was doing. So she does want some. Why not come out? Well, I'm sure nobody would mind if I just brought a plate in and left it. Besides, my fingers are sticky from all the finger food, to the point where they stick to my paper plate. It's actually kinda gross. Now I remember why I avoid it normally. Ungluing my fingers from the plate, Damien's mother notices my plight.
You can use the kitchen sink for that, Inko. Or the pool.
Sticking my thoroughly marinated fingers into the pool? That just seems like a future issue for whoever has to clean it up later. Thank you, ma'am. I think I'll use the sink. Damien's already gotten up for thirds, so there's plenty. I load up a new paper plate with a steak and whatever remains of the ribs and discreetly head inside. Thankfully, the sliding door is partially open, just enough so that I can use my foot to push it the rest of the way open. There's a coffee table in the living room. That's as good a place as any. And the kitchen's right there. I'll just rinse my hands off a bit. Making liberal use of the dish soap, I start scrubbing my hands thoroughly. While I feel the stickiness start to unstick itself, I look out the window. Damien's parents seem to be focused on Vinny, but Damien is still shooting looks to the left. The hyperactive hybrid shoots up from his seat, disappearing from view. Wonder where he...
Woo!
Dang, clothes still on and all. Kid was serious about washing hands in the pool. Man, I could have gone for a dip myself. The AC in here makes a huge difference. It must be 90 degrees out today. There's plenty of soda, so I'm not in danger of dehydration at least. But geez, I'm only noticing just how warm I still am from stepping inside. I'm surprised there's no steam rising from me. I look a little red too. Good thing I didn't bring any sunscreen. Crap. It's not that bad yet. Maybe the Pains have some sunscreen around. No, they're reptiles. They wouldn't have any. Maybe I'll just have to deal with it. My knuckles start hurting from being wrung so much. The smell isn't gone yet, though. Anyway, should be clean enough to... Both of us are frozen still, locked in a staring contest. The steak shoved in her mouth, she stares like a deer caught in headlights. She spits the steak back on the plate in her lap and grips the insides of her sleeves. It takes me a moment to collect myself to muster up some conversation. Yeah, your delivery came in. You want a soda with that? The joke goes unlaughed at. I tried.
May as well. Need to get to the fridge.
Oh, sorry. I step to the side to give Olivia enough space. She rolls herself over to the fridge, opens it up and rummages through. We exchange a few awkward glances, to the point that it's palpable in the air. So, what are you doing?
Getting a soda.
The kid's taken your spot in the swimming pool.
That's fine. I'm just gonna go crash in my room.
When there's still a party going on outside?
I'm busy with art stuff.
Stuffing the soda can in her coat pocket, Olivia redirects herself and, with a flick of her tail, closes the fridge. But what about the party?
What about it?
It's still going on.
And look, I've got stuff to work on.
Even though it's a holiday, it seems like the perfect time to get together with friends and family and...
I'm not their family if you haven't noticed. And I'm not going to be here for much longer.
That's a new look from her. Was it because of what I said? Olivia?
What?
There's a couple different things dancing atop my tongue that I wish to say. Some would be too intrusive, especially after what she'd just said. One, however, sticks out the most, especially after she had brought up working on it. And I genuinely want to see Olivia's process. Would you, mind some company?
What?
Seems pretty empty in the house to be by your lonesome, so maybe it'd be nice to hang out. Plus, I've been wanting to see your art for a while, especially as I recall her freshman piece that's displayed right next to the principal's office. I'll even show you some of my stuff. I have my portfolio drive in my backpack after all. I have to hold back my laugh as a silly strangled noise of surprised confusion escapes her mouth. Is that an okay then?
No. It's just... I don't want anyone else in my room.
Then how about the living room? I motion at the well-loved couch nearby. She hums in thought for a moment.
Are you really that interested?
Yes. I've been wanting to see your work ever since I found out that the cityscape piece in the gala was yours. Olivia clutches her hands together tightly.
Okay, fine. If you're so interested, you can watch.
She wheels herself back towards a shut door.
Need to get my stuff set up first, though.
Sure, I'll be here on the couch. I kind of feel bad for missing out on the party too, but I doubt I'll ever get another chance like this. Olivia returns with a small easel, already set up with a half-finished painting. She takes a moment to shift herself from her wheelchair to the end of the couch, right next to me. She's pretty close to me. I can feel her thigh barely brush against mine, but I'll try to pay it no mind. The painting looks like a bust of a nondescript dino guy. Although with how vibrant these guys are, it could easily be a portrait of someone specific.
This isn't that good.
She rips the page off and crumples it in her hands. Starting over then?
Don't interrupt.
She takes a deep breath. The paintbrush nears the canvas, slowly and gracefully, although it's clear her nerves are getting to her.
Okay. Wait.
Olivia looks down for a moment before she jerks her head back up, her face gaining a reddish hue.
Dude, why'd you scoot so close to me?
I didn't. You're the one who sat next to me.
Oh,
She looks away for a moment, realizing how over the top her reaction was. Olivia then does a double take at me, her brows furrowing.
what's wrong with your skin?
I was born like this.
Shut up, that's not... You know what? Yes, it is. But I mean, it's... red.
Oh, yeah, I think I'm sunburnt. As I look over the red splotches on my hands, Olivia raises her own and touches one. Ow! Why?
Jeez, that really hurts?
Yeah, it does. I didn't think to get sunscreen on the way over. There wouldn't happen to be any here, right? Point taken.
But there's some of those spiky plants outside. Aloe something, I think. Just snap a leaf off. Mrs. Payne won't care. Probably.
Think I've heard something about that plant before. Yeah. Alright, guess I'll give it a shot. I get up and head back out the front door. Lo and behold, there were in fact a number of those spiky plants around. I walk up to the nearest one and carefully grab the leaf in a spot with dull spikes. It bends and snaps off pretty easily. Man, this looks about good enough to eat, but it probably tastes awful. Is it really good for curing sunburnt skin? Back inside, Olivia's started painting again. She gazes intently at the page. And the plate of food I had brought in had been cleaned. Olivia holds one last rib in her mouth like a cigarette. It waggles up and down between her teeth, in tune with her brush strokes. When she sees me, she crunches the bone in two and swallows the last of it whole. I bring up the aloe leaf. This it? She nods and extends a hand to grab it. I hand her the thick leaf, and she extends a single claw. Once she catches the edge of the skin, she makes quick work peeling the husk off. You do that often?
Not me. Sophia uses it a lot to make smoothies for the family and healing salves for Vinny. They're real pretty, too.
Olivia blinks, coughs, and grimaces.
To, paint, I mean.
Natural homemade healing recipe, huh? Gonna have to ask for that later. Could come in handy down the line. I move to remove my jacket so the aloe can be applied properly. But I don't get far before I notice Olivia's face turning a darker shade again.
No! No need to remove your jacket. Just roll up your sleeves and put the jelly on your neck.
She hands me now exposed aloe jelly, all the while doing her best to not lock eyes with me. After rolling up my sleeves, I scoop out a dollop of the opaque substance. The feeling of relief hits me the moment I spread it across my neck. Man, this feels good. I start applying more to my nose, cheeks, and most importantly, the top of my head. As I do, I watch Olivia continue her painting, paying extra attention to her brush strokes. The way she moves it down the canvas with such smoothness and gentleness shows her level of concentration. Not too rushed, but also not that overly focused on the art either. Using the last of the aloe to cover my arms, I'm fully covered in the rudimentary remedy. I take a second to throw the husks away in the kitchen trash, catching a glimpse of the party outside. Everyone looks like they're having a good time out there. Except for Mrs. Sophia, who's currently trying to chase a very soaked Vinny with a towel. Back on the couch, Olivia's painting is starting to take a more defined shape. Unlike the cityscape piece, however, it looks more organic. She continues to paint in silence, occasionally doing a quick glance at me to see if I'm still watching. I don't want to poke at Olivia for no real reason, but this might just be my only chance to ask. Hey, Olivia. Your family, the Paynes, they seem like a lively bunch.
What's that supposed to mean?
Like, I knew Damien was eccentric, but I can see he gets it from the rest of your family.
First of all, the Paynes are my godparents. Secondly, yeah, they are.
So, how long have you known them for? Olivia pauses for a moment mid-brush stroke, but then continues.
Practically my whole life. Damien and I have known each other since we were carpet crocs. And his parents have known my dad since, well, forever. Since before we were even neighbors.
Ah, friends of the family?
Pretty much. Whole reason why I'm living with them.
Her muzzle clamps shut.
Forget what I just said.
The words were spoken with a tone tinged bitter with something. A tone I felt very familiar with whenever my own family is brought up. Sure. The only sounds left now are her brush strokes on the canvas. My focus turns back to the patch of blotchy red and pale acrylic oil slowly forming across the white expanse. Occasionally, Olivia's gray eyes would glance my way before going back to her work. Compared to the more rapid pace of time-lapse art videos I had viewed, she was more deliberate with each of her movements. Pretty obvious since most of those were done digitally, another thing I'd not considered. Still, staring at the painting in progress itself, there's something uncanny about it. It's now more formed, definitely looking like something. Cupping my chin with one hand in contemplation, I use the other to try and trace out the peachy pale and vibrant red colors. Olivia looks back to me again, and a glint of something shines through her eyes.
Hold that pose now.
Hey! How long have you been using me as a layman doll? Her hand fails to cover up the snort that comes from her nose, followed by a gremlin-like cackle.
Consider it the price to see my process.
I want a refund.
Nope.
Looking again, it's slowly becoming an oil bust of my burnt face.
Like looking in a mirror, eh?
Can't you at least get my good angle?
Nope.
Turning back to the mural du melanoma, Olivia starts adding in a blotch of cream by my head. A sigh escapes my lips.
Hey, I said stay still.
Why? And I'm not that red. Another high-pitched giggle comes out of Olivia.
It's called artistic license.
Well, it needs to be revoked. Despite being the butt of her joke, I feel myself smiling. Must be the new sounds from her. It's the first time I think I've seen her happy outside of the Otacons class. And yeah, that laugh of hers is kind of infectious. The silence returns, though the mood feels much lighter now. I feel so stiff right now. I don't know how long I've been holding this pose. If I had to guess from the sunlight filtering into the house, it's at least been an hour. La peinture rouge was almost done, and it was staring back at me with the most intense eyes. Olivia's attention was left on one final detail, the hand holding my chin. I'm thankful she'd finished the sunglasses first, because the reflected light from the sliding back door had been searing my retina. Olivia,
Hush!
she turns her head and focuses entirely on the hand held by my ear. Pupils moving rapidly to try and take in every last detail. Her fingers twitch as her hand hovers over the painted hand. Her eyes are now shifting between my hand and my eyes. Her hand is now quaking, and a growing redness suffused her face. The more she looks toward my eyes, the more her arm shakes and face brightens. Finally, she turns away from me entirely, bringing both of her arms with her and away from me and the canvas.
Okay.
Okay? Her cheeks puff out as she exhales her held breath.
Okay.
Finally, she turns her cherry red face to the canvas and inspects the near complete portrait.
I'll come back to this later.
Can I?
Yeah, you can drop your hand now.
Finally. I lay back on the couch, feeling my spinal cord pop in rapid succession.
I said your hand.
Can't. I attempt to stretch my arm in front of me. And because of my stiffened muscles, my forearm is pulled back toward my face. I repeat the motion several times, the movement helping to ease the muscle until finally my arm doesn't feel spring-loaded. While I was busy trying to fix my arm, Olivia was packing up the canvas.
That's about it. You can go join the others or whatever.
She drags the canvas, easel, and acrylic tubes back to her room. I wonder if she'll keep that one. And I wonder if she'll stay in her room again. We've been inside for a while. I don't think anyone outside has noticed we've been gone. Vinny and Damien seemed to accept that Olivia would stay inside. But... Wait. I've caught her a bit off guard. If I'm going outside, it would be rude of me to leave without saying bye, at least. She looks at me quizzically.
Sure.
But I think I'll try staying until the end. This has probably been the best day I've had since I moved here. And my first real friends in a long while. I'm glad to have been invited. She's not leaving, but she's scanning me suspiciously. Damien's been a great friend, and his folks have been really nice to me. Better than my own parents, even. You're lucky to have them, I think.
I guess. Good for you. Have fun with that. I really need to.
I think you should come along. She freezes.
What?
Her eyes widen and some of the color leaves her face.
No, I can't.
Why not?
Mr. and Mrs. Payne. They already have Vincent and Damien to worry about, and right now they're hosting all the other guests. They've got plenty to deal with already. I'm not worth the accommodations. Just leave it. Let them be normal. Even then, it's like I said, I don't have much time left.
That's a little overly harsh. And it was every argument she had. They're the kind of arguments that come from desperation and guilt to convince herself it's for her own good. Maybe it's a little presumptuous, but that's at least the sort of thoughts I've had reading notes from my parents allotting me resources like I'm just an anthropomorphized mouth. Certainly doesn't seem like I'm worth it to them sometimes. But they're your godparents, right? They're helping your folks, yeah, but they chose to have you here. Because they want to let you be normal.
That doesn't...
A normal part of their family, I mean. I don't think they'd have you here if they didn't want that.
Oh, please, go on and tell me more about my own family.
Her voice is sardonic. She's not making eye contact anymore, but she's listening intently. This is all stuff she's known already. But you're absolutely right about one thing. You don't have much time left. Neither do I, honestly, even if it's mostly because of moving. You know what they say about rolling stones gathering no moss. In that way, we're in the same boat. Give it a shot. There's some perfectly good moss right out there.
Okay. I'll try it with you. That analogy was pretty dumb, but you're right.
The back door squeaks back open. Even with sunglasses, I wince at the sudden brightness. I take a step out and stretch my back, working out the last bit of stiffness from my shoulders. Olivia still waits at the threshold of the door. What are you waiting for? A curtain call? With a grin, I draw the sliding door even wider, and with a beckoning wave, attempt to usher Olivia out as if I were her personal attendant.
Cut that out. Don't make it weird.
Despite her words, her tone is more humored than annoyed with me. Relax, nobody was even looking. But it looks like there's definitely no more food left.
About right.
As Olivia rolls down the small wooden ramp, we catch Damien at the bottom of the step.
Olivia?
At the table, heads turned toward us, looks of surprise etched on the faces of most of them. Instead of answering him verbally, Olivia's hand comes up in a nervous wave. The rest of the party resumes their prior discussions, although maybe a bit livelier than before.
Hey, cool to see you out here again.
Hey Damien, why are you all the way over here for?
I can't stand to be by Liz's uncle when he's eating. He's got those fibrous teeth. Ugh.
Like blue whales have?
Yeah, freaks me out.
His dentist must make a fortune.
Huh, yeah. Hey, Olivia, what are you doing back out here? You forget something?
No, I just thought it'd be good to enjoy the weather while it lasts.
Damien perks up, with his frills undulating.
No, Damien, stop that.
Olivia quivers as Damien's grin grows wider and frills start moving faster.
Ew, stop it.
Even I'm getting unnerved by how those things move.
Damien.
Sorry, you know these things got a mind of their own.
Finally, those weird flaps still. Dude, you were just complaining about Mr. Ferris and his teeth.
At least he can keep his mouth shut.
Hey, I could always wear a beanie.
No, you can't. Remember the last time you tried?
Both Damien and Olivia share a laugh over some event they're privy to. When they finish, Damien asks the million-dollar question.
So, are you going to join in, or?
She turns her head my way, and I give her a supportive thumbs up.
Yeah.
Damien finally stands from the step, and we all start heading for the table. Each partygoer greets us when we approach. The loudest from
Livy! Hey, you finally came to play again!
the rambunctious boy hoots and hollers as he bounces in circles around her. Olivia huddles her arms and looks aside in my direction, feeling the stares from the table. I give her a reassuring thumbs up. Actually, this is perfect, thank you, Vinny. This is something Olivia's able to give when she was so worried about just taking. I hope she goes for it.
I'm a little tired, Vinny. What? No, come on, Livy. You promised we'd play today, like old times. Please? Oh, all right, you win. I did promise. You want to play cannon then? Yeah, cannon! All right then, ready? Round loaded! Fire!
Oh god, this was a bad idea.
Wow! Randy!
Oh, relax, so Vinny's still young.
Michael! Vinny, be careful!
I'm okay, Mom.
Whew. Have you gotten stronger, Olivia?
No, shut up. Anyway, can we do it again, Livy?
Olivia smiles and pats his head. It's weird seeing it, but as she readies Vincent for another launch, the Gator Girl has a bright, toothy smile I never thought she had.
Mr. Payne. Whoa!
Alright, I get it. Vincent!
Yeah, Dad?
No more cannon today.
Olivia and Vincent share a disappointed look.
Now, there's a lot more things you two can do.
Vincent perks up and immediately rushes off.
Oh, I know!
Olivia turns back to the rest of the group with an uneasy smile. Mrs. Payne steps forward, her hands held up and wavering.
Olivia?
Hi, Auntie.
Mrs. Payne and her husband approach, both with nervous smiles. When she speaks, it's with a certain restraint, holding her excitement back. As though worried if it showed too much, she'll change her mind and go back in.
I didn't miss much, right?
I'm so glad you came out, dear.
The older woman kneels in front of her and wraps her arms around Olivia.
Aw, it's been too long, Lil Ace.
Randy's hand ruffles her hair while his other arm also encircles both Olivia and Sophia. I can see the tiny smile on her face. Time seemed to pick up speed after Olivia had come out. Damien and his father returned to the grill, managing to prep and cook a final serving of meaty goodness for an early dinner. I decided I could go for seconds and got a few scraps of this and that. I nearly drop my food when I get a rough pat on the shoulder from behind. It's Mr. Payne. He looks down at me with a thankful smile. Mrs. Payne and Mr. Ferris had continued their conversation till Mr. Ferris's throat ran dry. and the rest of us had to contend with a hyperactive child with an armory of foam dart guns. I felt bad for Liz. She'd become a one-woman shooting gallery for the boy. And Olivia. And me. And Damien, but at least he looked apologetic about it. But now things are winding down. The food is officially all gone. Everyone is exhausted physically and mentally, and yet thoroughly satisfied emotionally. Olivia floats up to me, having returned to the pool to cool down and stretch out. There was just one last thing to really cap this off. "Okay, everyone!" I hollered to everyone currently on the deck, grouped up nicely for me. Looking through the viewfinder of my propped-up camera, I adjust the focus to ensure everyone is captured perfectly in the shot. "All right, on 3, give me your biggest smiles. 1... Wait!" Olivia turns away from the camera, looking toward Damien. With a grin, Damien waves for me.
Dude, you gotta be in this too!
There's nods and words of agreement from everyone. Well, it's been a while since I've used this mode, so why not? Setting the time delay, along with the sports mode, I'm sure with 10 rapid succession shots, at least one of them will be perfect. And I can always do some post-production on it too. Ensuring that the focus is still fine, I click the shutter button and keep the count in mind. 30, 29, 28. By 13, I've settled myself next to Damien and above Olivia. All right, 9, 8, 7... I feel something wrap around my ankle and press against my back on 4. 3, 2, 1... Ah! My camera flash goes off 10 times as I'm pushed over by Damien and pulled into the pool by Olivia. September 25th. It's been nearly a full month, and things are starting to feel natural in school now. Well, at least compared to my old schools, except now I've actually made some good friends. I'm pretty sure we're good friends anyways. I don't really know how to measure friendship. Outside of that party a few days ago, I haven't hung out with any of them outside of school. If friends just hung out at school and good friends did stuff outside of school, where does that put us? Well, it's still early in the school year. I'll figure out the friendship conversion rate at some point. And it's not like I'm rushing either.
Shades, focus!
Leaving my current thoughts, I recall I was in the middle of climbing a rock wall in the gymnasium. Why was I spacing out again? Oh, right. All the blood rushing to my head.
All right, peel yourself off my majestic gym floor and hit the showers.
Phew. Made it just in time. I take my seat right next to Olivia and let myself relax for a second. Olivia is, as usual, doodling away on her notebook. I take a quick peek at her new work, curious to see who she's trying to turn into a caricature today. Instead, the page is filled with various scribbles of what looks to be a rat. The only piece of shading for its fur is just on its head, save for a white spot around its right eye. Looks like the same one she doodled on the note we passed around in history class. The Murid mural shows it in various poses and scenarios, some basic and some pretty creative. There's even one wearing a cape and wielding a ridiculously giant sewing needle like a sword. These rat doodles of yours are pretty cute.
Thanks. Actually, that reminds me. Look who else I drew over the weekend.
She flips a couple pages of her sketchbook and holds it up for me to see. Much to my surprise, it's none other than Mia. Olivia decided to draw her as what I can only describe in the most flattering of ways as a druggy harlot. Her clothes are even more ripped than her usual attire. Her jacket is filled with all kinds of unflattering patches, and her hair is styled into a gaudy mohawk that only detracts slightly from her face full of piercings and rings. In fact, she has a couple of rings piercing her eyelids to the point that I think it would be impossible to keep her eyes open from their weight. And that's not even getting into all the tattoos that Olivia has drawn on Mia's face. I can't help but let out a snicker at the sight.
You like?
She's sporting a smug grin as she looks my way. I mean, it's funny, but how can she even breathe with all those nose rings?
Doesn't need to. She's full of hot air already.
The girl chuckles at her own joke. I bet if she saw it, steam would blow out her ears.
Yeah, she'd stomp around uselessly and then do nothing else.
Seems like you have a pretty good idea on how she works.
She's just predictable. It's not rocket science.
We're interrupted by a pair of students. I recognize them, though I only know one of their names.
Yo, Inko, my Humie. So I saw what you submitted for the contest, and I just love it. It was so good, I just had to show it to my friend.
Yeah, man, I just had to come see who made it when Lenara told me all about it. And when she told me, I was like, oh my god, I just knew when I saw you, you had that artistic spirit. Pretty damn fantastic, especially for a newbie.
I'm a bit taken aback by her backhanded compliment. Still, it is a compliment, the first real one I've heard since coming to St. Hammond. About my art, I mean.
Oh my gosh, I never introduced myself, did I? I'm Kiara. It's so nice to meet you.
Yeah, likewise.
Cool.
I mean, it's not that great of a piece. It's just something I had on hand.
Last minute? Damn, you're selling yourself way too short there.
Yeah, your work is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, I'm thinking we should hang out sometime.
Oh, you slut. Stop trying to get into his pants. Oh shit, the bell's ringing soon.
Already? Damn.
Well, it was nice seeing you again, Inko. Keep up the great work. Be seeing you later.
Yeah, be seeing you real soon, Inko.
I can't help but smile as my new friends wave their goodbye and depart. A heady feeling of joy washes through my head as I replay their words of praise repeatedly. In the corner of my eye, Olivia's smile reflects the overwhelming cheer I'm feeling, though it seems to vanish the moment I look her way.
Seems like you're becoming the talk of the school.
I mean, I hoped that I'd get some positive feedback about my work, but I didn't realize that it would be that good. Olivia chews her lip in contemplation before turning to me.
Say, Inko, can I see your submission?
Sure, give me a second. Luckily, I'm prepared, as not only do I have my portfolio drive, but I finally set up a cloud drive for it. It's as simple as opening up the application on my phone and swiping to the exact digital copy to present it to Olivia. Ta-da! I consider it my magnum opus. Magnum opus. I finally got to say it.
You keep a copy of it on your phone?
I've got my whole portfolio in cloud storage. I learned it was good practice from a couple artistic blogs. So what do you think? Olivia squints at my phone as she does her best to formulate her opinion.
It's, nice. The compost of it is really something.
You mean composition?
Yeah, that. You did great, Inko.
Huh. Getting a compliment from Olivia for my work feels a bit alien to me. But maybe, just maybe, this was the start of something new. Yeah, I can almost feel it now. Inko G. Nito, ace photographer capable of capturing masterpieces through a photo lens. Yeah, that has a nice ring to it. Olivia must see my self-congratulatory grin because her own drops.
Alright, you did good. Don't let it go to your head.
When the grin remains, she forces it off by elbowing me in the chest. Gah!
Warned you.
That's going to leave a bruise. With that exchange behind us, Olivia and I get ready for class. As was the norm by now, Mr. Eroticon began class with some violent abuse of school property.
Good morning, good morning. Now settle down. We've got announcements to go over.
I sit back in my seat, subtly feeling out the spot where Olivia smacked me to check. Yup, bruised. Sheesh. As the pale pteranodon continued on reading from the announcement sheet like he did every day, I found myself lost in my own thoughts. Nothing else really happens that I'd consider out of the ordinary. Things that are new, like the school itself, are finally starting to become mundane. Later at lunch, I'm rattling off my best stand-up to Olivia while Damien's out getting seconds. Liz had retreated to her usual space in the rafters. And then he says, "Oh goddamn!" Olivia's hand flies to her nose, trying and failing to contain the snort-filled laughter. It sets off a chain reaction as my own laughter spills over my mouthful of cheap school burger.
Ha! God, you suck at comedy, Inko.
Olivia drinks greedily from her canteen to alleviate her sore vocal cords. Is that why you're all out of breath?
It was a pity laugh. Stick to photography.
You got a better one? The mood is slow to settle, but once Olivia has caught her breath, she speaks with a snide smile.
In fact, I do. So, a Triceratops, a T-Rex, and a Rhinorex find a lamp.
Her mouth clamps shut and eyes go wide. Olive?
Oh, perfect. I was looking for you two.
Olivia casts her eyes down to her lunch, spearing her mystery meat roughly with a talon. Hey Ben, what's up?
I figured I'd come by and congratulate you on your submission entry.
This again? I mean, it is my best piece, but all the praise for it is still surprising. It's exhilarating, all these compliments and everything. Thanks, man. Hey, maybe I'll be the winner of the contest. What do you think, Olivia? The green gator girl flinches. Ben shakes his head.
Also, Olivia, great to catch you here. Principal Scalar wanted me to remind you that you need to clean up after yourself. Leaving messes in classes can disrupt students in other periods.
Scalar said that? Why not tell Olivia herself?
She's busy and tired of reminding you.
Olivia scoffs at the mention of our principal, yet keeps her mouth firmly closed. Must not be that important then.
Enko, I just spent my entire second period cleaning up her mess because she's not taking anything seriously. I'm not supposed to be Scalar's errand boy, and I'm certainly not supposed to be a personal janitor.
I'm left to frown at Olivia giving Ben the silent treatment. Was it wrong of me to think she'd be more open with everyone else like she is with me?
Do you know how hard it is to scrub baking soda out from the carpet once it's dried? Can you just try not to make other people's lives harder?
Ben, what the hell?
I didn't mean that. I went too far. Sorry.
Olivia tries shooting me an indifferent gaze. It cracks a bit into embarrassment when I don't return it. Ben's comment is completely uncalled for, and I can't just stand around if she's not even going to defend herself. Come on, Ben, leave her alone.
My point being, Olivia, this is completely ridiculous. I expect better from you.
Expect? How can you have expectations for her? That came out a little wrong.
Well, I expect her to do the bare minimum and not waste my time.
Olivia doesn't even bother looking at Ben. Instead, she looks at me with that sad face until she quietly wheels away from us. I'm left standing here with the student council president. I wonder what I had done that earned me Olivia's ire just now. He pinches his brow and sighs.
Man.
That bad?
Mia really wanted me to have lunch with her today. She's definitely gonna give me an earful after school.
He glances at his phone and grimaces at the notifications.
Spoke too soon. She's giving me one now.
Well, you should probably grab your lunch while there's still time. Ben glances up at one of the clocks in the lunchroom. There's only about 10 minutes of lunch left.
Ah, you're right. But the lines usually close 5 minutes ago. Oh, you use the vending machines out there. Anything good there?
I've been enjoying the atomic hot taquitos recently, but Damien tells me he's a bigger fan of bitter melon bites.
Bitter melon it is. I don't think my tail could handle that amount of capsaicin.
Ben gets up from his seat.
Alright, I'll go check it out. Let's...
One of his feet gets caught on the stool, and he stumbles head first. Right into Damien's tray, stacked high with mystery meat. He face plants right through the tray and onto the floor. On the bright side, the mystery meat cushions his fall. On the dark side, the mystery meat cushions his fall.
Whoa, Ben, you alright?
I jump from my seat and go to help him up.
Ugh.
Instinctively, I take a look around the cafeteria. All eyes are on us. I already hear it starting. Various murmurs about the safety of the student council president. Murmurs that start breaking into jeers. I know how this song and dance goes. It's over for Ben. He gets up and dusts off his blazer.
Not exactly what I meant when I said meet and greet, Damien.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry.
All of a sudden, the entire attitude of the cafeteria shifted before my eyes. The jeers were deflected into a general amusement that permeated throughout the room. One of the nearby students stands up and hands him a few napkins to wipe his face off.
Hey, thanks.
How does he manage to stay composed while covered in school mystery meat? I'm both impressed and jealous. You okay? Thought you couldn't eat meat.
Nah, even if I swallowed any, it'd take a lot more than that to really be an issue. I'll be fine. Thanks for the concern, though.
Even as he brushes off the lunchroom grime, Ben carries himself with dignity. If that had been me... This guy has some seriously quick wit. No, there's probably a little more to it than that.
Man, I was looking forward to eating that.
Why on earth did you even have that much meatloaf?
I asked the cafeteria lady earlier this morning to let me have the leftovers. Although now it's gone a bit to waste.
He eyes the remains on the floor. Some poor janitor's going to have to mop all that up.
Maybe.
Don't even think about it. The bell signaling our next class tolls, the fistfights and gang wars cease on command, and everyone starts milling towards the exits. The cafeteria empties enough that I can clearly see the Ben-shaped meatloaf angel on the floor. There's a familiar rubbery and textured feeling on my fingertips. My instinct had kicked in, hands going for my camera to capture the moment. After which a sense of shame rolls over me. That I would even consider capturing something like this, especially when it's happening to my friend. I get up from my seat with a heavy sigh and finally head for my next class. I hope Ben will have the time to clean up before photography. He's got 5 minutes. On my way to photography, I'm still a bit caught up by what had just happened. I think I'm starting to see how Ben accomplished that. I mean, ordinarily an incident that embarrassing would be just detrimental to your social standing. On my first day, I went through something like that. An event so humiliating, people were spreading rumors for days. Sure, they died out pretty quick, but the fact is it happened. One moment everything is fine, then suddenly something you couldn't have even seen coming just upends your life. Stuff like that can happen all the time and to anyone. It's something that's always terrified me. It's something that just happened to Ben, only he was exempt. He was quick on his feet and diffused the situation faster than it could have even really started. It's like disaster avoidance. I seriously think it's the most important skill one can have. To have everything under control, to see trouble from a mile away and make it a non-issue even when it takes you by surprise. That sort of social capital is something I need. Maybe it's a little selfish, but if I were seen that way, then any sudden happenings would be forgiven instantly. Of course, Ben isn't alone. The world is full of people with that skill, only I'd be lying if I said most of them deserved it. Most people able to get away with stuff use their unique ability for just that, getting away with stuff. What should be seen as a blessing of a social buffer, a charismatic get-out-of-jail-free card, is just some enabling trait of theirs. If I had that ability, I'd use it to push myself to my limits both artistically and productively. That's my ultimate goal. Ben is one of the good ones, definitely. He's definitely earned my respect over this. The question remains, though, how do I get like that? That line of thinking is cut off as I round the next corner.
Wanted to talk with you, Olivia.
At the center of the hallway intersection, I see Mia and Olivia.
Oh, come the fuck now, Livia. Don't be such a killjoy. I'm trying to be nice here.
The grin on Mia's face is jovial as she stands before the wheelchair-bound girl, her tail lazily swaying as she eyes Olivia. Man, I never realized how lethal those spikes on her tail look.
After all, have to be nice to someone as talented as Livia, don't I?
Behind her are a pair of similarly smiling Saurian girls. Actually, wait a minute. Those two... they're Mia's friends?
I mean, she knows her way round a palette and canvas. Right, Livia? A paraplegic Picasso here. That's you, right? I can't imagine how useless you must feel otherwise. I'm so glad you're able to put those thoughts aside and paint some things you like.
Mia takes a step towards Olivia, her previous expression taking on a more ominous air.
Yet, for all that talent and untapped potential, you seem to lack some of the basics expected of a functioning young adult.
Mia's lips part, revealing a cruel grin.
I hear you've been a really dirty, messy little baby, leaving your stuff everywhere in class and getting it all over the place. They should stick you in a cute little bib.
Kiara and Lunara laugh, jeering loudly at Olivia. Mia snaps her finger, causing the two of them to go quiet. I still don't want to believe it. Those two, they were so nice to me. What are they doing with Mia? I know them. They're smart. They know if this is what it looks like, it's horrible. And they're not the kind of people to punch down like this. But they all decided to do this, right? So what's going on? Is there more to this situation? Mia takes another step forward, her figure now looming over Olivia as she looks down with a cruel sneer on her lips.
Normally, I wouldn't waste my time trying to single you out, but I'm gonna use this moment to make you get the picture. Benny was supposed to join me for lunch, but he had to stay behind to clean up after your mess. You got your issues, you can't ride a bike, whatever. That's your fucking problem. Stop making it mine, Livia. Or do I need to start being a problem for you? Yeah, does Ben look like your nanny? Well, she does come prepackaged with the stroller. Come on, Mia, that's crossing the line. Not like she can stand up to you, or anyone. What? I'm just chatting with Liv here. But if I did hurt your feelings, I'm really, really sorry.
Kiara's beak clicks loudly and repetitively, while Lunara's hand covers her maw to hide a giggle.
Oh, don't take it so personally, Livia. I'm just teasing ya. Right, Liv? We're all just one big happy family here. Lord knows some of us here could use one.
I don't even know how to respond to that. I want to hear both sides of the story here and what history Mia and Olivia have for a confrontation like this. I think getting this upset over her missing lunch with Ben is extreme, but Mia's friends remain by her side, completely steadfast against Olivia. Is it that bad? And yet, Olivia says nothing to her. She has her head atop the knuckles of her hand like I would during Prockling's history lessons. There were moments where Olivia's tail would press into the floor, shifting her chair back or to the side. It looked like she was attempting to sidestep the conversation with that muscular tail, but Mia's own movements cut off her escape attempts. Mia returns the calm stare. There's no motion, but the staring contest was a fight in its own way, and the first to look away would lose. Olivia's frigid indifference against Mia's piercing gaze. Kiara ends up dropping her phone, and both glare at her simultaneously. A draw.
Kiara, I swear I'll kill you one of these days.
Olivia takes the opportunity to move past Mia. Mia takes no time to toughen her stance and continue her spew of insults.
What? Leaving so soon?
No response.
And so quickly. That's almost normal walking speed. I was honestly thinking you need a cooler nickname to go with your need for speed. Hot Wheels.
In an instant, Olivia comes to a squeaking halt. Gone was her stoic face. In its place were eyes wide with shock.
How the hell?
With Olivia stopped, Mia quickly steps ahead again and places a foot on her left wheel.
Your brain-dead finhead friend told me back in gym class. He went on about how you had it back when you were still soiling your diapers. Honestly, I think you should embrace it. Kind of fitting. I agree with half of it.
Olivia's claws dig into her armrests.
Maybe that's the nuance. The point is that only half of it works.
Mia turns to look at Kiara and Lunara, eliciting some more giggling from them.
I'm sure you wouldn't mind us making it cool again though, right? I mean, you were such a winner back then.
Mia leans in close, her voice now a harsh stage whisper as she glares daggers through Olivia.
What's wrong, Hot Wheels? Don't want to talk anymore? Am I not good enough for you?
Even from afar, I can tell that Olivia is starting to lose her composure. Her tail lays limp on the floor, as if the energy to hold it has drained away. Oh my God. I think this is bullying. I didn't want to believe it. But it's undeniable by now. This is textbook bullying. It's unfair. It's like when you're in line to use the restroom, then after hours and hours of waiting, someone cuts in front of you. Completely inexcusable. Is this the part where I should step in? What do I even say? I have to at least try, right? It's my duty as a fellow student. Maybe I don't need to say anything at all? Just be present for Olivia against the horde? And it certainly wouldn't help if I got an even bigger target on my back for Mia. Olivia wrenches herself free from Mia's foot and continues down the hall. The others follow like vultures. Oh man, I need to think and act fast. My legs move on their own and I cross into the hallway. I'm instantly noticed. Mia's already registered my presence and her expression changes. My heart starts beating quicker and harder. Time's up for being indecisive. As much as I want to go off on Mia and her posse, Olivia wouldn't want me to try standing up for her again, not after how I tried to handle it with Ben. Besides, I'd probably fumble the words and make myself look like a fool anyway. So there's really not much I can do, but what I can do is nothing. Say nothing, do nothing, just wait for Olivia to pass by. She stops a bit in confusion, but quickly remembers she's currently on the run. When she passes by, I follow down the same hallway, slowing my pace to be slightly behind her. Olivia turns to look at me with equal parts surprise and dread. I think a part of her fears that I'm about to say or do something really stupid. Instead, I merely give a warm smile. To be picked on by that many people at once, all certain they're doing no wrong, is terrifying. In moments like this, She should know that someone's got her back. Even if I have nothing to offer, at least the playing field will be a bit less one-sided. She has someone beside her now.
The hell? Hey, I know that jacket. And I know that bullseye for a head from a mile away.
The group starts following behind us. Olivia glances over to me, and I return another small smile.
Well, well, if it ain't Baldy. Coming in to save the day or something?
I don't respond. Instead, I keep my head forward and keep on walking with Olivia. That seems to catch Mia a bit off guard, as I can hear the gears in her mind visibly start to turn.
Hey, I'm still talking to you, Hot Wheels.
The sounds of shuffling boots start to gain on us.
Just 'cause you have Baldy here now to protect ya isn't gonna save your hide. Neither him or any of your dipshit friends.
I can see Olivia's whole body tense up at the nickname, but otherwise she maintains her apathetic stare. The more we walk, the more obscenities Mia keeps blurting out to try and get a rise out of either of us.
This is why you don't have any real friends, you skipless salamander.
I don't know if Olivia has a plan, because I can't fully understand why she's letting Mia walk all over her like this. But I remain steadfast and believe that she knows what she's doing. It's all I really can do.
Who'd even want to be with a cripple like ya?
I can hear Mia laughing at her own words. Olivia, please change your mind and waste this bitch.
So you've got something to say now, Hot Wheels?
She shrugs.
If that's how you feel, Mia.
What?
Olivia doesn't say anything else. She only turns around and begins to wheel herself down the hallway. For a moment, I stand in place and watch as Mia tries to process what happened. Even her posse looks confused, unsure of what to say.
You really got her, Mia? Yeah, definitely showed that leathery bitch.
Mia jerks her head to her cohorts and glares at them, angered by their pity comments. Then she stares me down with obsidian daggers in her eyes. Well, that's my cue to leave. With the grace of a headless chicken, I scramble down the hallway to catch up with Olivia. Rounding the corner, there's no Olivia to be found. Where'd she go? I suddenly hear Lenara's voice echoing down the hall, followed closely by Mia's.
Mia, what are you doing? Get back here, you fox!
Oh no. Oh no. Not alone. Not with her.
Dread fills me as I hear the pursuing predator's heavy footsteps approaching me. I'm grabbed from behind. I'm dead. Whoa! Suddenly, I'm violently pulled aside, right into the school's elevator by the collar of my jacket. Oh, thank God it wasn't Mia. She jams the key into the slot and smashes the button to the second level. As the doors close, we hear Mia roar out for us.
Next time I see those two again, I'll make sure that oversized cue ball has to use that wheelchair of hers instead.
Thankfully, the elevator doors close shut, and the car jerks upwards before making its ascent. Never knew I'd feel grateful to be in this death trap. As I catch the breath I had unknowingly held, my eyes align with a pair of silver serpentine eyes.
I appreciate what you did for me back there.
I'm surprised, not sure what to say back really. Instead, I smile back and nod. In return, she gives me a half smile before recomposing herself.
You should, roll with me in the elevator now.
How come?
Well, you've just become enemies with her. If she sees you, you'll be a wad of gum under her boot.
Oh, joy.
Yeah, your best bet is just to avoid her now. This way you stay out of the hallways.
I appreciate it.
Don't mention it.
Wait, the elevator will stop Mia from beating the snot out of me and the entire rest of the school?
Yes.
We hear the small electronic bing of the elevator and the doors slide open. History class is as bland as it usually is. Brockling continues prattling on about some sort of historical event. But most of my attention is on Olivia. She has her hoodie over her head and looks lost in thought. That altercation must have shaken her up more than I'd thought it would be. A part of me wants to ask if she'll be okay, even though I'd already asked 3 times already. But the last thing I'd want to do is prod at her. Soon enough, class nears its end, and Olivia uses her accommodation to leave the class early. Besides, we can talk about it after school if she wants to anyways. The more I think about it, the more I realize that I had my first real confrontation with a bully at a school. I'd heard once that when you get into a fight for the first time, you throw up from the adrenaline. No fists were thrown, but I feel about the same right now. I bring my hands together to try steadying them. Jeez, I'm a wuss. I stood up to Mia with Olivia and I end up in this mess. The final class ends and I'm set free for the day. Stepping out of St. Hammond's main entrance, I'm surprised to see my friends huddled together in a tightly knit group. I usually don't see any of them after school. I always assumed they left as soon as the bell rang. Hey guys, what's going... And go! Damien looks exceptionally worried as he glances at me.
Ingo, you believe me, right?
Pardon? Olivia's nostrils flare with an exasperated snort.
I didn't mean for any of that to happen.
What's the matter, Damien?
When Mia asked about that nickname stuff from so long ago, I just blurted it out. She didn't say she'd use it for something so... unscrupulous.
I'm ashamed it took me more than a moment to figure out what was happening. Guess Damien feels culpable for what Mia said.
You don't know what that word means.
Who cares? Inko, really, I didn't mean for any of that to happen.
Hey, I believe you, man. Your heart was in the right place.
Olivia told us what happened with Mia, calling her some nickname.
Damien leans back over an unresponsive Olivia, hands spread in supplication.
She said you were there too.
I was, yeah.
Olivia, you loved that nickname way back when we were kids.
Damien's words were dismissed with a roll of her smoky eyes.
He really didn't mean it, Olivia.
I know already.
For a split second, she bore row upon row of sharp teeth before gnashing her maw in frustration. Olivia's nostrils flare out with a huff of hot breath again, and I could practically see everything from her day finally weigh on her.
You were just being you again, Damien. Sometimes I wish you weren't, but whatever.
There's a grittiness to her voice once more, but she continues on. She holds her canteen up to her lips, but drops it immediately. Empty again. The grit in her voice is back, but she presses on.
And the nickname is just that, a nickname. I don't want to hear it again. Especially from her, and especially if it's just to get under my skin.
Olivia stares at Damien for a while before breaking contact to glance at Liz and I. Where'd the nickname Hot Wheels even come from? Wait, did I say that? Why did I ask that? It just kind of came out. Liz notices Damien still organizing his thoughts. Seeing as neither of the others are going to answer coherently, she sighs.
Well, I wasn't around for this, but when they were freshmen in middle school, Damien and Olivia would take the bus every weekend to an arcade in the city. I guess he came up with the nickname around then, and it stuck.
That's half right, but I didn't come up with it. I'd brought a chunk of change for us to play stuff with each other. A match on just about anything there was a quarter, probably still is. But I don't think I won even once. Olivia, however, once she stood to win something, it's like a switch went off in her head. I'd never seen her get like that. Some of the teenagers were watching too. They saw everything. A couple challenged her once I ran out of cash, and sure enough, she ended up clearing house all afternoon. It was all she'd talk about at school all week until we could go back for more. Only took like a month for her to be recognized as some local champion. Sometime along the way, people started calling her Hot Wheels. Don't remember really who or when. But I do know it's proof she's got that fire in her.
Wow, yeah, that's...
I had fun back then. Have things really changed that much? Guess I forgot I wasn't supposed to bring it up.
And you did. Again.
Damien hisses to himself.
Sorry. Just can't help yourself. But you're right. That was the best time of my life. The name Hot Wheels belongs to 10-year-old me, not current me.
Hey, that's a great story. To be recognized so well that you get a cool nickname? It sounds amazing, being a champion, being a winner. Why all the disdain for the title?
I'm not.
What?
I'm not a winner anymore.
Because you don't go to the arcade anymore? If it's the one I'm thinking of, it's only like a half hour away.
That's the one. I've been trying for ages to get her to go back.
Well, if this story's anything to go by, I'd like to see you be a winner again. Olivia's breath seems to hitch for a moment. And I'm sure these guys want to see it too. Damien's the one that dragged you to our lunch table all this time, right? Look at him. He's nearly keeled over because he's afraid of losing that part of you. And Liz?
I think I'd like to see why you and Damien are really close friends.
Yeah. and just as quick as I gained the bravado to speak up, my words left me immediately. Think I accidentally put Olivia on the spot there. Whoops.
Well,
Her tail rolls along the ground a bit in contemplation.
if you guys really care that much about it, I suppose we could go sometime.
All at once, Damien lights up.
Yes! All right, Hot Wheels is back!
Did you not hear what I said about that name? I swear.
Okay. How about a better one? Like, Death Roll.
Olivia swings her tail around to trip him, but he's fast enough to jump over it. Damien's words flood out as he contemplates new nicknames for Olivia to try and appease her, many of which are shot down by her or leave Liz and I chuckling. Gradually, our giggles died down and the four of us chatted a bit more about the day in general. Eventually, Damien and Liz headed their respective ways, with Olivia deciding to stick around. Most of the school has filtered out to their various homebound rides or to their after-school activities, leaving Olivia and I all alone.
Hey, I'll roll with you.
Really? I mean, I don't mind, of course.
It's nothing. House is only a few blocks away anyway. Besides, I'm sure someone would beat you up and take your lunch money if I didn't.
There's plenty of time to make it to the next train, so the two of us take it easy. The sun finally managed to break through the autumn clouds, making the walk almost unseasonably warm. Man, thought the last day of summer was weeks ago.
Ha, it was. I don't mind it staying warm longer, though. Feels pretty great to me.
Olivia gives her chair an extra hard push, letting herself glide by unaided for long enough to stretch out her arms to bask in the sunlight. I might have figured you'd like the heat.
Oh, what? Because I'm a dino?
No, not like that.
I'm just playing. Relax. You're pretty touchy on that stuff, aren't you?
The two of us finally make it to the train platform, nestled as it is off the main street. I can see the train a few blocks away, our walk timed up with its arrival perfectly. I just think it's important to be educated is all.
Even if you're, what, the only human at our school?
Olivia flashes me a cheeky grin as my train pulls up. I've got to admit, her mischievous nature is a little infectious. As the train doors open, I leave Olivia with one final jab, something I know she'd appreciate. Hey, whatever you say, Hot Wheels! I neatly dodge out of the way of her slashing claws, stepping smartly onto the train as the doors close.
Inko, you son of a bitch! Get back here!
As the doors ding shut behind me, I can see an irate and still blushing Olivia waving her fist as the train begins to pull away. Still giggling, I manage to squeeze myself into a seat next to a yellow-scaled woman smelling faintly of hot dogs. You know, I may pay for that comment later. But the look on her face was totally worth it. As the school year progresses, the days start to feel like they're moving along much faster. A part of it may be the change of the season, however slight that change may be. While the calendar says it's officially fall, the only thing I've really noticed was the increasing number of clouds in the sky. Better safe than sorry, though, which is why I bought my fancy compact carbon fiber umbrella. Still, things have started to be routine for me in the mornings. Wake up, throw on my clothes, consider eating breakfast before realizing I'd wreck my stomach, walk to the station with a feather-light umbrella in hand. And wouldn't you know it, I end up having another chat with Mr. Ferris on the ride to school.
Hello, Mr. Nito. How are you this morning?
Doing fine, sir, thank you. And how are you?
I'm doing well. So, my niece told me over the weekend that you and Olivia were in a predicament of some sort.
Yeah. Olivia was being picked on by someone, but it's not a problem anymore.
I see. Well, that's unfortunate to hear and strange considering the substantial funding the school gets for anti-student harassment programs. What good is all that tax money if classmates are still ragging on each other?
If it means anything, Olivia knows how to handle herself. I was there to support her.
That's fine, but the issue is this sort of thing shouldn't be happening to begin with. That aside, Liz has gotten somewhat enthusiastic recently regarding Olivia. She's surprised at how animated she's gotten. Ever since that get-together at Randall's place, I think. I'd wager you'd have something to do with it, no?
Heh, maybe a little. Yeah, it was certainly rocky in the beginning, but we've been warming up to each other. It's nice seeing a different side of her, even if it's brief. I don't know, can I take credit for that?
We all have unique chances to make a change, Inko. If you're good at grasping them, that in itself is something to be proud of.
How do you know it's really a chance to do anything? He lets out a deep, reverberating chuckle.
Well, to flip our usual script and let you in on an old phrase, a friend of mine once told me, if you see a fork in the road, take it.
Yeah? Thanks, Mr. Ferris. Like my mornings, the school days have become a routine as well. Slave through PE with Damien, see Olivia's new doodles and sketches in art class, watch Liz lose her mind tutoring Damien at lunch, talk shop with Ben. Though now I have to avoid Mia like the plague, because she's surely out to kill me. All said, I think St. Hammond has been my best school experience out of... Man, I've lost count of how often I'd moved. Must be the fresh head trauma. As for today... It's been raining pretty often recently, so Coach Solly made us play more dodgeball in the gym. Mia was definitely gunning for me with the way she launched them at me with the speed of a catapult. I rest in Eotikun's class, popping my spine against the curve of my chair. Apparently today's a short day because of some assembly, so the period will end much earlier than usual. It also means we got most of the period to do homework, or slack off if I'm being honest. I glance at the desk next to me in the hopes of catching Olivia's latest artistic masterpiece when I notice she's not drawing and instead only fidgeting. Hey Olivia, you seem a bit nervous. Everything all right?
Oh, yeah, sorry. It's just that I've been hearing rumors that the school's shared drive might have been corrupted.
Wait, really?
Yeah, really?
How would something like that happen?
Not sure, but I'm scared that it might have messed with the art contest submissions. I think you should check your entry on the website, just to make sure it's okay.
Technology, don't fail me now. With urgency, I take out my phone and type in the school's website. Fast fingers lead me to the art contest tab. Can this loading bar go any slower? Finally, the page loads in, and... oh. Looks like the submissions have been closed.
What?
I hold the phone up for Olivia to show her the page.
The submissions have been closed since voting started last week.
I thought voting was today.
Nope, they're revealing semi-finalists.
Oh.
Sheesh, I thought Mr. Iadicon had spooked me. Olivia's all seized up. Well, that's quite reassuring. With the submissions closed, there's no chance of any hacker messing with them. Olivia doesn't seem convinced, still drumming her fingers on her desk. Hopefully, she'll feel loads better when the preliminary winners are revealed. Speaking of which, when are we? As the bell sounds, the class begins to pack their things and Iadicon corrals everybody into a single file line.
All right, everybody, we have an assigned row, so stick together.
Before I join the rest of the line, I look back at Olivia, who seems to be stalling. Come on, I'll walk with you. That seems to stir something in her, and she glances up to me while hastily shoving a notebook into her bag.
Yeah, I'm coming.
As we head out the door, I notice Olivia shuffling her hoodie a lot. It's not a long walk to the auditorium, and despite Iadicon's best attempts, most of the class splinters off to sit with their friends. Having expected this, he shrugs and makes his way over to the back of the auditorium where the other teachers are. Olivia and I are left to the struggling crowd trying to filter into the cramped theater of the school. It's going to be difficult finding some seats.
It's fine. I have a spot.
Olivia wheels herself down the pathway, to which I follow suit. She heads down the aisle until we're at the first row of seats. There's a vacant spot where a typical seat would be with a faded handicap sign. Olivia parks her chair into the empty spot, to which I take the seat next to her.
Best seats in the house, right?
Can't complain. As the hall fills with more students, my anticipation rises. Oh man, I can hardly wait for the announcements. So, do you think I have a chance?
Huh? Oh, maybe. Photography isn't super popular, but...
Olivia folds her hands on her lap, staring straight ahead as her voice trails off. I knew that, but I'm still hopeful.
Hey guys!
I have to remind myself that this is normal. Hey Liz.
I can't believe it's finally here. Gosh, I'm so excited.
Me too. By the way, where's Damien?
Hey guys! I'm over here!
Damien is in the far back of the auditorium, yelling and waving his hands in the air to catch our attention. He's going to get in trouble for that.
Frills! Sit down!
Damien immediately stops and takes his seat. With tempered expectations, we both sit in silence for just a few minutes before Principal Scalar walks on stage and taps on a standing microphone.
Okay, everyone. Got a whole bunch of important announcements to make. So I'll make them quick so we can all have an early lunch.
As soon as the idea of going for an early lunch is brought up by Principal Scalar, the entire room goes as silent as vigil. I guess when it comes to an early lunch, It's serious business. Over the next 15 minutes, Principal Scalar goes over important events coming up in the school year. Most I would consider standard things, like pep rallies for the sports teams or bake sales to fundraise for upcoming field trips, and even something about new clubs being formed, such as the Japanese Animation Appreciation Society. Not the best acronym, if I had to say. Otherwise, it's all mostly boring housekeeping stuff when one got right down to it. I almost wonder why such announcements warranted an assembly when the mood suddenly shifts with Scalar's next big announcement.
Now that we got the main stuff out of the way, I've saved the best announcement for last. St. Hammond is proud to announce the 5 semi-finalists for the annual Fresh Start Art Contest.
Cheers and applause roars loud enough to make my ears ring. Yet I'd be lying if I said I also wasn't excited for the reveal of just who had made it to the semi-finals. Maybe I was giving myself a bit too much credit, but I really wanted to be among those semi-finalists. I can almost taste victory, in fact. I turned to face Olivia and prepare to cheer alongside her, but I'm stopped in my tracks when I notice that, unlike the rest of her peers, Olivia seemed to be uneasy about the prospect. Almost scared, even. Before I can ask Olivia why her sudden change in mood, Scalar continues with her next words, cutting my train of thought off.
And here we have the 5 semi-finalists.
The pieces of the 5 skillful students who had beaten all the other competitors came up, followed by the names of the victors right above them. Alas, I see no photography submission in sight. At least I gave it a shot, right?
Aw man, I didn't make it in.
Liz's neck droops down like a melancholy noodle. I can't help but feel pity for the bummed out Brachiosaurus. Checking my phone, I see...
Tell Liz to come back here, bro.
I'm sure Damien's got that handled. Despite my sullied mood, I look back to the semi-final winners and can't help but be amazed by them. Each artwork is impressive in their own right, their colors blending wonderfully and the figures beautifully designed. It's easy to see why these were voted as the winners. The last one especially catches my eye. The scenic landscape with the setting sun looks stunning. If not for the slight stylization of the skyline and fantastical color palette, it could probably pass off as a real photograph with some fillers pasted over it. I'm no art critic yet, but if I were, I'd label it as a masterpiece and easily the best out of all of them.
Let's give our winners a big round of applause.
The auditorium fills with the usual kind of clapping one would expect in an event like this. Polite with an underlying tone of disinterest, though one person felt compelled to constantly make a piercingly high whistle.
We will be displaying the winners' art pieces in room 237. You're welcome to view them during lunch and after school today.
Oh, neato. Principal Scalar continues the rest of the assembly, announcing other events for the school and other minor reminders. Behind me, I see the teachers start psyching themselves up for the Herculean task of getting some 200 hungry dinosaur teenagers out of the room and towards lunch without anyone getting killed. Principal Scalar finishes and waves back to them to signal it's time.
All right, we're going to start adjourning to lunch. You all know how this goes, so no just going for the exit.
Being in the first row, we're the first to get up. I follow behind Olivia until we make it to the hall. Hey, Olivia. She stops and turns a bit. Geez, is she still anxious about the sight thing earlier? She looks a little pale. I wanted to check out the winning paintings a bit more. Want to come along? She considers for a moment.
No, go on without me. I need to use the restroom.
All right, I'll see you at the lunch table then. Olivia nods and starts off down the hall, following the flow of students towards the lunchroom. Let's see, the principal said it was room 237. First thing I notice walking into the classroom is the amount of people checking out the gallery. While I didn't expect it to be filled to the brim with eager students, there's a decent amount of people here, about a baker's dozen or so. Maybe more will come when they finish up their lunches. Well, I'm here now. Let's take a look at the lucky winners. The pieces are all set on easels in the back of the classroom. Some desks and chairs are moved closer to the front to give each one its own space. One by one, I take a moment to give each canvas a thorough review. The auditorium screen really didn't give the art justice, because now I can really take in the detail of each one by being up close. The color palettes, the brushwork, the subtle nuances. Yeah, I can definitely see all of them having a good shot at getting first prize. But now, it's time to see the one I've been eager to get a look at since it was first shown. From what I recall from Mr. Rioticon's lessons, it's made with acrylics, explaining why the colors of it seem more vibrant. It stands out in defiance to the other paintings in the contest, most of which were either violently absurdist and meaningless, or muted still lifes of ordinary objects. It's a meadow of mystifying colors, the organic lines drawing the viewer deeper into the piece, and I feel as though this would be a place I'd wake up to within a fantastical dream. There's no rigid structure or forced metaphors here, just a fantastical merger of creative expressionism and real-world beauty. I feel my fingers itching for the familiar weight of my DSLR. This is a piece that I want to immortalize in my portfolio. It's hands down the winner of the contest in my eyes. I simply must find out who made this. Looks like this breathtaking show of artistic talent was created by semi-finalist winner. That's a problem.
Oh, Inko, I'm glad you swung by. Looks like you're admiring the art contest entries. I told you that St. Hammond's artistic programs were unparalleled.
That's not mine.
What's not yours?
I try to say more, but the words won't leave my mouth. Ben's eyes follow mine to the bottom of the painting in front of me, and I watch as he makes the same realization as I do.
Inko, you didn't... Did you paint this? I had no idea your style was so developed. So humble. If I had not...
That's not my entry.
It's not?
No, mine was a photograph.
But what's your name doing on this one?
It must be some kind of mistake. A million scenarios come to mind. They must have got the wrong name somehow.
If they did, I think the real artist would have come forward by now.
Then the submission website must be hacked or broken.
But our school checks for stuff like that. If it was, we would have known by now.
Then,
Inko, you're sure you didn't submit somebody else's piece by accident?
Of course I didn't. Why would I do something like that?
You're the only one who can log into your account, Inko.
Suddenly, everything stops. My account. Did somebody...
Look, relax, alright? We can get this sorted out. Just don't panic.
Ben lowers his voice.
But Inko, just to be clear,
What?
you didn't just get a bit of extra help, right?
Ben looks at me through the edge of his glasses, eye to eye.
There's some real stakes in the contest. Cheating is taken seriously, especially fraud.
The word echoes around inside me. Fraud. It makes my bones chill. There's ingenuine, faker, liar. They're all bad in different ways, but fraud is just dripping with frigid condemnation. No, I swear, I submitted a photograph. Ben relaxes his shoulders.
Alright, just making sure. Sorry to alarm you.
It's perturbing how he can go from deadly serious to jovial like a flipped switch.
You going to be alright?
Sorry, I need some air.
Hey, feel free. I'll let Scalar know, okay?
Yeah, thanks, Ben.
No problem. Take it easy.
Ben offers me an earnest smile, waving at me as he steps out of the room and down the hall. After some time, I follow him, shambling down the hall as I try to make sense of what just happened. I thought everybody actually liked my photography, but they all thought I was some kind of expert painter instead. I don't even know how to express it. I feel empty. I thought maybe my hard work was finally paying off, but I submitted the right entry, so what happened? Did somebody change it? And if so, how? It's such a good piece, too. What even is there to be gained by putting my name on it? I wander aimlessly through the halls. The thought of missing lunch passes through my mind, but there's a different sort of emptiness pervading my stomach. Why is this rattling me like it is? Man, it's not like I'm in trouble or anything. Ben's helping me sort this out. I'm at a loss of what to even think right now. Oh crap, Olivia mentioned something about server issues before. I couldn't see my submission, but... was it just that? Maybe Olivia was right to be worried. Well, duh. Why else would she be so nervous? My aimless walking leads me outside the principal's office in the gala. There's that one cityscape painting from the start of the school year. The very first painting I ever saw here, and still one of the best. A vibrant cityscape that morphs the rigid structure of urban planning into a soft and inviting utopia, as if viewed from the eyes of a child. The sky above the city is a beautiful shade of crimson, with radiant clouds clustered along its length. If the art contest submission was the best painting I've ever seen, then this one comes close. I can only imagine the accolades she must have gotten for painting this back then. You know, for a while I got to have that experience. I got to step in the shoes of an artist much better than myself. Maybe that was the intent? All the praise, approval, everything I've been wanting. Just for a while, it was given by an anonymous stranger. Whoever that may be. Actually, this gives me a bit of an idea. If I'm clever and Olivia's up for it, this can be a cool way to get her to show off her painting more. Everyone would like that. Maybe that's what she needs. I could act as, like, a personal publisher for her so she doesn't have to deal with people. Wait a second. I peel down the empty hallway. I need to find Olivia. She couldn't possibly. But why me? Why would she? Thinking about it only increases my worries and desperation to find who I hope to rapture Jesus isn't the culprit. I haphazardly check all the places where Olivia could be, but can't find her anywhere. My hunt for the baryonyx leads me to the second floor of the atrium. It feels like there's a lead brick in the pit of my stomach as I internalize my current situation. The soft pattering of rain hitting the window grabs my attention to see a gloom-covered Volcadera outside. My eyes wander along the school's pathway, covered in mud thanks to the earlier rainfall. Wait a minute. Those look like tire tracks in the mud. I burst through the main entrance doors and am met with the feeling of droplets hitting my head. Outside, a dark overcast has rolled in. The forecast called for on and off rain during the day, but pretty gnarly clouds. Makes it look almost dusk around. Crap, what am I wasting time for? I follow the trail with urgency, fearing that the rain will wash it away. Looks like it goes down the whole pathway. I ignore my clothes becoming progressively damp and the water collecting on my shades. Eventually, I round the curve that leads to the bridge and see a distressing item at its end. A wheelchair. Olivia's wheelchair. Empty of the occupant, toppled on its side. A new fear grips at me, born from the mental imagery provided by that sight. Those cruel thoughts push me up the steps faster than humanly possible, even as my rational mind tries to reassure me. Running across the deck, my breath is caught in my throat when I reach the middle. She's on the ground, head slumped down. There's damaged and soaked school supplies scattered all over the walkway. Oh God, is she okay? My foot shifts, trying to force me closer. Slowly, her head lifts up to the sound of my shoes squelching on the floor. Ingo? Her tear-stained eyes stare at me with a dead expression, and her voice sounds weak. Olivia. I feel like I can finally breathe again. Slowly, Olivia pushes herself up, and I notice she's lying atop a pile of paper shreddings. The feeling of relief slowly fades away, and I remember just why I was looking for her. We stay silent, only staring at each other as the rain continues to bear down on us. She simply sits there, letting herself grow more and more soaked from the rain. Do you want to talk?
No, not out in the open.
I grab my compact umbrella from my backpack and unfurl it. It doesn't do much to dry Olivia off, but at least she's not getting more soaked. The umbrella is placed between us and the elements against the ledge, forming a personal canopy above us. Here, now we're alone. There's space next to Olivia to take a seat. It's odd. We've sat together before, but sitting on the ground in the rain. And the room is just a little claustrophobic. There's bits of paper melted onto the pavement, soaked by rain. Though torn apart and waterlogged, I can sort of make out a meadow. A rough sketch of one anyway, just like the subject of my false submission. So you did do it.
Inko, please, I can explain. I didn't have a choice.
What?
I know what I did was wrong, but I didn't have any other way.
It wasn't a choice to not trick me? She avoids looking at me, focusing on the scraps of paper scattered about the floor like confetti.
It wasn't to trick you. I get it. You're mad at me.
I'm not mad. I'm just confused. I thought we were good friends.
I wasn't expecting it. Expecting you.
She pauses to give her throat some respite. Her usual water bottle isn't anywhere nearby. A shaky breath escapes her mouth.
When you came around, I thought you were no different than the others. That you were some self-centered, pretentious midwit who only cares about his image. That's when I got the idea of using you to swap out your art with mine. You didn't seem like the kind of person who cared about how he gets the attention from others, just that he gets it.
Her description of my character feels really reductive, but the ache in my chest tells me it hits a little too close to home.
But that's not what I think of you now. Iadacon's the one person I can trust. So when he went to bat for you, saying we'd make good friends, I was worried. What's so special about this guy? I honestly got scared he'd be wrong. That you'd be just like everyone else, and I'd be setting myself up for failure. But worse than that, Inko, I was afraid he'd be right, and that I'd have to face what I'd done to myself. And now I've gone and done something like this.
Switching my contest entry? She nods, swallowing hard.
I wasn't thinking. Suddenly, everything was out of balance. Everything I'd created, all my work, my own little world, was suddenly changing, and I had no control of it. I just had to do something.
I didn't know I was doing that. I'm sorry. She stops to process my words and continues.
I knew I'd get caught. It's stupid. I was hoping for it even. Someone to figure out that it was swapped so it would be changed and everyone would be none the wiser.
She turns to face me with silver eyes welled with tears.
I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. I just don't want to go back to being the person I used to be. The person who didn't care about hurting you.
Her head tilts downward with a violent hitch of breath. Ivory claws extend and grip at her knees in a painful display, and yet Olivia chokes back any sound she'd make. Her body shudders with every heavy breath from her, and I realize that every last defensive barrier she had was completely gone. Olivia's laid herself bare, leaving only the crying girl desperately trying to silence her pitiful tears. I'm going to hate myself for thinking this, but she still hasn't really told me why she did it. I don't want to push the issue too hard, but if not now, when? I just want to know, why go through all the trouble? What were you trying to accomplish? I immediately regret my words as the pained grimace on her face drives home the mistake she's made. Even if I'm in the right to ask, I feel like the villain for pressing her. But, out of respect for Olivia's feelings, I stand steady, because to back down would be to denigrate her like all those people in her past had done.
I wanted to see what people thought of my art without knowing that I was the one who made it.
Why would you want that?
Isn't it obvious? It's always the same thing.
Her voice takes a deeper pitch.
Oh wow, you're so talented in spite of your condition.
This time it's a higher, shriller tone.
Amazing, it's like you aren't disabled at all.
Her voice returns, this time weighed down with contempt.
For all their kind words, it always came back to those empty platitudes. It never felt like they cared about me or my interests. It was always just blind praise because I'm doomed to never measure up to the same level of expectations. The worst of it came when I found out I couldn't even fail on my own.
The sound of her talons tearing more paper on the floor enhances her heated words.
Even when I intentionally do something wrong, someone's always there to pick up after me or to assure me it's good in certain lights.
She rips more off the page with every sentence. These are just old sketches from through the year.
Nobody else has to live with that paranoia. That every positive word spoken and action taken to help you out is just someone acting out of obligation or insecurity. It got so bad at one point, I was almost being forced to accept these freaking accommodations. I just ended up...
She drops what little remains of the pages unceremoniously.
cutting everyone out. I'm never going to come out on top, and I'm never going to be allowed to fail. Nobody's allowed to feel anything but pity for me when they meet me, and guilt when they even consider not just giving me a free pass. Nobody has any agency, and that's just how things are.
The bell rings from a distance, signaling the end of lunch. Within my mind, I can vividly imagine the sounds of our classmates grumbling complaints as they shuffle to class. Instead, I choose to listen to the rain, how the soft pitter-patter of droplets land atop my umbrella before slipping gently to the ground around us. Internalizing that sound alongside the dimmer ambience and overall wetness has turned the tiny park I'm accustomed to into a near-alien locale. I wonder to myself if this is why Olivia came out here. In a small way, all of her work seems to revolve around average places, but altered with unnatural and beautiful overlayings. Creating from the familiar and yet adding in the fantastical. I look over to Olivia, who also seems to be lost in thought. That does sound pretty tough. You going to be alright?
No, honestly, that's only the start of it. But I don't want to. No, you wanted to know, right? I want to tell someone, anyone. Right now, it's just Iadakon. I'm sure he's sick of it.
Alright.
This crap even affects my family.
You say that like you don't think they are.
They aren't, though. I can't change that.
She sighs.
You're right. I should be a bit more grateful to them, but at the same time, it's... like, I know all too fucking well I could just hang out at the Pains for as long as I need to after graduation. They're just too nice to not, and the arrangement with my actual father could probably last indefinitely. I could just detach from society and leech off of everyone around me forever. And it'll still just be pity and guilt.
But you saw them at the pool party. They love you.
I know, and I hate it, and I want to love them back, but I just can't. Not now. I've already wasted so much. Who am I to suddenly turn around in my last year? I want to just get out of their hair, not waste their time anymore. Otherwise, I'll be the one hurting them, wasting all their patience and kindness for years like I already have, and I'd never be in the wrong. Who the fuck wants a free ride through life like that? and that's all I have waiting for me, realistically. Damn it, why am I telling you all this?
Olivia clutches her throat. Her voice has gotten strained and weak. It hurts to speak at all, but she's just been letting it all out. Hell, what am I doing just watching? I'm such an idiot. I rummage through the insides of my backpack again until... Aha, here it is. Pulling out a water bottle, I offer it to her. She eyes it indifferently, but still takes it. The whole bottle is finished in one go, and she drops it in the growing pile of trash.
Thanks.
I give a silent nod. She looks off into the distance again, picking up her train of thought.
That's why I had to do it. I had to know if I really was good at something for once. Really, genuinely good. No false praise, no parasocial relations where I'm verbally filleted so everyone else can feel better for it. I had to know my art was real. That I could be something for real. That I have a real way out. Eoticon assures me all the time it's good enough. Fuck, why didn't I listen to him? He probably knows everything by now anyways. He usually does.
Honestly, taking all of this in at once is challenging to digest, to say the least. You said you expected to get caught?
Yeah, I said I wanted to be. I wasn't even sure other people would see it. If you caught it fast enough and switched it back, thinking it was a bug. Then, you started getting all this praise out of nowhere.
Yeah, I did. Seems a bit sad in retrospect.
Yeah, around then it really settled in just how badly I messed up. I tried to get you to notice it by showing me the submission yourself. Then you'd just go to the office to get it changed, nobody would get hurt, end of story. But of course you still had your own saved. You're always just so prepared for anything.
She gestures to the crushed water bottle.
The weeks go by, you get more praise, I get more nervous. Then today, and...
Olivia's hands finally fell onto her lap, limp and spent.
Here we are.
It's my turn to say something, I guess. I just don't know how to process all this. It's not like friendships come with instructions. My own thoughts are muddled, pushing me to find some way to comfort the girl before me. And yet, to comfort her would be to demean her like people have done in the past. It's so confusing, and frustration and pity mix haphazardly in my stomach. It's nauseating. Pity for the girl before me that has wronged me, but not out of real malice. Frustration at myself because Olivia was right, having unveiled an uglier side of me I wasn't aware of. My thoughts land on what Olivia said earlier in the conversation. You going to tell Principal Scaler? Olivia flinches a bit.
The principal? Why?
About what you did? You said you expected to get caught.
We can't tell them officially. Anything but that.
Olivia shifts uncomfortably in her spot. Why not?
If they found out, it's all over.
Isn't that a bit extreme?
Honestly, it'll be the end for you too.
It's my turn to flinch. Olivia's getting worked up again. New fear starts spiking through her eyes. I don't need to ask. Olivia answers anyways.
You didn't talk about it until now, after it's nearly guaranteed to win. With the stakes, it'd look like you were complicit. Or worse, like it was your idea. You'd be a fraud.
There's that word again. Fraud. No. That word all over my record in senior year when I'm about to have to find a career. Fraud. But even so, isn't it the right thing to do? I can handle it. Don't worry about me.
Please, Inko, no! There's more! I told you, I'm not eligible to even enter. I already won before. I got the notoriety and money. The winning piece is featured on the cover of Volcadera Monthly, and even gets an article. That's more than a scholarship. It's a foot in the door. A door I'll be pushed right back out of if this comes to light.
She clutches the sleeves of her hoodie and stares me dead in the eye.
I needed to graduate. I fucking hate it, but I need it. That's my only way out. My only way to actually go somewhere.
You're putting all your eggs into that one basket?
There's no other baskets. I just can't risk it. I know, I just carried on about why does nobody let me fail. But this, it's serious. They can't know. Please, Inko. I can't lose everything over this mistake. I just can't.
I can't. Fraud. God, not that. But isn't it? Olivia grabs the sides of my jacket and yanks herself close. The motion tips the umbrella over. It slides a few feet away in the breeze. It makes her almost lose her balance and fall over onto me. Her breathing is erratic.
Inko, listen to me! Please! I can't lose this! I can't be doomed to be nothing! This is all I have! You can't go to someone about this, I'm begging you!
She's tugging me towards the ground, closer to her. My jacket's starting to tear. I can feel her anxiety by how her hands are quivering with fear as they grip tightly at my coat.
It's my fault, okay? Not yours. You don't need to make it your problem. Please.
Okay, nobody else has to know. It'll have to be our little secret. Olivia exhales and lets go. All at once, she slumps down. I have to hold out my arms to stop myself from falling, too. Olivia ends up slumped over my lap sideways.
Huh?
Hey, you okay?
No. I'm really not.
The gator girl tries to push herself up from my lap. Her attempt only ends up with her twisting on my legs and turning her face and chest upward. She must be really exhausted, as even her attempt to blow her wet hair from her face is unsuccessful.
God damn it, is this what it's all come to? I got away with it too. Fuck, I'm just like Ben.
You have the energy to get up?
Not yet.
Olivia? What's wrong with Ben? How are you like him? She exhales hard.
Ben. It's all his fault. All of it. If not for him, I wouldn't be this thing. Some worthless heap, unable to do anything, with nothing and nobody. None of this would have happened.
This sounds like something I shouldn't be prying into. You don't need to tell me.
Yeah, I don't. But I did this to you. I should be honest. Can you get off my legs first? I'm starting to lose feeling.
You too? Fine. Can you help me up at least?
I take Olivia's shoulder and help her back into her sitting position by me. She just leans back against my shoulder.
Sorry. Been a long day.
I guess it's fine for now.
Where do I even start? That Ben. I don't even remember how we became friends. But we definitely hung out a lot in my last year of middle school. He didn't care that I was in the chair, didn't treat me any different. He was cool.
What's the issue then? Olivia bops my chin with her skull.
Let me finish. He was cool. But in freshman year, back then, Ben was only in the student council as a secretary. I was looking forward to that yearly art show. Worked all summer for the perfect piece, Dreamscape.
Disdain was heavy in her tone as she said its name. Yeah, it won.
It wasn't supposed to.
Once again, her eyes were teary, though with rage this time. My mouth clicked shut as she glared at me. Her eyes closed, and her tone was once again sorrowful.
Ben started advertising himself as my friend, like it was some part of his own personality.
The sigh that escapes her carries years of her repressed anger.
Even his friends started doing it too, like being around me was an act of charity that made them better. He eventually told me straight up, I'll give him that.
Her voice shifted again, but this time instead of a voice to lampoon someone, it was an eerie facsimile to Ben.
I'm universally down on my luck.
Not even a week later, people started walking up to give praise to my submission. It was the first time in a while I'd gotten a compliment for my work. I thought my submission was going to win. It was exciting. Until Damien showed me an article in the school newsletter written by a certain student council secretary. Half of it was basic crap about the art submissions. The other half was about me. Ben had written the longest segment about the talented poor girl in the wheelchair and practically worshipped me for my determination. Surprise, surprise, it wins by a landslide. Even when my piece won, all I could remember was that feeling of just being handed a victory as charity. My whole summer, all that effort just overshadowed. And for what? A safety net that I didn't earn. He really thought I was going to thank him. That's the worst part, honestly. As if I would after using me as a stepping stone to climb the social ladder. I couldn't take it anymore. I told him to get out of my life, and he just gave me this look. I'll never forget it. Genuine confusion, like I was an alien for being upset. But what he said, "This is your only chance of succeeding out there." I wanted to just give it all up. But by then, the money, the exposure, his fucking safety net, I just took it. He was right. He was right, and I hate it. I really, really, really fucking hate it.
So that's what's between Ben and Olivia. I figured it was something, but sheesh.
After that, I just couldn't. I shut everything out. Everyone out. Everyone was fake. No one wanted to know me, just what I exist as. Even my own family. Hell, it's all his fault. All of it. Well, Well, what?
That's it. That's the truth. I just want to graduate and get away from here. From him. He ruined my life. Because of him, I'm not Olivia. I'm Olivia, the poor, sad cripple. That title is forever fixed to my name.
Come on, that's not true.
You're right, it's not.
You're Olivia.
No, that's also not it. I'm not Olivia. I'm God's funniest joke.
I nudge the umbrella back over to us. It goes back into its spot propped up between us, recreating the canopy shielding us from the elements. Olivia looks to me to gauge a reaction. That was the sort of speech given by someone that's had years to think about it and hold it in. And it was one she's been waiting to give to anyone willing to listen, if she could just trust them. All of her pent-up angst against the guy that ruined her life. Released at the moment, she just couldn't take it anymore. It can't get much worse than this for her, but she trusts me. What she needs to hear right now is... I take my sunglasses off and lean forward, placing a hand on her shoulder. She takes a moment to register the new sight and looks right at me, anticipating whatever I'm about to say. You're not a joke, Olivia.
I appreciate you trying and all, but it doesn't matter. The damage has been done. All that shit is what made me into a nihilist.
I wouldn't say you're a nihilist, Olivia. Plus, I don't think that's what the word means. You still enjoy some things.
Got a better word? Well, there you go.
That's besides the point. Ben did something horrible, but he didn't take your agency.
Are you saying that I ruined my own life? Is that it?
Annoyance bubbles up within me as she argues back. She wanted to get caught in the act. Yet Olivia looks at me as if I just spat in her face.
Just what the hell are you getting at, Inko?
What am I getting at? The fact that you can't keep using Ben's shitty choices as a crutch. Her breath catches. You need to take responsibility for your own life, who you are and what you want to be. My words catch Olivia off guard, and they kept coming, unbidden now. You say that you're a nihilist, yet you draw these amazing pieces that reflect these realistic fantasy worlds. And you say that no one wants to know you for you, but you know you have the pains, Eoticon, Liz, me. Can you really blame any of that on Ben? Even the art contest. Ben didn't yank some evil string of fate and make you swap out the submission. You made yourself do it. I know it's hard. I have trouble with this too, but please, for all of us, take responsibility for your feelings, Olivia. Oh, shit. Damn it, mouth. My tirade has left Olivia staring at me, mouth hung open, aghast at what I had said. I hiss in realization and try to backtrack. Sorry, that was...
Fuck you.
Her eyes are heartbroken. They're enraged. They're looking for something to lash out at. But they're trusting.
Fuck you for being right. I know all that, damn it, and you're the second to say it.
Her eyes water and her head returns to my shoulder.
Damn it. Damn it all, Inko.
I'm stunned as she presses further against me, even using her arms to tuck her legs closer.
You and Eoticon had... Fine. You're right, but... How do I start? I have no idea what I should do.
Her voice sounds so weak, but there's a conviction hidden within it. Honestly, she should have just mauled me for what I said. It's what she wants. I can do this. Well, what do you think is wrong right now?
You'll have to be more specific.
All right. What about Damien and his family? She hums in thought. And then there's Liz, too. All of them would probably like to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. What would I say, though?
Whatever you're feeling? Hell, just being more open in general would be something. I can feel her frowning, but also nod against my shoulder.
Fine. What else?
Mr. Yadakon? She scoffs.
He probably already knows.
What you're thinking?
Yeah, he reads me like a book.
But he'd probably like to hear you say it.
Yeah, he would. And
me too.
you got your turn.
You've told me just now, but I'd like to hear more about you. You're my friend.
Alright.
Starting now. I can feel her rumbling growl before she sighs.
I'm sorry, Ingo. For all the shit I've put you through since you got here. For being a really shitty friend. For you having to put up with me.
I chose to be your friend, Olivia, so don't apologize for that. Olivia looks up at me through the corner of her eye. Ben can't take your agency, and you can't take mine. I'm choosing this.
You're silly.
Her words were strained, and not from lack of water. The regret in her voice was raw, along with the honesty.
Thanks.
And I forgive you. And once again, silence. I fumble with my sunglasses, debating whether I should bother with them, given the rain. Might as well, I guess. They are prescription after all. We just lay back, listening to the patter of rain against our little tent. Just her and I, secluded from the world that's done so much to crush her. Man, she's really leaning against me. I crane my neck so I can turn and look at her. She looks so at peace now, even with the smeared mascara and wet hair. I'm starting to lose feeling in my arm, though. And watching her like this is... Was that a snore? I guess she would be pretty tired. It's been a long day for both of us. Even if it's only fourth period. Did I do all right? Things turned out pretty okay, but I'm anxious. The best I can do is be there for her. In this case, it's letting her have my shoulder for a bit, pressed up against me. My eyes slide close, and I try to lose myself in the pitter-patter of the rainfall.
Oh my god.
Olivia jerks herself up and starts coughing into her fist.
Fuck. How long?
About 5 minutes, probably.
Jeez. Sorry.
You know, I remember when you got onto me for just sitting near you back at the party.
Shut up.
Looks like you are improving a bit. Olivia bonks the umbrella, making it splash a bit onto me. Hey!
Anyway.
Olivia stretches her arms and things go quiet again. Olivia finally breaks the silence.
I know you say you forgive me and all, but I still feel like shit for putting you through all this. Now everyone's going to expect you to be skilled at painting. They'll call you a fraud.
Oh, yeah, I was trying not to think about it.
Damn it, it's all my fault.
Olivia rests her arms over her knees, and I'm surprised she manages to bury her long snout in them. An idea hits me. What if you taught me for real? Olivia raises her head from her arms.
Taught you?
Painting, for real. It's like you say, I have expectations to fulfill. Would you teach me how to paint like you do?
I don't know.
Surely you owe me this much at least, please? Olivia looks down in contemplation.
All right. I'll teach you how to paint. But you should know, I'm a lousy teacher.
You've seen my work in class. I'm a lousy student. I got a feeling it'd work out.
Hey, don't make it weird.
Yes, Professor Halford.
Stop making it weird.
I chuckle as I'm playfully shoved by her. With everything said and done, things became quiet. Beneath the solace of my umbrella, we relax together. At least until Olivia begins shifting uncomfortably. I sit and watch as she takes her calves and shifts them to her side with one hand. Her tail comes around and presses into the paper-filled floor before her, keeping her upright as she starts to lean forward. Finally, with the strength of her tail and one arm, Olivia lifts her hips from the floor and swings her shins fully beneath her. She smiles as she kneels over me.
You just going to sit there?
Crap, I guess I was gawking stupidly. But it's just so fascinating, seeing the girl maneuver herself in these odd yet well-practiced ways. I'm kind of jealous, actually. I wish I had a tail to do some of the things she could. I press my hands down on the floor and push myself up. I don't know why. I had thought to stand, but instead I shifted myself to a kneeling position too. We're face to face now. For a split second, I feared the worst as Olivia drew me into a hug. I don't know what I expected, but this. I like this. For how strong her arms are, how they're wrapped around my chest feels exceptionally tender. My own arms have enveloped her, returning the embrace in a similarly soft way. And as her arms loosen, I draw back, though I don't want to take my hands off her. That was nice.
Don't make it weird.
Sorry about that. Through the sound of rainfall hitting the umbrella, my ears suddenly pick up the noise of what sounds like squeaking? I look down and see that there's something shuffling in Olivia's pocket. A little beast emerges from its hiding spot with a squeaky yawn, to which Olivia offers her hand for it to use as a platform.
Hey, little guy. Nearly forgot about you. Had a nice nap?
That's a rat.
Oh, right. You two haven't met each other. Inko, this is Guts. Guts, meet Inko.
Oh, hi Guts. I awkwardly wave at the apprehensive-looking rodent. Olivia lifts Guts to her shoulder gracefully, like her hand is an elevator for him. You brought him to school?
Well, yeah. I just really needed him today since, all the crap that's happened.
She gives Guts a few scritches under his chin.
I bring him sometimes when things get rough.
And nobody noticed?
You haven't.
Touché.
Iadakon did once. He just told me to not let him run around the school. Otherwise it would be considered a health hazard or something.
The tardy bell rings out in the distance. We're late for our next classes. I'm sure Yatacon will understand. We should probably get back to class. Here, hold this. I give Olivia the umbrella so she and the rat can stay dry while I go fetch the wheelchair. By now, it's settled some into the mud. This wheelchair has definitely seen better days. After wiping off the mud and pooling water the best I can, I make my way back.
Thanks.
She offers the umbrella back, but I make sure to hold it above her. I keep the wheelchair steady with one hand as Olivia climbs into the seat, using her tail to help herself up. We stand in the rain in silence for a moment, only sharing content glances.
So what do we do about the contest now?
That's a good question. Ben was there when I saw my name on the painting. He already went to tell someone. So, like you said, no harm, no foul.
What about your own submission? I ruined it.
I scratched the back of my head. It wouldn't have won anyway. It's just a picture.
Oh. I thought it was pretty okay.
Hearing those words from Olivia sends a strange flash of heat to my face. It's not unpleasant, but again, those honest words from her really do cut through me for some reason. Thanks. A loud squeak draws my eyes to Guts as he stands atop Olivia's shoulder. You too? A wry smile stretches across Olivia's face.
I think it means Guts is saying it's actually so-so.
Hey!
Cut him some slack, Guts. Inko didn't have any time to make anything for the contest.
He's got some high standards.
Yep, it's why I've gotten so good.
The sheer absurdity of it. I don't know which of us broke first, but our laughter fills the air, heard only by us as the rainfall cuts off all other noise. So, now what?
I don't know. I don't want to go yet. Still pretty worn out.
Worn out. A smile crosses my face as a wicked idea comes to mind. Well, too bad.
What?
I walk around behind Olivia, grinning like a mad idiot.
Inko, what are you doing? Inko? Inko!
Her head tries to follow me as I stand right behind her chair. I figured that pushing your chair around is really tiring, so how about I help you out? Olivia blushes and looks away.
Fine, but just for today.
Returning to the campus was certainly awkward. Passers-by shoot us looks. It's not the most common scene to see a girl in a wheelchair just roll on in, sopping wet and tracking mud in. More likely, though, it was because said girl had taken to using my umbrella to hide herself from those looks. She was already extremely red in her face. It was a conundrum. Drop the umbrella and let people see her? Or keep it up and draw more attention? I shall name it the Nito theorem. She's gonna kill me if I ever attempt to publish it. On our way to her current class, Olivia spoke up.
No, please, take us to Yatacon. He'll...
She falls silent. We can do that. Photography is my current period anyway. And so I change direction towards the elevator. On the way over, she keeps bending her head back to peek at me, like she's making sure I'm still there. A short ride later, we're outside Yatacon's door. After knocking, the pterosaur professor didn't even bat an eye at the poorly hidden girl. He simply stepped aside and let us through. Ben was looking our way, but I chose to pay him no mind. After everything I heard. Olivia didn't even register he was here. She simply rolled herself to the back of the classroom and through a door into what I'd always guessed was Eoticon's supply closet. You know what? I'm an idiot. It's a dark room, isn't it? The stares of my other classmates thankfully abated as our teacher continued his lecture. Taking my own seat, I focused on Eoticon. As much as I could, at least. My muddled thoughts kept me distracted the whole period. Just before the bell rings, Eoticon stares me dead in the eye. He points a stern finger directly at me, then to the floor to signal, "You, stay." Once everyone else has left, he closes the class door and locks it.
So, care to explain?
Explain, sir? He opens the door in the back and signals Olivia to come on out.
The mud, the drenched clothes, the declaration of sanctuary? I was having a bad day.
She's looking a bit better, still drained, but she's not shivering. Her rat sits on her lap, and Eoticon extends a finger down to scratch under its chin.
I can see that.
He takes a seat against a nearby desk and waves a hand for Olivia to go on. When she doesn't, he shifts his hand to me. I look between the two of them. Mr. Eoticon's expectant stare, and Olivia's pleading eyes. Ultimately, I shake my head in the negative. I just helped Olivia get out of the rain.
Of course.
He slouches further atop the desk.
Can I tell you some other time? Sure. Whatever it was, it looks like you've recovered pretty well.
Olivia doesn't answer verbally, instead giving him a bashful smile and nod.
Was it about your work again? Yeah. Oh, this girl.
He turns to me and points a thumb at her.
You know, the work she's so concerned about absolutely wrecks the grading curve in my class. For the sake of the other students, I had to put a limit on extra credit assignments.
Really?
Yeah, never before would I even consider such a restraint. I would think to myself, why punish someone for working too hard? Then 4 years ago, this little green goblin comes rolling into my class. Half a semester and more than a few angry calls from parents later, my hands were tied. Young lady simply does too dang much.
Olivia smiles but doesn't look up from her pet. It was that much better than all the other students?
Well, no, I don't grade by technique. If I did, you'd be in big trouble, Inko. Olivia's work was very good even then, but the main thing I admire is how motivated she can be. I haven't seen someone so enthused to just paint in years. Certainly haven't seen anyone so enthused I had to change the rules like that. You were worried it'd stop me.
Was I? That definitely sounds like me. But it didn't stop you, not even a little. Heck, that year you even got me to see some things differently.
I don't think I ever did anything like that.
You did when you came in after class the Friday before Mother's Day. Take a look at this.
I'm handed the quill pen, and the first thing I note about it is how soft the feather portion is. It's the special pen you always use.
It's actually from my wife.
Whoa. Inspecting it closer, I can now see more of the intricate details. From the faded engravings on the shank to the maintained but worn point. The feather and brass also show signs of wear, but the whole is well made and kept.
She came in that afternoon with a whole stack of crumpled painting drafts, so frustrated she couldn't get it right and so determined to make it perfect. I say, any of these would be great. Your aunt would love any of these. she fires back, "If it's not good enough for me, why would it be good enough for someone I love?" I did not have an answer. So I tell her to take a step back. We take a few hours to go over fundamentals once more. I send her home to try getting it right over the weekend, and come Monday, she returns and hugs me first thing. That Friday night though, what she'd said was on my mind. I talked about it all night with my wife. Then that morning, I decide to make a change for myself. My wife was molding at the time, so there was always a new feather or 3 in our blankets each morning. I took the biggest one, preserved it right, got a bit of help to make it into a real pen. And I've used it ever since. It helps me remember to do my job right, for the people I care about, and for the people my students care about. I think what it was, it's that childlike reasoning that comes so naturally for the youth. That reasoning, it makes a type of innocent, earnest dedication, something I think I'd lost for a while.
Don't give me so much credit.
You haven't lost it, have you? Good, don't lose it for me, okay?
Okay.
Eoticon yawns and stretches.
You feeling all right to go to your next class?
Yes, I'm ready.
Great.
He claps a hand over my back.
We should do this again sometime.
Mr. Eoticon ushers us out of his classroom as the late bell trills, handing us a note he'd rapidly scrawled on. Miss Brockling didn't seem enthused to see us come in late, but sighed as she read the late note from Eoticon. As I took my usual spot, I felt something odd in the corner of my eye. Looking up, it was to see Olivia looking my way, with that smile on her face. One that spoke so many words, yet I couldn't figure out what. All I could do in turn was try to match it, before focusing on Miss Brockling's latest lecture. As more time passes, the art contest fades into the background. Last week I had a scare when Principal Scaler called me to her office. I feared that they figured out what Olivia did and assumed I was a part of it, just as she predicted. Luckily, that wasn't the case. Instead, she wanted to inform me that they had no leads as to who could have done the swap, and since it was tampered, it'd be removed from the contest. No skin off my back, honestly. As compensation, she gave me one of the runner-up prizes, a coupon for some pizza from some Italian restaurant called Dinomo's. Not the biggest pizza fan, but not a bad prize to get after all of this. Saving it for a rainy day. However, Olivia's other prediction has come to pass. Though official concerns over the contest were resolved, I'm getting new questions from my peers about my portfolio. My paint portfolio. They were never upfront about it either. When I showed off my photography work, they'd be mildly impressed at best. Then the runaround would start.
Yeah, these are nice, Inko. Not bad, but what about what you did for the contest?
I can't even be mad about it, since it's just a misunderstanding. While I'd tell them it was a mix-up when I could, I began to have a thought. What if it wasn't a misunderstanding? What if I was actually good at painting? And after working at it for the past month... Yeah, no, I can't unscrew this. For the past 3 weeks, I've been staying after school, making use of one of the club rooms to practice.
Yeesh, Inko, did you listen to any of the tips I gave you?
Using everything I had at my disposal, namely the textbooks from Mr. Eoticon and how-to tutorials online, I'd stay as late as possible trying to get to the same skill level as Olivia. And as I stare at the horrid acrylic monstrosity before me, I can do nothing but weep at my own inadequacies. Not actually weep, but squinting at the Lovecraftian horror before me, I can maybe see a little progress drowning in the madness of the excess paint. Olivia had made good on her promise to teach me around the time I asked Mr. Iadicon to borrow the keys to the spare room. And while I memorized all of her teachings down to the letter...
What am I even looking at? Are you trying an abstract sort of thing here?
It was an attempt at a self-portrait, actually.
Could probably post it online and some rich asshole would buy it.
Is that good?
No, never trust the opinions of people on the internet. I learned that the hard way.
After a brief period of awkward silence, I let myself collapse on the stool behind me and toss off the oily apron in frustration. At this rate, I'm going to be a double fraud or something. I don't even have the energy to get angry.
Probably looks better now at least.
How did Olivia get so good at this? Olivia, please, you've got to have some actual advice for me. She quietly hums to herself, slipping away a notebook she'd had splayed across her lap into her nearby bag.
Well, when I want to draw, it's usually because I've got something on my mind.
What, like inspiration?
Kinda. More so that I just envision something, and I want to put that on canvas.
A muse, then? I don't really get it, but... The door of the studio flies open, and Damien quickly storms inside.
Inko, Olivia, are you guys here?
He takes heavy breaths as his vision darts around the room. After a moment of surprise, I raise my arm to catch his attention. Damien, what's wrong? The hyperactive Dilophosaurus spots me, taking a final breath before jogging over.
Guys, I need to ask you something!
What? Is everything all right?
Is something happening?
I can't help but panic. I've never seen Damien this flustered.
Do you want to come to the arcade with me and Liz?
Is that it?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Wait, when was this decided?
I thought something bad had happened.
Nope, just asking. Liz already has the car prepped and everything.
Oh. I probably should have expected that, but still. How did you know we were here?
I didn't. I just kept opening doors until I found you two. I've been at it for a while, actually.
Damien's eyes dart to the canvas that lies on the floor next to me.
You working on your next masterpiece? Oh, painting sideways is probably one of your trade secrets, huh?
Olivia hides her snicker with her hand.
Don't worry, I won't tell a soul.
Yeah, that's right. Don't tell anybody. I lean down to pick up the canvas and place it upright, deciding to remove the ugly painting and place it in the corner of the room to dry.
Anyway, how about it?
To the arcade.
The olive baryonyx fidgets, her brow lowered in contemplation as she considers the question. The arcade? It's not like I had any other plans today. Sure, why not?
All right, let's go.
Well, wait, don't just...
Inko, Olivia, there you are. Damien was taking so long to get you, so I was about to come find you myself.
This time, both Damien and I are wheezing for air. Despite Olivia's protests and hesitation, Damien had wasted no time in grabbing her by the handlebars and sprinting for the exit. I had chased after them, all the while Olivia screamed like a banshee as she was pushed through the hallway at a breakneck pace. Yeah, just... I take a deep breath and stand upright. Olivia's claws have dug into her armrest, and she's definitely trying to kill Damien with her glare, which he happily ignores. Why didn't you just message me or something?
I wanted to, but...
Didn't want to ruin your concentration, man.
So instead you kicked the art room door open?
Yep.
Liz had the good grace to look embarrassed on Damien's behalf.
But yeah, gave you a little bit of extra time, right? You've been staying late for forever now.
I can't hide the wince. It hadn't occurred to me that more people would notice.
Ah, relax. Not like you're the only one.
Yeah, I sometimes need to stay behind for student council and club meetings.
Right, sure. So,
Come on, the car's in the student section.
The Dino duo start toward the student parking lot, heading towards a rather old but well-kept sedan. Olivia grumbles silently to herself, but follows after nonetheless.
Come on, dude. It'll take a few minutes to get Olivia in and then 30 to get to the arcade.
It won't take that long, damn it.
Olivia huffs and wheels herself to the passenger side, opening the door for herself. Do you need any?
It's fine.
To punctuate her statement, Olivia uses her strong arms to lift herself on her armrests. Then, with more grace than I thought possible from the olive-scaled girl, she manages to flop down into the passenger seat. I stare at the abandoned chair, wondering where to put it.
I've got room in the trunk, Inko.
The trunk lid pops up with a heavy thunk to punctuate that. It takes me more time than I'd like to admit to figure out how to undo the locks to actually collapse the chair. But once it's done, I'm able to easily slide it into the spacious storage area. Damien had already hopped through the window of the front passenger seat by the time I'm done, as if he'd practiced the maneuver. I simply open the door behind Liz's seat and watch as a pile of soda cans empty onto the pavement below.
Ah, sorry. Those are from this morning. I just toss them into the back seat when I'm done.
Surprised Liz doesn't make you use a bag.
I do.
Damien pulls up an overflowing plastic bag as if it were a trophy. Why haven't you tossed all those bottles out already?
I'm saving them for a project about recycling. Plus, I'm also going to use a couple of them for a sculpture. Saves me the trouble of going out and finding aluminum.
And I get to drink as much soda as I want.
I don't really say anything as Damien scoops out the rest of the cans from the floor of the car and puts them in a new bag, which he then stuffs in the car's trunk before giving me and Olivia a thumbs up.
Aight, dudes, we're good to go.
I nod and slink into the semi-clean seat. My hand searches for the buckle of the seatbelt and brushes against something warm and soft. There's a tiny gasp next to me, and the comfortable mystery in my hand is yanked away. Huh? I look to Olivia, her hand held to her chest. Her green face has a scarlet tinge, and her mirror-shade eyes glare holes through my head. You okay? The emerald-scaled girl turns her maw from me. I stifle a mystery chuckle at that. The warmth on my palm fades, however, and leaves my hand feeling lost.
Okay, all the safety checks are done.
Liz gets in the driver's seat and grips the steering wheel. Outside, she's craning her neck to check on the mirrors and tires. Wait, Liz drives with her head sticking out the window? Liz pokes her head in.
What's that?
Her neck snakes inside and coils around the hook in the middle of the car. Then, with practiced motion, her neck continually coils till her head hangs off the side of the roll, as if no different from someone putting on shoes. It kind of looks like a giant scale-covered scarf. There's even still enough space for her to see the windows and check behind her.
Inko?
It wasn't anything important.
All right.
But, the city, right? I'd actually been wanting to see it a bit more up close for Eoticon's class.
Do you know how much gas money it'd burn through to take a detour around here? Good, 'cause neither do I. Let's do it.
Hey, what? No! I barely have enough as is.
The view on the way is fine. I'm looking forward to it as well.
You sure?
Yeah, I'll point out some stuff I remember along the way.
You're my tour guide now?
Don't make me change my mind.
Glad that's settled. Everyone buckled in, right?
Liz pulls away from the school parking lot, starting down the opposite direction I've always entered and exited. Weird to think, but the edge of my world was as close as a right turn out of my own school. Then again, I still haven't been living here long.
Anybody want a station?
I don't think I've ever listened to the radio here either. Liz and Olivia hardly seem to glance in Damien's direction as well.
Suit yourselves.
Within the span of a few seconds, the natural ambience of the road is replaced with the loud sound of decades-old rock music, sending vibrations throughout the car and everybody in it. Just as fast as it comes, however, it stops as Liz haphazardly yanks the volume knob counterclockwise, toning the music down to a bearable level. Damien frowns for a moment, but he doesn't seem to contest her decision. What the? I turned off all the notification stuff except for messages and calls, and between all the people I message, there's only one who isn't inside the car. Checking the screen, I see...
Any song request, man?
Seriously? I don't know, Damien, so long as it isn't twangy country music.
Sure.
Wait, you've been texting? How long?
Yeah, since like the first week of school.
What the heck, dude? Let me see your phone.
I hand it over, open on the contact creation page. She taps the first few numbers and pauses. Then sheepishly yanks her phone from her coat pocket. She doesn't know her own number? Olivia finishes tapping her number in and hands it back. She's entered herself as Live Long. Huh, sounds vaguely oriental.
Test.
Yep, got it. That was uncalled for.
That's why I sent it.
She giggles at her own joke, and despite being the butt of it, the mood in the car is too high to hold it against her. Before long, the dense forestry starts giving way to more urban developments. More and more decorative palm trees start dotting the paths as well. The silhouette of the city gets closer, and we approach one of those spaghetti junctions leading up to it. The result of decades of poor infrastructure decisions, multi-million-dollar projects promising to fix all the traffic if they just built one more overpass. Olivia's paying close attention to her phone. She scrolls lazily through some forum. What's so funny?
Oh, nothing. Hey,
Lizard Lounge?
Oh boy, you're still browsing that, Olivia?
yeah?
What is it?
Don't tell him.
It's this weird exclusionary chat room. They only allow dinosaur women. Men and, rather specifically, human men are banned.
Racial segregation?
Olivia showed me once. The people on it are really weird.
Humans are banned?
You weren't supposed to tell him. It's the last safe house for us on the internet.
I think there's probably better places for that online for you to associate with.
Tell me about the racial segregation.
It's not that. It's just how it has to be for our safety. Some dino girl can be doing anything at all, and there's always at least 3 guys in the comments saying she looks like...
Don't say it.
They also really bring down the quality of the site. Look, it's explained in the rules that humans have 1/5 the attention span of dinos.
Liz groans while Olivia shows me her phone. The graph is blurred to hell and I can't make out most of the text. I don't know how I feel about all this.
What's not to get, Inko? Think about it. You're in history class, it sucks, so you just remember, wait a second, I'm human, and stop listening.
I wish I could do that.
According to Lady Hitler here, you can.
It's just a funny group of women like me. Lay off, let me have it.
You don't really believe that stuff though, do you?
Not really. It's just the rules of the place, alright?
Okay. Olivia sticks the phone back in her pocket with a huff.
Was the ride to the arcade always this long?
I think we're about 20 minutes away from the arcade still. Don't worry, Inko. The water fountains are integrated.
Shut up!
Damien cackles to himself.
Alright, I hope the place still sells those hot dogs for just $1.
There's no way anyone anywhere sells hot dogs for $1 anymore.
Yeah, but they did. It was great. Olivia and I would save our lunch money to just go here instead after class.
I don't think I'd trust it if it were still that cheap, honestly.
You ate a dog off the floor once.
That's different.
Damien fills the air with old tales of his and Olivia's adventures in the arcade. She'd occasionally chime in to correct him on whatever over-embellishment. The last remnants of suburbia melt away, and skyscrapers overtake our view of the outside world. Finally, I'm in the big city.
Here we are.
I'm almost disappointed when we pull into the arcade parking lot. Large glass windows covered in sun-bleached promotional leaflets adorn the front of the arcade, and the building itself looks a couple decades old. This place was probably successful in the past, but I can only imagine they break even nowadays. Though maybe the recent resurgence of retro deco could change that.
I can show you more on the return trip. Come on.
Guess she must have seen my brief hesitance. Liz unlocks the trunk and I hop out to get Olivia's chair. As I attempt to heave the thing out of Liz's trunk, it takes considerably more effort than I'd like to admit. Now, how do I unfold this blasted thing? I think there's a release button, right? As I check to make sure that all my fingers were intact, I can see Olivia snickering through the passenger window.
Inko-san, you have much to learn. Observe.
Olivia makes sure the brakes are held and heaves herself over in one motion. The chair is forced open by momentum alone with a loud crack. She gracefully rolls by me, tongue stuck out in smug victory over my ineptitude.
Ready?
Sweet!
Damien hurries us inside, and I can tell he's the most excited to be here out of anybody.
Dude, this place is the bomb! We used to scrounge for change to come here after school.
The place is abuzz with activity, flashing machines all competing for attention and gamers excitedly conversing. I lean in a bit closer to Olivia.
It's pretty dang loud here. You going to be alright having to speak up more?
Of course I am. What do you take me for, a kid?
Sorry.
I appreciate the concern.
Liz scowls as she peels her boot from the floor with a loud shh.
Aw. Damien, you could have warned me about...
Damien's taken off toward a nearby coin machine, fistfuls of bills at the ready.
I could have told you too. I've been here before.
So why didn't you warn me about the stickiness?
Olivia shrugs. Liz's head towers to bridge of snoot pinching levels.
Well, you two did kind of drop this on me at the last minute. But I still remember this place pretty well.
Great. You can show and go around, and I'll go with Damien.
Liz meekly puts her pointer fingers together as she looks at the salmon-frilled teen.
Those two-player gun thingies look fun to try out.
You mean the light gun games?
Yeah, those ones.
I can't put my finger on it, but something tells me that Liz was banking on splitting apart from the start. Though it would give me ample opportunity to have some alone time with Olivia. Just to get to know her more, of course.
Liz! I think I broke this one's joystick!
Liz sighs heavily through her nose.
Seriously, Damien?
Oh, come on. It's perfectly even and fair.
You sure about this, Liz? We could just all stick together. The long-necked dino looks around the arcade nervously. As much as I want to protest the suggestion, it might be for the best. Liz wants to stick with Damien, probably to make sure he doesn't do more damage. And Olivia knows this place as well, so she'd know all the best games. We've already been spending time together after school, so why not?
I'm not against the idea, just,
Alright, glad you agree.
Liz takes this as her cue to leave, and she quickly pulls Damien away deep into the arcade. Meanwhile, Olivia begins to roll ahead, but stops and gives me an annoyed look.
Come on already.
Ah, right. As soon as I step closer, Olivia resumes her casual roll down the aisleway. Olivia's eyes seem distant as she looks over the various game cabinets in the room. Silver irises dancing to and fro, a soft hum resonating from her mouth. I try and follow where her gaze lingers, but she seems to be constantly drifting to something new every other moment, while deep in her own thoughts. And as we carry on slowly, the creeping awkwardness in my stomach gnaws away at me. I've no clue what to do right now. The point of this excursion was to relax. It feels rude to interrupt her, but she definitely knows better than me. Say, Olivia. My voice brings her back to the current moment with a start, her hands maneuvering her chair around to look at me fully.
what game should we try first?
The baryonyx shrugs her shoulders.
Anything.
Okay, then how about one of your favorites?
My favorites?
Yeah, you used to come here all the time. I'm sure you've got some you prefer. The look of surprise from her is quickly hidden by her turning her chair back around.
Fine, my favorites then. My favorites.
She pushes her wheelchair with purpose towards a particularly large screen in the corner. Looking at it closer, there's a large block connected to it and dull multicolored sticks hanging off the sides with wires.
Oh, damn it.
I look up at the title above the screen. Ruin Robbers? The more I look at it, the more I see where splotches of fresh paint barely cover poorly done marker graffiti. Olivia's pout is so prominent as she glares at the base of the funny-looking block before the screen.
They updated it.
So it should be better then, right? Her pout breaks, transforming into a depressed frown as her eyes seem to gloss over. I follow her gaze to the metal plate at the base to try and better understand. Machine looks pretty well maintained if you ask me. Something wrong with it?
They added a foot pedal for the cover action.
I test the plate, feeling it sink down and noticing the video demo on screen changes to a screen with a bunch of ass with numbers next to each instance.
This sucks.
Olivia's hands curl into fists as she glares at the machine. A twinge runs through my chest when I look back to the frustrated Dino Girl. One aspect of her favorite pastimes has been changed in a way that almost robs her of it. The thought strikes a painful chord in my heart, though I know I had zero hand in the game update. All the same, to see the clover-scaled girl look so morose. I turn my eyes away to my feet, the sensation leaving as I do, and a flash of brilliance overcomes me as I look at my loafers. Hey, I got an idea. She cuts me off with a growl.
I know what you're gonna say, and the answer is no.
So you're willing to just give up because you can't play it easily?
Yes.
Olivia's response leaves me a bit floored. Her hateful eyes leer venomously at her former favorite game, but I know my idea will work. Okay, you play then.
Haven't you been paying attention? I can't.
I'll handle the pedal work. Olivia's words are left hanging as she tries to visualize what I'm saying. Her confused gaze wanders between me and the flat rectangle on the floor. The whole time she looks so goofy I have to withhold a chuckle in fear of her clawing me. She must have realized, though. Her cheeks bear a red hue as she snatches the light gun from the cabinet.
Fine. One game.
She looks at the light gun in her hand and takes a deep breath.
You better do your job right and go.
I give Olivia a nod, and she wheels herself right next to the arcade machine.
Gimme.
She reaches out for my hand and goes to take it before I can respond. She takes it for a split second, and then moves down to grab my wrist instead. Her scales are soft and cool.
Hit the pedal when I squeeze, capiche?
I nod in affirmation, and Olivia blasts the start button into pieces. Not so tight.
Dude, hit the damn pedal. It's like playing with controller lag. Inko!
Sorry.
Holy crap, this is worse than I remember. Hi, it's me. I'm the guy that makes sense. Here you can see I put the respawning enemies in front of a place you're forced to cross. I came up with this idea while eating a bird. I don't even want to staple my ears to me. Fucking damn it, not again! This game sucks. Wanna play again?
She's a bit intense. When Olivia finally releases her grip on my wrist, I feel my blood rushing through the imprint she left. We ended up playing 4 or 5 games total.
That's probably enough. I'm good to move on. You?
Are you sure?
I don't want to keep you here all day.
Olivia looks over the machine one last time before sliding the plastic gun back in its slot.
I'm still a bit disappointed they changed it, but... thanks. Alright, there's better games around anyway. Let's go.
A stray thought from before I really got to know Olivia careens to the forefront of my mind.
Sometime along the way, people started calling her Hot Wheels. Don't remember really who or when. But I do know it's proof she's got that fire in her.
A fire in her. Before she can roll away too far, my hand takes hold of one of her chair's grips, jolting the Dino Girl from her sullen stupor. Say, I've got an idea, Hot Wheels. Why don't we try the fighting game you were so good at?
The fighting game?
Olivia's jaw clicks shut and her hands ring together tightly. Arcade cabinets can't change, right?
I mean...
Her gaze turns towards the opposite end of the arcade, and I can hear the loud hollers of competition from here. Come on, Hot Wheels, what do you say? The name seems to invigorate her, her glacier irises hardening and her ivory claws touching at her wheels. An eerie grin creeps across her features, tongue polishing an incisor as her predatory eyes latch onto a particular cabinet in the far side. Olivia picks a direction and speeds off, parting the sea of sweaty dinos and leaving a small space of safety in her wake. After a short while passing some digital pachinko machines, she looks back at me for a moment as if to confirm my presence and to say, "Don't lose me," and then yanks her wheelchair to launch herself through the building towards a new destination. What? Hey! I finally give chase, following as best I can while avoiding the rest of the awestruck players that just witnessed the high-speed Dino Girl shoving them aside in her wake. As I get closer, the atmosphere seems to grow thicker, the very air becoming dank and heavy, almost as if someone dialed a humidifier up to 11. For a second, I have to stop in my tracks to catch my breath and try to cool down as my shades begin to fog up. So this is the power of the fighting game crowd. I'd heard things, but I thought they were jokes. Through the fog, I spot Liz, or rather Liz's head, sticking above the crowds.
Yo, you found us!
Getting closer, Damien comes into view too. Olivia stops and checks one last time that I didn't get washed away in the crowd. She then moves past Damien and Liz, coming to a screeching halt next to a particular cabinet that's occupied by somebody else. She removes a shiny coin from her pocket, placing it firmly down on the controls of the current player, who hardly glances at her. As I step closer, I'm able to overhear the exchange between the two dinos. The greaseball ankylosaur, without even looking away from the cabinet, starts rattling off his credentials to Olivia as if it was a job interview.
You know I'm the best Jurassic player this side of Volcadera, right? Double S rank, 3 online tournament wins. Besides, it's 50 cents, not shut up and nut up already.
Olivia's voice causes the ankylosaur to grimace and finally turn his head.
You really want to try me? Look, Tiny Tim, you gotta know that I'm...
His jaw clicks shut as his eyes manage to sweep above and then down to Olivia, his eyes squinting as his retinas slowly adjust to the low lighting of something not displaying brightly colored pixelated characters.
Bro, you know you can't be bringing chairs over here, not after last summer.
Olivia growls and raises a fist, and I think the pale-scaled dino finally sees who is challenging him. His maw flaps helplessly as he tries to explain himself before just stopping himself completely.
Never mind. Sorry.
The gator girl sighs and taps a finger on the quarter she'd placed down.
Rules say you can't refuse, right?
His head tilts in confusion.
You know, you look to be the new champ here, right?
Yeah, I am. How'd you...
This is the champ's cabinet, right?
Damien's come over by this point, followed closely by Liz's head. Champ's cabinet?
Unofficial, but that's the oldest one here. Been here since the dawn of time. It's like sacred or something.
I look over the old machine, the paint on it chipped and positively covered in marker ink to the point that the only legible thing on it is a very juvenile edit to the game's title. This thing?
Yeah, man. They only let the head honchos actually use it. If you're spotted trying without credentials, you end up headbutted.
That's bull, but I believe it. I look back to Olivia, who's having a withering stare down with the squat guy she'd challenged.
Look, lady, I'm a big deal here. Buster of Nuts, crown champ in all of Volcaldera. This particular Jurassic kick machine's got a history. It happens to be the same machine that Dino the Rex Go managed to parry.
Quit stalling and fight me already.
I'm not. I'm just, setting the stage is all. Plus, you think you're the only challenger I've got?
I look around, noticing that there was now a group surrounding us.
On my title as champion, I'll take all comers now.
A hushed whisper goes through the crowd.
Finally, I...
Form a line now.
Okay.
Tallest to smallest.
What?
No cutting.
Oh, heck yeah. We're gonna wipe the floor with you, Buster.
Wait.
What? I don't even play video games.
And I'm not really a gamer either.
Too bad. Consider it the blood tax.
I want to protest further, but Olivia's head turns towards me with a pleading look on her face.
Besides, you think I want to put my hands on that thing? Who knows where it...
We're in.
And go?
Yes! Come on, Liz. It won't be that bad. You're still by the Brachio booth, right? Hold tight. I'll come get you.
Damien pushes back through the small group around us, following Liz's neck to find the rest of her. Her head swivels around and gives chase, her pleas to not have to play falling on deaf ears. Brachio booth?
The arcade's claustrophobic, so brachiosaurs would tend to bump into everything, including each other. There was some lawsuit, so now there's a few platforms placed where people like her can sit and reach everything. There's even some water fountains attached. Doesn't stop things from getting tangled when there's multiple, but it's something.
Huh. Lore. In the end, Liz must have relented because she shuffles up to the rest of the group.
Fine, let's just make this quick.
Liz reluctantly steps forward towards the arcade cabinet, a crooked smile forming on the self-proclaimed champion's face. It doesn't take long for Liz to completely lose. The large ankylosaur's hands move like a blur as they dance across the controls, pummeling their digital opponent into the ground. As boastful as he was earlier, he at least proved that he was skilled at Jurassic Kick, the screen displaying perfect after only a minute against Liz. Liz crosses her arms and starts heading back to her old seat in the booth, head in tow with a pout. Buster leans his head back against his clasped hands to make a show that it was no big deal.
Next victim!
Damien struts to the cabinet and jams his hands in his pocket for his change. Is there a whole piggy bank in there?
Haven't seen your group around before. Tourists?
Huh? Oh, nah. Liv and I used to come here all the time. Life's been tough, you know? So we got some friends to come along this little trip down memory lane. Lighten the mood a bit. This place hasn't changed much in the years either. Aha!
He hoists the quarters high and jams them in the slot. Once more, the screen lights up and the character selection music busts in. Buster considers his selection and ultimately chooses the same character. Damien jams on the buttons and picks his right after, and what's with that death glare?
Damien just picked a counter to his character. Probably expects all of us to be beginners.
Buster does seem a bit more tense now.
Been a while since then, though.
Her explanation is cut short as her words take on a scratchy quality to them. Hey, you okay?
What? I'm fine.
I can go and refill your canteen pretty quick.
Sure, thanks.
She reaches behind her and unhooks her severely dented water bottle from her chair. There's something to look into for Christmas. That Buster guy said there was water by the Brachio booths. Although I can't imagine the water here is very good. Christmas? What? What am I thinking? I haven't gotten anyone a gift like that before. Focus, Inko. You're just getting some water. I head deeper in the arcade towards the center, passing through the aisle lit by game screens.
You guys are done already?
No, just refilling Olivia's bottle. Guess I'm gonna miss Damien's match. Say, Liz, this sticker here, what is it? Her head comes in close as she eyes the weird brand on the canteen.
Oh, that's from some really old show. Like, back in the 90s old. Why?
Just curious is all.
Well, I never really asked Olivia about it.
Maybe I should. After all, I think I recall watching a video essay about it once. Though I could never really get into older stuff, the animation always looks so choppy. Recapping the bottle, I lead Liz's head back to the fighting game section. It's surprising that Damien and Buster are still playing, this time both of their hands slamming furiously on the controls. A crowd has even formed around the duo, exchanging low whispers as they watch the old CRT screen. I pick out Olivia at the front of the crowd close to the cabinet so she's able to clearly watch. She's hyper-focused, to the point that when I swish the bottle in front of her face, she just leans over to keep watching. Evil it is, then. I hold the canteen above her muzzle and carefully tip it over until a few drops fall on her face. Her tongue laps along her lips and swipes up the nourishing droplets before glaring at me.
Hey!
Here you go, fresh from the latrine.
Har.
She takes the bottle and downs most of it right away before clearing her throat.
Thanks.
How's Damien's match going?
Well, He's getting too aggressive.
He is?
Yeah, Buster picked a rushdown character, so Damien picked a zoner to keep Buster at a distance. Problem is that zoners are notoriously bad when it comes to footsies, and are even worse with mix-ups, which means that if Buster is able to get into Damien's hurt box, he's gonna get super punished and might even lose the set in a single.
Wait a second, I'm human.
So Damien has to keep his distance. It's not looking good for him. He's probably about to...
Oh crap!
Olivia and I watch from the sidelines as, over the next few seconds, Buster pulls off an impressive series of moves that crush Damien's character into the ground. Almost like he was waiting for us to get back.
Wow, you actually knew how to play.
Buster jams an accusing finger my way, as though marking me for death.
You're next.
Damien's expression carries a hint of disappointment as he steps away from the cabinet, but he quickly peps up and reassumes his usual jovial self. Just me and Olivia left. I nervously step up to the cabinet. A plethora of characters in various fighting poses stare back at me, each with their own promises of victory. I recall an old saying Coach Solly had said,
If we do not know what we are doing, then the opposing team certainly can't anticipate our future actions.
I tap my joystick over till the large question mark in the middle of the screen is highlighted, to the astonishment of spectators and my visibly nervous opponent. The game begins, and my opponent besides me seems exceptionally calm as he manipulates his controls. Compared to me, trying out every button and stick input to figure out what the heck I'm doing. Unlike Damien, who at least looked like he was holding his own against the bloated Buster, I was getting the digital crap kicked out of me. Every attempt I made was met by my character being grabbed and thrown in some ridiculously elaborate way. By the time the perfect announcement plays out on the screen, I can feel my wrists cramping from the crazy amount of button mashing I'd done in under a minute. At least I lasted a little longer than Liz.
Don't feel too bad. I am the best here after all.
His snort-filled laughter grates on my ears as I walk back to my friends, all of them staring daggers at the pasty-scaled dino. The rest of the crowd are in an uproar along with him, and I can feel my ears heat up at the attention. Olivia's eyes are narrowed as she wheels herself into position, her tail lashing roughly against the ground as she waits for the laughter to die down and her turn to finally begin. Buster chuckles to himself while cracking his knuckles.
I just finished wiping the floor with your friends, while hardly breaking a sweat. Just so you know who you're really dealing with, I'm Buster Nuts, achiever of octaves in the annual Jurassic Wisconsin E tournament, demolisher of Icaria, second best player of 2007-12, and co-leader of the Midwestern branch of the Mighty Mammoths Gamers Guild. You won't look bad for ducking out. Or are you ready to get busted?
You're fat.
You know, you can still back out of this.
Olivia's response is to insert her coins slowly, without breaking eye contact with Buster with what I can only describe as a predatory leer. She then slams her fist on the start button. Buster instantly moves his cursor towards a different character. Damien next to me lets out a soft gasp. What? What's wrong?
Buster's character is like 3 kinds of bullshit is what's wrong.
What?
Well, for one thing, he's usually gentleman's band in tourneys, and...
His mouth is moving, but all that comes out is alien words. Buster lets out a chuckle and turns to look at Olivia, giving her a smug grin. Olivia doesn't seem at all fazed by Buster's character choice, clicking her joystick lazily. Soon as Olivia picks her character, the game's announcer blares the name aloud. Wani Long! Damien turns to look at me. The excitement in his face is overbearing.
That's Olivia's main! Oh man, this'll be one hell of a fight if Olivia's breaking her out.
So is this Wani Long a good character?
Shortest explanation you'll understand is yes.
What's the long one?
If you don't know what a Shoto is, it'll take too long to explain here.
Bah. While Damien rambles on, I recall Olivia's motivation just to get here. That look she had, that more than anything piques my curiosity. So, how good is Olivia with her? Damien's reply is to only give me a wide, big grin.
Oh, you'll see.
A loud soundbite from the cabin speakers signals the start of Olivia's match. Given the way Damien spoke of Olivia's skills like it was derived from an ancient scroll, I expected it to be a flurry of pixelated beatdowns and tactful controller play. But instead, it looked like nothing at all. On the large display, both characters are just shifting back and forth, the joysticks in Olivia's and Buster's hands clacking about furiously. Honestly, it looks more like they're attempting to make their digital avatars tap dance.
Oh!
Wait, did I miss something? I don't want to turn my eyes away in case anything happens.
No, like they're trying to get a read on each other. It's like they're trying to predict what the other will do so they can counter and steal the match.
Oh. So like they're sizing... There's a heavy crack and thump on the floor in front of me. Olivia's tail lashed at the base of the cabinet, while Buster's Thagomizer had managed to crack into the concrete floor beneath him. On screen, the characters finally made contact, and sent each other flying in opposite directions. Behind me, the crowd started cheering, finally excited that there was some actual action happening. Damien is hollering next to me, cheering on Olivia with all his might. Though the excitement dies down again as the duo resumes their cyber posturing. My eyes darted between Olivia and Buster. Olivia's completely absorbed in the match. Her eyes are wide and full of killing intent. Buster, on the other hand, seems like he can barely contain his fury. 10 seconds on the clock, Olivia comes in clutch, punishing Buster's character with an impressive string of attacks. He manages to get away with a single pixel of health just as the time limit runs out. Winner! Wani Long! The crowd goes nuts as Olivia's victory is announced. And you know what? I can't help but cheer along with them. Olivia slumps back on her mobile seat and lets out a sigh before returning to her original position. Buster lets out a snort, twists and stretches his neck, and cracks his knuckles before once again gripping the controls tight. Round 2! Clash and Trash! The crowds return to a more silent state of observing the match closely, only low murmurs as they gawk at the two highly skilled players. The words passed around reach me, attempting to draw my eyes away.
Weird for him. Surprised he's not doing that. Is he playing with her?
Come on, Olivia!
Damien's shout above the rest of them nearly blew my eardrums, but I shared his sentiment as the stylized characters exchanged simple blows. The timer continues to tick down, Buster once again being put on the defensive. With how all the previous bouts went, Buster always had control with a cutthroat level of offense, but I didn't think of him being this passive. The countdown once again hits 0, this time with Olivia's character slouching in defeat and the crowd cheering again, though less enthusiastically than before.
You got this, Olivia! Just one more win and you're champ again!
Olivia's shoulders tense up at what he said, and all eyes stare directly at her.
Damien! Come on, Hot Wheels! Show them why you're the best!
She groans a bit and refocuses on the screen. The group simmers down to silence in anticipation of the start of the final match. The sudden silence actually catches me off guard for a second, long enough for my own doubts to catch up to me. Buster's playstyle, it's like he's not really trying. The match starts and the hype flares right back up. That's stupid of me to even think. He's a gamer bro champion type. He's got way too much to lose. And yet... Hey, Damien?
Yeah?
Do you notice anything off about how Buster's playing?
You noticed it too? Guess I'm not just paranoid then.
Like, I didn't really watch your match, but was he always so...
Passive? No. But like, these two are crazy good, so maybe this is all mind games.
As if he's going to throw the game and let her win. We glance back at the ongoing battle happening on the screen, and I take notice of Buster's hand movements. As Olivia launches her character into a furious combo, sure enough, Buster hesitates just enough to let his fighter get hit by the first blow.
That's brilliant timing.
This is crazy.
Huh?
Then it hits me all at once, like a freight train. The way Buster was looking down at Olivia, how he didn't want to take her challenge, all the excuses he was giving. He's a virgin, but also, he's throwing the whole match, isn't he? Damn it. Even here, Olivia was right. Damien, I think he's taking it easy on her.
You think so?
Damien takes a moment to ponder what I said.
Dang. Even here.
That's what I was thinking. Should we do something?
What? Interrupt the match? Everyone else is having fun.
The crowd whoops again. Only now it sounds a bit different, hollow, mocking. Damien's frill sags with concern. He turns to me.
What we came here for is a good time. If she can't tell, what's the harm?
Jeez.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, I do. I hate that he's right. I could stand up for her. I mean, just being there for Olivia when Mia was getting on her went pretty alright. But that was a while ago. I just don't know. I look over the crowd again. The match is about halfway done, judging by the remaining health pools. I know Olivia normally doesn't like this from strangers. But I'm no stranger to Olivia. She knows my intentions. We're friends. On screen, it looks like the characters are about to strike one another with their feet. I cup my hands around my mouth.
Go, Olivia! You got this!
Damien recoils from my scream. Or maybe I popped his eardrum, judging by the glare he levels at me. Then he raises 2 fingers to his mouth.
Heck yeah, you got this!
Even Liz tries to join in, shouting down at the crowd with her own cheers. Oh, you know what would be cool?
You can do it, Hot Wheels!
Yeah, go Hot Wheels, go!
Olivia flinches and turns her head to look back at us a bit. Curiously, so does her opponent. She sees us cheering and she gets her usual disfavoring furrowed brow. No way, I'm sticking to my guns.
Eyes on the screen, Hot Wheels! He's gonna get you! Beat him without even looking!
She stares right through the crowd at me. It's only an instant, but it feels longer. But her subtle scowl cracks. Then it completely folds into a smirk back at us. She faces back to the screen with renewed vigor. Buster shakes his head to snap himself out of his own slog. Looks like he was only intending to lose by a little. He's picking up the pace now. Only...
Time!
The match times out.
Ah, dang. Wanna go another round? People need a winner.
Actually, mind if I run to the restroom real fast?
Shit, yeah. It's, down that way.
Olivia turns and smiles at me again. It's warm. Then she goes off to the restroom. Buster waits for her to be out of earshot and scrambles over to Damien and I.
Hey, you two. You guys weren't serious, right?
Huh?
You were saying Hot Wheels. That's not really her, right?
Yep, it's her. Why?
Damn, I feel like a jackass now.
You were throwing for her, weren't you?
A little. Your buddy Finhead gave me some sob story about her during our match, and I felt bad, okay? Who wants to be known as the asshole that picks on cripples?
Oh, Buster was being hospitable to the young lady.
Who the fuck? Shut the...
Yo, Buster, you simping?
Piss off! But yeah, I didn't mean any disrespect or anything. Crap, I didn't know she had history here. I should have more respect than that.
He sighs.
What'll you do now?
I'll play for real. It's what she deserves.
That's all we ask. Buster nods and turns with a thumbs up. He cracks his knuckles and neck in preparation for his first legitimate match of the day.
You're still kinda simping, though.
Shut the hell up, Dave.
Olivia returns, sliding up to the machine once more.
Thanks for waiting.
No problem. Ready?
You know it.
Good, 'cause you're going down this time.
They give each other one last competitive leer before putting all their focus on the screen. Just as before, Buster chooses the OP character and Olivia picks Wani Long. As soon as the in-game announcer yells, "Fight!" Buster immediately goes in for the kill, the total opposite to how he was playing last match. It catches Olivia off guard for a moment, leading her character to eat a massive combo that takes away a good chunk of her health. True to his word, he isn't holding back this time for Olivia's sake, dealing her the same level of beatdown brutality he gave to the opponents before her. This seems to only invigorate her, putting her skills and hands into overdrive. Even though Buster is going at full force, Olivia still manages to get Wani Long to land a few punches and kicks, along with evading some attacks. The crowd seems to notice the reappearance of Buster's lethality, causing an uproar of cheering and whoops. Damien, of course, follows suit.
You got this, Hot Wheels! Kick his ass!
Can't let him be the only one, right?
Show him why you're the champ!
Unfortunately, not even Olivia could beat Buster's true fighting skills, and like his previous opponents...
KO Bold wins!
The crowd is a mix of groans and cheers in excitement at the ill-fated defeat of Olivia. Buster crosses his arms, basking in his self-pride of beating the legendary Hot Wheels.
Damn, you really handed my ass to me.
Didn't I say I was kind of a big deal around here?
Yeah.
Though I gotta admit, you gave me a real challenge. I see why you were known as a champ.
Thanks.
If you're ever up for a rematch, you know where to find me.
With that, Olivia makes her way over to us, a smile beaming across her face.
All right, who's next?
We exit the crowd into a more spacious part of the arcade.
That was awesome, Liv. You really gave him a run for his money.
I know, right? I mean, I know I'm a bit rusty, but the moment I got my hands on the controls and he gave me a real fight, I was so close to beating him.
Despite having been outmatched and losing to Buster, she seems to be having even more fun than ever.
I'm feeling all jittery after that fight.
That's the gamer rush settling in you. Hey, you know where they sell food here, right? We should get some snacks to celebrate.
Well, I was smelling grease. I was just assuming it was he takes his own order and starts marching off in another direction.
Damien, wait for the rest of us.
Food, huh? You know what? I could go for a little something.
Yeah, it is getting pretty late.
Come on, they went this way.
Olivia starts plowing through the crowd once more. Oh boy, this again. I'll call it exercise. The snack bar is a small cutaway from the rest of the building, segregated by different style tiling and brighter fluorescent lighting. There's not a lot of options aside from what you'd expect: pizza, ice cream, chicken strips, pickles, and the like. When Damien asked for 2 slices of pizza, Liz got excited. The moment he got the food, however, he was already eating one while holding the other. She seemed really annoyed, but took his offer to let him pay for her food. He offered to pay for Olivia and myself, but the last thing I want for him to do is drain his wallet any further, given how much he's blown already. It's barely over $10, so it's not like it bothers me. Olivia got an order of chicken wings slathered in hot sauce. I just went with the classic chicken strips and one of the sodas I recognized from the school vending machine. We take a seat at one of the few open tables, and I struggle not to think about how often they're cleaned. Damien doesn't bother sitting with us. He just heads right back into the fray with both arms occupied by his dinner. Liz follows after Damien to keep track of him. At least her head does. Olivia barely even sets her tray down before I subtly shift myself away from the maelstrom of molars and claws. Damien probably said he'd cover the meal because he knew Olivia would get like this. Sheesh, Hot Wheels, would you like some actual meat on that? I didn't even know wing bones could get that big. Olivia responds by snapping the bone in 2 between her teeth. The marrow squirts out a little, and she has to get a napkin to wipe her cheek. Suddenly, my own chicken tender meal looks even more unsavory, so I push it aside and closer to the toothed tornado. It only takes moments for her to accept my offering with no manners whatsoever. Don't mention it. So, after we finish, any other plans? Olivia ponders my words while rolling a bone around her mouth like it's a lollipop stick. It's just a chicken bone, Inko. An oddly large chicken bone.
I don't know. I've basically done all I want to do by now. Damien's probably got another 20 minutes before he burns out. I'm cool to hang out here, unless you want to do something.
Nah, I actually don't play games much. I had fun playing with you, though. Olivia looks away for some reason. We should do this sort of thing more often.
Yeah?
Of course. I've never had this much fun outside of my previous schools, mainly because I never had many friends to hang out with.
That's kind of sad.
It is, but it looks like moving here was a change for the better. Plus, it's just fun hanging out with you. Though stained with sauce, Olivia's lips curled into a smile. And Liz and Damien too, of course. Though I have to admit, with the way Liz gravitates towards Damien, it's almost like she had this all set up.
What do you mean?
Well, Damien and Liz are pretty close, so maybe she's using this as an opportunity for them to get closer. It's almost like we're on a double date or something. She jerks back to me, completely attentive. Did I say something?
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Since we hang out together pretty often, people might start thinking we're together. Something whips into my back. Ah! Olivia grabs hold of her tail.
Crap, sorry. Yeah. I had fun today. Going out like this for the first time in ages, seeing this place again. It's nice.
That Buster guy said they renovated it a bit in the last few years. Has anything else changed? Olivia looks into the depths of the arcade, looking for anything different.
You know what? I think the wallpaper's changed. But other than that...
She turns back to me with a nostalgic grin.
No, it's stayed the same. You know what has changed, though?
What?
The people here.
What, like employees?
Them too, but I meant the regulars. When we came here, the place was always more...
Her tongue probes her cheek as she considers different words.
more... hectic? No, more packed. It was so easy getting through here today.
I recall her almost running some people over to get across the building. And with the look she had back then, I don't think she'd have noticed if she had. Olivia's gaze lingers back toward the arcade machines.
Back then, every machine was crowded. It was a lot louder, and there was always this something in the air that had everyone excited.
What about when you and that guy were playing Jurassic?
Okay, yeah, it was like that, but way more. Like, it felt like every machine had a crowd around it, everyone just getting crazy, and it was always a pain to wait your turn.
With the heaviest of sighs, Olivia turns back toward me.
Just feels empty, like everything else nowadays.
I mean, empty is good. You were able to get around easily. Near hit and runs notwithstanding. And personally, this place feels crazy to me. Even here in the tiny food court, I can feel the rumbling loudness of all the people here resonate through my body. Her only response was a non-committal hum. Olivia handles her flask carefully, staring down at the sticker I'd noticed earlier with a wistful look. I remember that Liz mentioned about it being from an old show she watched. Say, I noticed that sticker when I went to refill it. What's it from?
Oh, that. It's from some old anime that I remember watching growing up. It's nothing really special.
From some anime, huh? What's it about?
You want to know?
Sure. I never really caught on to the whole anime stuff, but I'd like to know what it's about.
Well, if you really do want to know, it's not like any other anime. It's called Gundam, and...
For the next 5 minutes, Olivia tries to summarize the premise of Gundam in detail. Given that I'm as clueless to it as I was with the fighting terminology, the plot sounds completely esoteric. The sticker is of the symbol worn by a faction of space noids fighting for their independence. Sounds like a just and noble group with a goal like that. Watching her talk so passionately about the series, franchise? Oh, that's a lot. For how long?
But that's alternate universe stuff. Oh, and then there's this martial arts one?
As she continues her description of the franchise, I start to realize how enamored I've become. Not just about hearing the show, but from seeing Olivia talking about her favorite show with such passion and energy. I find myself engrossed in her voice as she recounts a particular version of the anime, as she's even taken to emulating segments from the show.
And in the end, he finally admits it, and it's one of the best romance Gundams done, and...
Her sudden pause worries me. What's wrong?
Nothing.
Doesn't sound like nothing. Rather, given the roughness in her tone again, her throat finally ran dry. Do you need another refill?
I'm good.
She drinks deeply from the canteen that had started this all off. It's been a while since she'd talked herself dry like that. In fact, I can't recall the last time she desperately needed to hydrate like that. I think maybe around the start of the school year? She releases the canteen and lets a breath of relief out. Better? Olivia nods.
Yeah, anyway, where'd I leave? Actually, I've probably been babbling on too long about it.
Oh no, I don't mind at all.
Nah, it's fine. Besides, you let me talk about my favorite show, so tell me about yours.
Mine? Well, I haven't finished anything, just mostly video essays about old shows. I'm told I can call myself a fan of video games without having played them, but does that apply to TV? Olivia sure has taste. She can tell me exactly what kind of show she likes and why she likes it. I just know bits of trivia. No, that can't be right. I've seen lots of things in passing. Like... Well, shoot. I have no swag. I guess I've spent more time watching in-depth video essays about shows than actually watching them. Man, that's embarrassing.
No it's not. Okay, maybe a little. But it's never too late to get into it. See what you do or don't like. Next time you're over at my place, we can binge watch a whole anime series.
I like the sound of that.
But if it ever gets too intense, you can always watch Power Raptors with Vinny.
Hey!
Relax. Toku shows like that aren't just for kids to like. It's funny though. I remember my dad letting me watch it as a kid, and Vinny got into it because I showed him.
If you don't mind me asking, you mentioned that your dad's in and out of town because of his job. What is it exactly?
He's on contract with the DoD.
Wow, really?
Yep. Been working with the Air Force since I was a baby. Normally, he isn't called that often, but when he does, it's pretty lengthy. Weeks, even months.
That must suck.
It isn't all too bad. We still call each other and send messages. The work just keeps him busy.
Well, that's good. Keeping in touch with your folks is important. Why do I feel sad now?
What about your parents? What's their job?
Oh, mine are joint partners in architecture. It's why we move around a lot, and the main reason why we're here in Volcadera to begin with.
Ah, now it all makes sense.
What does?
You know.
She points at my shades and jacket. Having on a jacket and shades doesn't automatically make me rich, Olivia.
Dude, who else wears clothes from Abercrombie and Flint and has extra pairs of Ray 8-band sunglasses on them? People in mansions, that's who.
I don't live in a mansion. For your information, it's a 2-story complex with an automatic gate and... Oh... I see what you mean.
Now you get it, moneybags.
Suddenly, Liz starts waving her hands around excitedly. What the?
Hey, go, Olivia!
Damien comes rushing in, both arms filled with a pile of tickets. Whoa, Mama, that's a lot of tickets. The other end is still trailing behind him.
Damien got the jackpot at Megala Millionaire!
This is probably like 1,000 tickets. I'm gonna go see what this gets at the prize corner. Come on!
Holy crap. Alright, yeah. You done eating, Olivia? She takes the basket of chicken strips and pushes back from the table.
Yeah.
I roll my eyes and follow behind Damien to the prize counter. He plops his winning stash on the counter in front of the unamused clerk.
So what'll this get me?
Nothing. You need to drop those in a ticket counter first.
Aw, damn, nearly forgot.
He rushes off to get them counted, and I look over the options. There's a few old games up on the top shelf for several thousand. What's the exchange rate supposed to be? Below me in the glass counter is a bunch of candy and small plastic novelties. There's also a lot of joke items, whoopee cushions, air horns, things like that. In one corner is a series of licensed and generic plush toys hanging. What do you think he'll get?
Probably the mini RC car? Or no, maybe that plasma globe.
He's going to get a handful of candy and let us have the rest.
You think so?
All right, I'm back.
He hands the ticket over. I spot the number 1247 printed on the ticket. Dang, that's enough for one of the plushies on the wall.
Let's see. I want... Hey, how about that?
He points to a small foosball table on the top shelf. The clerk glances up at it and back.
That's gonna be like another few thousand.
Aw, damn it. Well, I'm out of ideas. I guess I'll have some of those then.
The clerk gets a small bag of chocolates from the display.
You guys can have the rest.
I don't really need anything here.
Nothing's really speaking to me either.
I might want something.
Olivia scans the corner. There's still enough tickets for a medium prize. She might go for a paddleball or something.
Whoa, look at that.
She points to the plushie corner. The blue slug thing?
No, next to it.
There's a weird dark green thing hanging in the corner. The only one of its kind. I kind of want to drop kick it.
That one? I don't know. Something about it really makes me want to, I don't know, tie it to a firework and set it off into a deep fryer?
I was just thinking the same thing.
You guys are rude. I'm not saying you're wrong, though.
He looks like he's the reason we have taxes.
I hate its face. He thinks he's better than all of us.
I've gotten used to it. It's been around for years. Tell it I hate it.
You don't really want it, right, Olivia?
Wow, it's just like me.
Her eyes are bright and wide. She's in love. Oh. The clerk hands her the stuffed toy, and she looks deep into its beady eyes.
Yep, just like me.
I'm going to set that thing on fire sometime.
Not if you like having both arms.
We have two for a reason.
The argument continues for several minutes.
Guys, it's getting late. Think it's time we head out.
Ah, shoot, she's right. Even though the weekend starts tomorrow, I still have a curfew that my folks are strict about. Agreed.
Aw. I guess you're right.
On the way out, Damien stops and breathes in deeply.
You know, this was a lot of fun. Coming all here together for the first time in a while. Thanks for taking us, Liz.
Oh, it's no problem.
Thanks to you guys, too.
Yeah, man, it was fun. We should do this again sometime. Is it just like you remember it?
Even better.
I know I was a bit meh about the idea at first, but I'll admit, it was worth it.
Back in the car, the argument picks up again.
I'm just saying, you should try hiding pencils in its ears until they come out the other side of its head.
If anyone hurts him, I'll kill ya.
She stares with razor intent back at Damien. Okay, let's not get into fratricide over a plush animal. Olivia hugs the wretched thing tighter.
So Inko, you want me to drop you off at your place?
Oh, dang. Yes, please. Hadn't thought of that. I quickly send Liz the address to my house, which she puts into Google Maps. Buckled in, we head out of the parking lot and onto the main road. Entering the freeway, we pass by the city, now illuminated. The early fall sunset bathes the car's interior a warm orange, and as we make our way home, I find myself recalling all the spots Olivia had highlighted. I wanted to ask her again just so I knew for sure, but seeing her rest peacefully gave me pause. Well, I suppose I can ask her another time. Better to let sleeping gators lie. Wait, lay? Let her rest. She had fun, now she's tired, and that's all that matters. I know Olivia mentioned that the place was updated, but I'd be lying to myself if I didn't say that it looked a bit too grimy. Just hope I don't get sick. Yep, I got sick. I've been completely out the whole weekend, sick like a dog. Must have caught it at the arcade. At first, it was just a slight headache and a stuffy nose. By Sunday, it felt like my bones were made out of paper mache. I couldn't even go to school today. Man, this sucks. I shouldn't have ignored the signs. The rapid weather change isn't helping at all either, between the pollen and chills. Worst part is, I'm falling out of practice. I've tried on and off every hour to watch a drawing tutorial, but within minutes my consciousness is overtaken by a fog and I retreat back to bed. At this rate, I'll never actually have the skill people thought I had at the beginning of that contest. Between the sunlight obscuring clouds and my own bouts of unconsciousness, it feels like I've been sick for weeks instead of just days. I would have asked my parents for some help, but they still had work, and the most help they could be was simply calling into school to let them know I was sick. I finish off the cup of medicine I'd made and go back to my noodles. The only reason I'm even conscious right now is because I figured some soup would help with the splitting headaches. And I've made sure the pantry is stocked full of cup ramen. I shovel even more instant noodles into my mouth as I lie splayed on the couch, trying to watch whatever's on the TV. Eventually, I decide to set the salty goodness aside in favor of scrolling through the notifications on my cell phone. Of course, I got a few dozen from Damien. Bless his heart, he's been giving me an hourly play-by-play of the school day. Got a few messages from Liz too. She's also filling me in on the school day, albeit not nearly as often as Damien. Even Olivia messaged me, and I feel oddly soothed as I read her well wishes. I suddenly get another notification, this time from Ben. It's a PDF of my homework, followed soon after by a simple "get well soon" animated emoji. Aren't I popular? I'll be sure to thank them in person when I'm better. Another wave of fuzziness washes over me, so I pop a few flu meds and chase it down with another gulp of the lukewarm chicken broth. 3 days of being sick as a dog, and it's only occurring to me that I haven't seen any sign of... Huh? I thought I already got my grocery delivery today. Or was that yesterday? Whatever. I push myself upright on the couch turned sickbed, uncaring for all the styrofoam noodle cups and plastic wrappers that fall onto my carpet. Wow, I really let things get out of hand. My head is spinning as I make the arduous 20-foot journey. I check of the peephole and nothing is there. Or maybe it's a small child. Triasa Scout cookies sound awesome right now. One hand works to undo the locks while the other finds my wallet. Damn poofy sleeves. If they weren't so warm.
Sup, you dead yet?
Olivia? What? How? What are you doing here?
In spite of her cheerful greeting, Olivia shifts side to side in her seat, and her knees totter together.
Mr. Ryotakon wanted me to give you the project worksheet for his classes.
She pulls her backpack up from behind her chair and reaches in, drawing out a manila envelope and waving it in my face. My dizziness intensifies as my eyes attempt to track the rapidly moving object in front of them.
Oh, the one about Baroque. Thanks?
I'm pretty sure Ben had just sent me those as a PDF. She snorts and lets the packet go, my hands fumbling to catch it before it hits the floor. Without batting an eye, Olivia pushes past me, as if wandering into someone's house is an everyday occurrence for her.
Come on, the project isn't gonna finish itself.
Huh?
She's already wheeled herself to my couch and set a backpack on the coffee table.
Yeah, figured you could use some help on it, or...
And balks at the mountain of junk I'd left. I think her nose crinkles, hard to tell from so far away.
Damn, Ingo, you live like this?
My head finally catches up with what's transpired. Olivia is here now. Cool. What isn't is the sudden onset of vertigo. Guess I was standing upright for too long. I only managed to stay up just enough thanks to the support of the wall. What?
Just how sick are you?
Pretty sick. The disgust that was on her face is wiped away as she looks at me. Huh, I wonder why. Why is my floor coming at me? Owie. After my impromptu tumble, Olivia had done her best to pull me up and get me to the couch. My robe did make it easy to drag me across the smooth floor of my house.
Okay, forget the project.
What project?
Attaboy.
I can't tell if the dizziness is new or not. Olivia's already started picking at the trash mountain, moving what she can into a grocery bag. Watching her with my vision going fuzzy only intensifies the vertigo. I guess I should take more of my medicine. I grab a can of soda from the half-empty case on the table, along with the bottle of cough syrup. I upend the can and bottle into the glass I'd been using all weekend, watching the delicious mixture slowly become my panacea. Giving the glass a good swirl to ensure the best final product, I grin and gulp down my alchemical masterpiece. I don't get to finish the drink, however, as an olive green tail slams my midsection and makes me spit up the drink all over the table.
The fuck are you doing? No wonder you've been sick as shit.
What? I read online that it makes the medicine go down easier.
Inko, you've been drugging yourself with fucking purple drink.
I mean, yeah, it's purple and I drink it.
Holy crap. How are you alive?
The smell of my spat-up drink irritates my nose, and I feel my stomach roil from both the impact and forced purging. I resist the urge to retch, feeling all my energy drain away. I feel completely spent again. My vision swims and the world turns counterclockwise. I feel something on my head, and I'm thankful that something soft and warm and soothingly smooth maneuvers it back onto the couch. The blackness of my shut eyelids returns the uprightness of the world, and the numbness I'd grown used to overtakes my limbs.
Inko? Inko, are you okay? Oh man, stay there. I'll figure it.
Olivia's voice is drowned out by a growing drone of white noise. Once again, the colors from outside the window bleed and flood into my house. And I'm still without my rent money. Someone's in here still. They're bent over something. Hey, you, what's going on?
Hang on, I'll try to help you out.
So big hugs. I Wani hug.
Don't say anything. You're completely incoherent.
Incoherent. That's my name. Before I can say anything, my being fades into the void. Oh God. My head. What year is it? I sit up and glance around the room. Mom and Dad aren't back yet, even though it's 6 o'clock. Some business meeting, huh? Wait, no. What's that smell? Dang, something's cooking. Smells nice. Guess Mom is home. Wonder what the occasion is. Normally, it's just reheated whatever. I put the couch pillows back the way my parents like them and head into the kitchen to see what's up. Wow, Mom, what smells good? Shit, sorry. I didn't know you were still
Oh man, I passed out on you, didn't I?
It's fine. You feeling any better?
Yeah, just thought Mom was back.
Oh, are they not around very often?
Yeah, they're usually busy with work stuff. Both have busy but well-paying jobs. I'm fine, don't worry.
If you say so.
Olivia looks down at the slow cooker and fiddles with one of the dials.
Actually, are you? Do you really not have anyone around? No aunts, grandparents, no nothing?
I shrug.
Like, my mom's gone and my dad's a whole nother story, but at least he stuck me with the pains. In that way, I guess you're worse off than me somehow.
The last part she spoke was quieter, and with her downcast face, I can't help but feel I wasn't meant to hear it.
Well, yeah, you at least have your folks, but I don't think it does much good comparing our situations. I'll just have to be a better parent for my kids.
Olivia flinches. I don't know why, though. Isn't that what everyone wants?
You plan to start a family?
Yeah, of course. What about you?
My dad really wants me to. He knows he's pretty far from ideal. He's told me before that he hopes I can make a family work, like how he couldn't. It'd be nice, but I mean, it's probably not gonna happen.
I think it can.
Well, after you collapsed, I panicked. I had to call Aunt Mrs. Payne to ask her what to do, if I should call emergency services. She said when this happens to Damien, she just makes him shepherd's pie and waits for him to sleep it off. I had to root through your fridge to find out you have jack shit in terms of ingredients. And your appliances, too. I thought a place as upscale as this would clearly have an air fryer. But all I could find was this slow cooker, so I threw the vegetables that hadn't expired into it with some stock. Should be good for your sinuses, at least.
I vaguely remember something along those lines. I step closer to Olivia, peering into the glass window of the cooker.
I didn't even know we had half of whatever's in there.
Really? Why would your parents buy this kind of stuff just to let it rot away in the fridge?
My mom does like to cook, but she doesn't do it very often. I wish she would.
The green gator snorts.
You know, I'm only spoiling you because you're sick.
It's not that. I just miss dinner, you know? Sitting around the dining room table and talking to each other. We don't really do that anymore, except maybe on holidays.
Olivia winces.
No kidding. Sorry to pry.
I can't help but sigh as I think about my lackluster relationship with Mom and Dad.
It's alright. Anyway, I didn't take you for the culinary type, Olivia.
The awkwardness of just standing and staring gets to me, so I choose to take a seat at our island table.
Man, these chairs are surprisingly comfy.
This is actually the first time the table was even used since we'd moved in. Thinking about it, Olivia's given me a lot of firsts now. Kinda wish Mom would make dinner again, like before she got that promotion. Olivia hums to herself as she moves toward the fridge, pulling out the egg carton and scowling after checking it.
How often do you get groceries, Inko?
I ordered some earlier.
Actual groceries, not that junk.
Oh.
God, that's such a waste of money. Imagine if you could cook the food you like.
I try to, but my head starts to get a bit lighter. Though now I can practically taste the salivating smell coming from the cooker. Is that why you're in home ec? There's another low hum from her as she considers something.
I wanted to be ready when I had to have a place of my own. And it's actually relaxing, just keeps my mind and hands busy when I'm alone. Plus, it's either this or, bother Aunt Mrs. Payne all the time.
The cooker pings, signaling the stew was finished. When Olivia takes the lid off, a cloud of steam erupts with the rich aroma of cooked meat and vegetables.
Can you grab us some bowls? I'm guessing they're in the shelves above.
I nod and get up, moving around the table to the shelf with all the bowls. I give the top a quick dust check, sticking it back in and taking the two under it. Olivia already has the ladle ready, stirring the soup slowly. I set the bowls down next to her, and she ladles in servings for us.
Okay, moneybags, back to the couch.
You don't want to eat at the table?
I can't.
What do you... Oh. The island table doesn't really have the space for her chair to fit underneath.
Plus, I want to enjoy this with some quality entertainment. I figured we could watch something together on that big flat screen you've got. That's okay, right?
Sure. I carry both bowls back to the couch, seeing the entire living room has been cleaned up. Man, I really need to make this up to Olivia somehow. Just watching something doesn't feel like a fair deal at all. Not only cooking, but even cleaning up after. I'll find a way to repay her. I set down our dinner on the coffee table. Before Olivia can say a thing, I place both hands on the corner of the couch and push. Didn't think it'd be so hard, but then again, I am still out of sorts. The space created, however, is enough for Olivia to get her chair between the table and couch. Olivia gives me an appreciative nod, then pulls into the gap.
Thanks.
I give Olivia a small nod and a smile as I grab my spoon off the table. Leaning closer to the bowl, the comforting aroma of the soup wafts up my stuffy nose. First time I'm getting goosebumps that aren't caused by cold flashes. I get a good spoonful of Olivia's homemade remedy, making sure to get some meat and veggies as well. Still piping hot, I blow a bit of air on the spoon to cool it down.
Pussy.
What? Hey, the last thing I need with this fever is second-degree burns all over my tongue.
Whatever you say.
Once I feel that it's sufficiently cooled, I slurp up my first spoonful. My dry, tired eyes close in bliss as the flavors wash over my taste buds, firing them all off like fireworks. To describe it as just being good would be a severe understatement. The stock is rich and hearty. The meat is well cooked, it could easily fall off the bone it came from. And the vegetables gave it a nice aromatic touch. All of it well seasoned and spiced. It's like I'm experiencing that scene from Compitui. Sensing and seeing the different flavors move and dance around in my mind. For a brief moment, I forgot all about my fever and only felt the warm presence of the soup envelope me like a cozy blanket.
Is it good?
Like a record scratch, I'm taken out of my experience and brought back to Earth by the baryonyx's voice. I look to see Olivia giving me a questioning look, idly crunching and munching her soup. I also realize that I'm sunk into the couch, my arms to the side like a rag doll's. Felt like my body was weighed down from both my sickness and the soup. Guess I got lost in the broth. Wow, Olivia, this soup is amazing. Olivia rolls her eyes at my enthusiastic compliment, but lets out a tiny smile.
It's nothing. I just threw shit together in a pot and called it food. Anyone could do that.
Olivia looks away, once again cutting herself short. With weak strength, I lift myself up from the couch's gravitational pull to better look at the shying Scaly.
I'm serious. This is the most delicious soup I've ever had.
Olivia moves her head back closer to me, her smile a little weaker.
Alright, I get it. Don't have to make it sound better than it is. It's just helping out your flu.
I'm not saying it because of the flu. Honestly, you have a real talent for cooking. Olivia turns towards me, her smile still small but filled with honest joy.
You really think so?
I nod, even as the soothing warmth of Olivia's soup settles in, and manage to return her meek smile with my own tired one. I know so. Her eyes dart around for anything else to focus on, desperately trying to redirect her fluster. She shakes the flush off her face and checks around for her bag.
I remember you asking last month for some recommendations, so I've been thinking of a few you might like. But if you're sick and all, I don't want to.
Yeah, I'd love to see what you have.
You really sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Show me all about the deep cultural meaning of animated dinosaur folk cartoons.
Oh my god. You're lucky you're sick right now.
Yep. Olivia gets the remote off the TV stand and flicks the display on. After getting over the initial shock of the screen being taller than she is, she navigates to a streaming site and picks some colorful series I'd only seen in passing.
This one has a rough pilot, but it gets better a few episodes in, and the animation is top-notch.
She flips the first episode on, and an establishing fight scene unravels while Olivia moves back to the couch. Then, to my surprise, she hefts herself out of her chair and into the cushion next to me. I move my arm out of the way to make room.
Oh, sorry. Should have asked.
Of course you're welcome to sit.
I know, but thanks.
We focus back on the show. Well, I do. Olivia's glancing my way after every joke and expensive shot to analyze my reaction. And when it's not for that, it's a forewarning that something a bit cheesy was about to happen. Eventually, the first episode closes. The heroes are ready to begin their journey for real in the following one. The credits scroll and Olivia swishes her hair aside with her fingertips.
So, yeah, it's pretty good, I guess. I don't know. What do you think?
I liked it, yeah.
Really? Well, they got the whole season. Do you want to see more?
She quickly pushes the button to start the next episode without my response. Cute is all that runs through my mind at her enthusiasm for the show. She's probably just, I wonder why I thought cute fit. Well, it does. Hell, endearing every time she glances over as if I wouldn't enjoy the show. Sure, Mom and Dad aren't in any rush back. The characters on screen freeze. Oh shoot, did the Wi-Fi go out again? I try to stand up, but a brutishly heavy limb anchors my lap back down. Olivia's tail feels like a boulder across my legs, keeping me from standing. Olivia?
I just paused it, Inko.
Oh. There's a complicated expression on her face.
Is it normal?
Is what normal? She chews her lips slowly in consideration.
Your parents, like, are they not really going to be back?
I shrug. They're always busy with work. I feel a shifting next to me. Olivia's inched herself closer. Like, when I think about it, I barely see them at all. More shifting. I wonder sometimes. The tail shifts to my abdomen now. Does anyone even care? All the movement has stopped, as if reality itself has paused. Man, I must be more tired than I thought. I feel my head sway as my muscles ease into putty.
I'm sure they do.
I look at Olivia, who is shoulder to shoulder with me now.
I mean, Da's kinda the same.
Olivia chews her lip as she considers her words.
He's always busy too. Whole reason I live with my godparents is because Da has to travel for work.
So he doesn't... I stop myself as I see the faint wetness in Olivia's eyes. Sorry. Her eyes close and a somber sigh escapes her lips.
No, it's fine. I get it, Inko.
There's a silence hanging over us now. I copy after the sweet girl next to me, letting my eyes slide close and a sad breath loose. After some time, she breaks the silence with soft and tender words.
Of course your parents care. Just like Da. Why else would they work so much?
But what about me? I wince at just how pathetic that sounded.
It's for you, you doof. How else could you afford all these nice things?
Her words grow quieter as time goes on, and my body sinks into numbness again.
Da cares enough to work for my sake. Enough to talk my godparents into letting me live with them. They didn't have to, and yet I'm burdening them.
My mind connects the dots. Mr. Halford talked Randy and Sophie into it?
Which is why I have to be able to live on my own as soon as I can. 'Cause if they don't want me there anymore, that's it for me.
I recall just how happy they were to have Olivia rejoin the party. They wouldn't, though. They love you like Damien and Vinny. She shakes the morose thoughts from her head, and then looks at me with serious moonshade eyes. A new wave of fatigue washes over me. My world goes horizontal, and I find my head atop the comfiest pillow I'd ever felt. I nod, and the nod becomes a nuzzle into said pillow. Above me, Olivia yelps. I try to turn and see what's wrong, but something falls atop my head that keeps it in place.
Nothing.
The soothingly cool something rubs across my head, drawing me further and further into restful peace. Along with the gentle caresses, a deep vibrato emanates from somewhere, resonating in my tired mind. Okay. With the lulling touch and tone, my eyelids grow heavy. By the time I wake up, Olivia's gone. I check my phone for the time, only to realize it's 4 in the morning. I can't help but groan as I sit up on the couch, but instead of feeling horrible like I had the past few days, I felt surprisingly well. There's no doubt that I have Olivia to thank. Hell, I might even be able to go to school today. Wonder if any of that soup is left. She probably left it in the fridge, right? I shuffle over to the appliance and open up the door, allowing my eyes to adjust to the light. It only takes a second for me to spot a Tupperware container filled with the delicious meal. Nice. I'll have to ask her for the recipe sometime. Thanks to Olivia's advice and cooking, I'd finally made my recovery and returned to school. And I'm glad to be back. I felt like I'd missed so much while I'd been gone. So much I needed to catch up on. I mean, I did manage to finish all the assignments that Ben had sent to me, but I feel out of the loop with other things. Like gossip about me. Damien tried to give me the rundown of it all during PE. I'm still in shock over how bad some of them got. Up to cartel drug running and FBI's most wanted. I don't think that's even possible in just a week. The end of class bell rings throughout the school, signaling the start of lunch. As everyone in class is packing up their things, Mr. Eoticon speaks up.
All right, everyone, make sure you complete the assignment by next class. You all have a wonderful rest of the day now. Oh, and Inko.
I stop at the mention of my name as I throw on my backpack.
Could you wait a moment? I have something I wish to speak to you about.
Yeah, of course. Olivia looks back from the classroom entrance, waiting for me. Don't wait up on me. I'll meet you at the table with the others. With a shrug and a nod, Olivia wheels herself out the door and down the hall. Everyone else leaves the classroom until it's just Eoticon and I.
Please, have a seat.
I take the one closest to Eoticon's desk, putting my backpack down as well. Mr. Eoticon himself gets out from his chair and walks around his desk, leaning against it.
So, I'll be quick about it. I got a job that needs doing. Up. You've missed assignments and need makeup work, and I need some extra help with something. Something I think you'll be very interested in. Some good friends of mine are getting married in a few short days, and they've hired me to be their photographer. And given the excellent learning experience, child labor, I thought of you.
Me?
Yes, if you want to, of course. I could always call in some associates to help me out, but I thought adding in some extra credit would sweeten the deal.
What would we be doing? There's a broad smile on his face and a distant look in his eyes.
Well, you'll be my apprentice in this case. You'll not only be helping set up more elaborate photos, you'll also be doing a lot of independent shots.
You mean I'll be taking my own pictures?
Yup. In fact, you will be using my SLRs and lenses for this, to keep all the shots uniform.
The idea of finally getting to use something like Mr. Eoticon's $1,000 Calvon makes my head swim.
So, what do you say? Interested?
It certainly seems like a hefty task, even if Eoticon would be there to help us. Then again, Eoticon wouldn't be offering the job if he didn't think I was capable of doing it. This would technically be my first official photography gig. And a wedding shoot to boot. It sounds so daunting yet enticing. I would love to.
All right, sounds like a done deal. It's after school today. We can talk about it more later. For now, you should be getting along to lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Eoticon. I give the teacher a nod and grab my backpack. Just as I head out the door, my curiosity gets the better of me. So, who's the lucky couple, if you don't mind me asking?
The school nurse, actually. The husband-to-be is also a good friend of mine.
Huh. Neat. I make a mental note to give my well wishes to the nurse if I see her before the wedding. With that, I wave Mr. Eoticon goodbye and head down the hallway. Wait. Friday? But I was going to practice painting then. I already agreed to go. Even if I didn't, it's real photography. It's not even a question which I should go to, but geez. It's like the universe is conspiring against me to never stop drawing stick figures. I finally meet up with Olivia, who's waiting near the entrance to the cafeteria. The grassy green girl is leaned over, a sour pout scrunching her maw close as she eyes the passers-by. When she notices I've moved into her airspace, she perks up immediately. Seeing the transformation is surreal, and I chew on my cheek to keep from laughing as I watch her muscular tail wag happily.
Finally, took you long enough.
Yeah, sorry that took so long. You didn't have to wait for me, by the way.
I can manage waiting if it means eating with you.
I can feel a smile tug at my lips just from hearing Olivia say that. Mind if I push your chair in?
Using me as a battering ram through the crowd now, huh?
Yeah, something like that.
But only 'cause you asked. But give me your backpack. I'll use it as a shield.
When I grab the handles, Olivia moves her tail up to grab my wrist, like at the arcade.
All right, charge!
Yes, ma'am! I start marching through the crowd of unruly and famished teens clamoring for their daily meal. Olivia turns her head to me to say something.
So what happened with the Otacon? You in trouble for something?
Huh? Oh, nah. Iotacon just had a proposition for some extra credit.
Really? What is it?
He wants me to join him at a wedding and help him out with a photo shoot. Says he thinks it'll be a good learning experience.
Oh, well that sounds pretty interesting. Did you take it?
Yep. Could be a good way to hone in on what I know. Plus that extra credit can help make up for the time that I was sick.
You mean when you nearly overdosed on that cough syrup cocktail you made?
Yeah, that. Wait!
What? I didn't say anything. Crowd's too loud here.
The baryonyx chuckles to herself. I'm left rolling my eyes, letting her claim victory in this exchange. By the time we've got our lunch, it's a simple matter of locating Damien and Liz by the telephone pole neck. For whatever reason, they're at a more sequestered table today, and when we arrive, it's pretty obvious why.
Took you too long enough.
Yeah.
I expected more from Olivia. Something more graphic. Instead, Olivia rolls herself the rest of the way, taking her designated spot at the head of the table. I take the spot adjacent to her, all while keeping a wary eye on the pink Parasaurolophus. It seems like Mia's rage against me has simmered down over time, but that air of uncertainty and uneasiness still wavered around her. The best I can do is act friendly. Hey Mia, is there something you need?
Need? Nah, just here to catch up with my good pal here.
While the red scale menace turns towards Olivia, her own eyes remain locked on her soggy chicken she's eating mechanically.
I thought you were asking Liz for her homework, though.
That too.
Ah, right. Here, guys.
A pair of soda cans are rolled down the table, and I thank Raptor Christ I'm able to catch both before they ram into my tray of questionable lunch meat.
You guys were taking a while, so I grabbed the drinks today.
No, you didn't. Mia gave those to you.
Well, she did it because I thought about doing it.
She's trying to bribe you for the math answers I helped you with earlier.
Lizzie, I can't believe you would imply something like that about me.
But it's true.
Hey, free soda is free soda, man.
At any rate, real reason I'm here is... Say, Olivia, you leave your phone at home or something? People are trying to contact you all day.
Oh,
Olivia pulls her phone out from her jacket pocket. I catch a glimpse of her wallpaper, a comical portrait of Guts that she'd probably doodled.
yeah, I ran out of service for the month.
What the hell? You don't got a proper monthly plan? I got more important things to be doing than this, you know?
If they want to see Olivia so bad, why send you and not just show up themselves?
Shut it!
Who's so important for all this anyways?
Who do you think? Ben.
Ben wants to talk to Olivia. Why's he want to talk to Olivia?
Is this 20 frickin' questions? How the hell should I know what's really going on between my boyfriend and Hot Wheels here? All that matters to me is if Olivia here's gonna fix it or not.
I'll think about it.
Whatever. I'm out of here. Smell you later, Gator.
Mia storms off, leaving Olivia looking very sour. Things all right with Ben? Olivia rests her arms on the table and slumps her head in.
I don't want to talk about it.
Where'd her bright mood from before go?
Well, anyways, Damien, you really shouldn't condone cheating, even with something as simple as math homework.
But you helped me out with it.
That's different. I helped you with it, and I think you're getting something out of it.
Like the answers.
What I mean is, in comparison, Mia's just trying to be lazy, and she's only cheating herself.
What's the issue then?
What's the issue?
Yeah, I get free soda, someone you hate tricks herself into staying stupid, and everyone thinks they win. It's great.
You scare me sometimes, Damien.
Guess I'll have to ask Ben what's going on if I see him later. In the meantime, Olivia's disposition only keeps getting more and more dour. I try to think of something to help her cheer up, but I keep coming up with dead ends on just what could work here. There's gotta be something. I can't just leave her in such a sour mood. Oh, how about that? Hey, so what's the deal with your phone background?
Oh, you noticed it?
She flips her phone on and shows me her background. Aw, it's a little doodle of Guts.
Yeah, drew it up the other day. Got the curves just right first try, so it's pretty cool.
I'll bet. Is he with you today?
Nah, I left him home.
How often do you bring him?
Not often. Maybe once or twice a semester. Although once, he was just in my hoodie when I left for school.
Unexpected.
It was. Here, I got some pics saved.
The screen displays the small creature sat atop a desk with its skinny tail clutched to its chest tightly.
I don't know why, but he holds his tail like that all the time.
I feel Damien and Liz hovering behind me, their eyes locked onto the adorably fat creature on screen. I don't know who coos, probably Liz, but Olivia rolls her eyes and swipes to the next picture of the cute pet now in a transparent ball and looking confused. For the remaining minutes of lunch, we just sit huddled around Olivia's phone, entranced by her sweet little rat as it did the most mundane things. Yet, Guts' method of doing them was way too undeniably cute, and that's what really got to us and made time fly faster than we could even notice. The sound of the bell jolts me out of my stupor. I blink a couple of times and stretch my arms and legs as I get up from my desk. Miss Prockling really knows how to make 40 minutes feel like 80. Well, at least it's time to practice painting, for real, for real. Wait, no, Iadakun wrote me into the photo shoot. Can't practice painting, can't get good at anything. Why is it every time I try to actually improve, something like this happens? At this rate, I'll never get good enough to get a real following. I haven't gotten to actually have a whole afternoon to practice at all. Still, there's no way in hell I'm missing this. I ended up meeting with Ben and Iadakun right as he was locking his classroom. While our teacher made the assignment, internship, apprenticeship, while he had made it all sound simple, I was still subjected to some paperwork. Something about a liability waiver or something.
You know, in case something happens to us, like a surprise attack by 5 teenagers in multicolored spandex.
I wonder if that happens often. We still filled the form out as the instructor gave an overview of just what exactly Ben and I would be doing. There's few structures out here, save for one at the edge of the cliff. Ben's the first one out of the cramped car with an armful of telescoping black stands. I follow his example, unloading the vehicle.
All right, you two. You remember what you're doing tonight?
Yes, sir.
After we set up a photo station in the corner of the hall, we'll be taking turns walking the reception taking pictures of the guests.
Perfect. I'll be with the wedding party the entire time. So if you need me, just look for the gaggle of similarly dressed women screeching and you'll find me.
He grins as he helps carry the last of the lightest equipment from the trunk.
Remember, this is actual work, so be polite, be efficient, but most importantly...
Ben and I sit upright at attention, ready for any order our teacher will give us.
Have fun!
But...
Trust me, the clients will appreciate it more.
Finally finished with the unloading, I inhaled the mixed aroma of ocean and flowers. While I find the scent energizing, Ben seems to have the exact opposite reaction. His brows pinch together in disgust as he tries in futility to fan away the air with one hand while covering his nose with the other.
Ugh, I think I'm going to be the sick one next with this weather.
Least the view's great.
That it is, yeah.
Mr. Iadakun leads us through a small garden out front and into the reception hall. It's a spacious wedding tent adorned with all sorts of flora and high-end lighting, keeping the place warm and lit.
Okay, you guys know how to set up here. I'm going to get to business.
Yes, sir.
He leaves us, stepping into the ongoing ceremony with a primed camera and tripod. Ben and I exchange a single glance before we both resign ourselves to the daunting task. First on the list is the telescopic stands for the cameras. From experience, it doesn't take us too long to get those in place. Next are the reflectors and strobe lights, all packed in heavy cases that have to be hauled inside. By my third case, I'm already exhausted. Shoot, I thought gym class would have prepared me for this. My phone buzzes. might as well take a breather. Opening up the notification, I discover it's from...
Hey, Shades.
Hi, Olivia. You got service back?
Oh, I lied about that. Saw you leave with the Otacon after school. What's up with that?
I'm helping him with the wedding photo shoot.
That's today? Talk about no notice. Did the Otacon give you a better jacket for it?
My jacket is cool enough.
So where at?
Teach said it was some place called Clarkson Lookout on the way over.
Wait, really? That place has a bunch of scenic views. If you see any good landscape shots, take one for me.
Sure, if I get the time.
No, do it now.
Cute and threatening message received. Geez, well, this is as good a spot as any. The sun's starting to set, so it does make for some pretty nice atmosphere. Maybe Olivia wants to paint another landscape. In the distance, I see a few sailboats and yachts. Further beyond, a freighter or two. The seas sure are crowded these days. I take the picture and send it over to Olivia.
Thanks.
Ingo, this thing weighs like 80 pounds. I'm not doing all the work.
Oh, right. I hurry over to Ben to assist with setting up the last of the standing reflectors. Setting up meant not only the cameras, but a large chunk of the incomplete decor prep. Which meant carrying out loads and loads of heavy cases, loaded with strobes, reflectors, cloth sheets, and so many telescoping pole stands. Following his instructions, Ben had set up a small red carpet path leading to a glamour shot station. And meanwhile, I was finishing making sure the marked out spots within the room had the right combination of flash strobe and or reflector. By the time our teacher had come back, I'd just placed the final light in position. As guests start walking down Ben's handmade path, I skirt along the edge with my borrowed high-end camera. The DSLR's clicks are muted compared to the chattering guests, and while I think I managed to catch some decent shots, I'm just not really feeling it today. Is something wrong with me?
And voila!
Ben was having a much easier time working at the makeshift studio we'd built in the corner. Couples would simply walk up and stand before the backdrop of the massive window to the cliffside and ocean. And Ben had the brilliant idea to not only set up Iotacon's loaned camera, but also his own so he'd capture the couples from 2 angles at once. He looked happy with each and every shot he took, and the people always chatted him up right after. And here I am, doing my best not to scowl as I look over the blurry shot I had messed up. Blurry because my hands are shaking. I guess I'm I hadn't noticed till now that my main messaging app had been going off.
So is it going well?
Hardly. I think Ben's turning it into a competition.
Are you winning?
No, not really.
Beat him for me?
Geez, way to put on the pressure. I try to ignore my phone for now. I don't think anything will calm my nerves at this point. That feeling of anxiety only grows as time marches on. I can't seem to get any one picture just right, and Ben zooming around as efficiently as he isn't helping. Well, that's not all. Olivia's messages are just throwing me off.
Just break his flashing stick thingy, lol. Then his pics will be super dark.
How out of date is Olivia to think we still use flash pans?
Or lock him in a bathroom or something.
I don't think that's sportsmanlike or legal.
Oh, I just remembered I need another pic. Can Can you try shoving him into the wedding cake and taking a pic of him smashed on the floor? I need it for, Muse. That. Do it for me?
Come on, that's just violent. Just barely within my peripheral vision, I spot a perfect shot of an older couple, the parents of the groom, I believe. There, that's a good chance. I bring the borrowed camera up, look through the viewfinder, and see that the parents have already moved away and into another group. The camera slips from my grip, but luckily the neck strap holds it safely against my chest. Okay, I need a break. I find an appropriate place to sneak outside and go around the building, slumping down against the brick siding. It's nearing sunset. The ocean's reflection of the sun is getting very close to meeting the real thing. My phone buzzes once more, and something in me jumps. It's not fear though, just wish I knew what it was. Olivia sends a video of Guts running around a maze she put together using cardboard and school supplies. When he comes out the other end, she gives him a grape to bite into in her palm. Aw, I was never really fond of rodents, but seeing Olivia's videos and little doodles is really starting to sway me. There's something about seeing Olivia having such a strong bond with Guts and caring for him that warms my heart. It's hard to believe that this is the same girl that used to give me nothing but icy stares when I first met her. I'm glad she feels comfortable enough with me to let her defenses down and be herself. As I continue snapping photos, my trek around the hall to find good photo ops leads me to the stage where the DJ once was. Shame that I didn't get any good shots of him while he was here. Maybe Ben got some decent pictures. Looking through the camera lens, I see that there's a gentleman sitting on the steps that lead up to the stage. He's taking a deep drag off a cigarette and blowing the smoke up towards the window. A truly iconic display of suavity. Before I know it, I've taken several shots. He seems like he wants to be left alone, but he doesn't mind, right?
Hey, kid. At least get my good side, will ya?
Oh! I step closer, readjusting my camera settings and scrambling for an explanation. Sorry about that. I was unsure if you wanted the attention.
It's alright. People say I got a kind of resting bitch face. Though I can't lie, I'm pretty exhausted, kid. Especially after I had to carry the new missus down the aisle all the way to the car.
Ah, so this is the groom.
So, you gonna take a photo or what?
Oh, right, sorry. As I raise my camera, the groom takes a thinker-esque pose, taking a drag from his cigarette. After a few clicks and a couple of slight adjustments to my position, I believe I got some pretty good shots in there. There we are. The groom blows out a plume of smoke from his mouth before leaning over to see the captures. Smells like a Vegas hotel. I give the groom time to look at each photo thoroughly before moving to the next one.
These are pretty good, kid. Managed to make this mug of mine look halfway decent.
He lets out a scratchy chuckle as he takes another puff of his cigarette before snuffing what little was left of it onto the floor. Thanks. Say, if you don't mind me asking, what are you doing all the way over here? It's your big day, isn't it? As the groom lets out another plume, he's already begun to dig up another cigarette. Lighting the new cig casually, he begins to inhale it. And keep inhaling it. He holds up a finger as he continues inhaling, until the cigarette is finished and he finally exhales a stream of lung cancer slowly over the course of 30 seconds. Sir?
Course it is. Just having a little rest is all. I mean, this has been the happiest day of my life, but it's tiring as all hell. The missus is certainly having fun, and yet in a few hours, when wearing our new no longer bachelor pad, I'll be listening to her as she moans about how sore she is.
The groom lets out another plume of smoke, this time through his nostrils.
But hey, if that's the price I gotta pay, holy matrimony and all that jazz.
Definitely feels like the groom is laying it on a bit thick to who is essentially a stranger to him, and yet I can understand what he means.
You know, you've been going around the whole reception snapping photos. Why don't you take a break too?
He motions his hand to the nearby stage as an available seat. I settle myself on the stage as the groom then fiddles with a small packet. Looking closer, it's a still-sealed pack of cigarettes.
Trent told me a bit about you, you know.
Who?
Your camera teacher, or whatever he's called at your school. Says you're a good kid and all, though a bit clueless.
Hey. The groom lets out another guffaw as he cracks open the pack of cigarettes and plucks out a fresh cancer stick.
His words, not mine.
How do you know him?
We've known each other for ages. He actually helped me meet the missus. Funny how that works out.
Whoa, Mr. Elreydelleon was your wingman?
He always hated how I told him that. I'd given him a lift to some field trip he had to chaperone. Don't know why, he could have taken the school bus. But as soon as I got there, I met the rest of his coworkers, including my would-be wife. Terrell prick tricked me into also chaperoning too, saying I could use the time to get to know her better.
Geez, maybe I should be asking him. Well, no, I can't.
Can't what?
Nothing important.
Have a teacher tell you how to court a lady friend, right?
Hey, no.
Another one of his students. Your classmate, yeah?
It's not like that.
Oh, come on. I know you want to talk about girls. That's always fun. Humor me a bit.
She's just a good friend. The words taste bitter on my tongue for some reason.
Sure, kid, sure. We've got a few more minutes of quiet while Bridezilla and her maids of murder fight over that bouquet.
I quickly glance over to see a woman twice my age wielding a folding chair like it was a battle axe.
Trent can't help you there, but I can. So this good friend of yours, what's she like?
Well, it's a bit of a complicated history.
Oh?
I mean, when I first met her, she was very cynical and sarcastic. Well, she's still sarcastic, but in a light-hearted way. Even with her friends, she was a little distant. But when she's painting or gushing about some franchise or obscure anime, there's this unashamed excitement and passion in it. I haven't met anyone with that kind of energy before. Once you get to know her, she's just nice under it all.
That everything?
Well, yeah. I think she drew me carrying her once.
Well, shoot.
He slides the ring off his finger and holds it up to me.
You want this? Sounds like you need it more than me. Not kidding, I'm kidding. But dang, sounds pretty cut and dry to me. Never had a crush before?
Not on anyone I know personally.
Your folks together?
Yeah?
They love each other too, yeah?
Yeah, I guess they do.
You guess?
It's complicated. They're around so little, I don't even know what their love looks like, how they interact, if they even love each other at all. They've never told me their story, why they're together. Anything that would prepare me for the future was outsourced. As far back as I remember, whenever my parents weren't around, there was a screen nearby, and they weren't around often. I've always had that little electronic friend in my pocket telling me how great I was at everything. That's been my only help to get through life. All the best ways to have the best friendships, hobbies, romance. But it feels worthless now. I'm not prepared. I don't even know if what this is love. This guy seems to think so, though. He'll help me out. I see him putting some words together now.
Let me give you a little anecdote, kid.
The groom finally lights the cigarette, though this time he's slow to puff on it.
See my beautiful bride over there?
He motions with the dull ember of his smoke to where the bridesmaids were still violently wrestling and the bride acted as referee.
Even if we had never met and this was a happenstance meeting, I'd see her over there, and I just know I love her.
Yeah?
Yep.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Aren't you trying to give me a little push? Convince me I like this girl?
You're the one who wanted advice. There it is.
I thought you were going to go on a bit more about love.
Why the hell would I give a speech about love? I know what it is. You know what it is. But there's no groundbreaking advice that'll make everything make sense, and you don't need me to convince you. You're just looking for reasons to not believe what's right in front of you.
Oh.
Break's over. Gotta run.
The man gets up, dusts off his pants, and flicks the cigarette butt into the trash.
Hey, take some great pictures for me, will you? No more moping. You're on the clock.
He jogs into the crowd to meet up with his bride. My phone buzzes in my pocket. What timing? I reach into my pocket and pull out my phone, squinting at the screen. An unread notification from our group chat. Shoot, do I have time to be on my phone right now? Maybe I can talk to Damien about this. He's known Olivia for a while. Ben and Olivia used to be friends too, right? Would he be able to help? I should probably focus on what I'm here to do. Besides, I don't want to let the groom down. But this is Olivia we're talking about. I don't want to do anything without knowing as much as I can. I can't afford to slack off right now. Besides, I made a promise to the groom, and I don't want to let him down. Or Mr. Elreydelleon for that matter. I silence my phone and slide it into my jacket pocket, pushing off the wall and taking hold of my camera. Where should I even start? I think I have a few ideas. With the groom's words still ringing in my ear, I find a second wind of sorts. I can't really understand it. I feel like I'm already picking out prime shots from just scanning over the hall.
While Ben has continued his more autonomous rapid-fire approach with the staccato clicking of his snapshots, I've been singling out couples in their own moments just scattered throughout. I think some of them have even noticed, seeming to maneuver themselves out of the parasaur's view.
Young man, over here.
An elderly dino catches my attention, waving me to her table where she and her family are sitting.
We need a good Christmas card photo, if you would be so kind.
Of course, ma'am. The large group moved to one side of the table for me, smiling sincerely at my lens. The first shot seemed perfect, but for their sake I make sure to take a couple extra.
Thank you.
Do you know how long these will take to be developed?
The photos should be developed fairly quickly. We'll be sure everyone gets these before the end of the month. They smile and nod, letting me return to...
Don't forget us.
Yeah, get me and my wife.
My next clients pull me aside to take shots of them in a secluded corner. And after that, some of the bridesmaids have grabbed me to take shots for them. It isn't long before even some of the servers are wanting pictures of themselves posing in front of the decorations. As nice as this is, it's getting ridiculous. Somehow, I'm able to squeeze my way out of the mayhem and make my way towards the back of the venue in order to get some much-needed fresh air. Shortly after, I notice Ben doing the same thing, though he manages to do so far more gracefully by talking his way out of whatever requests the wedding-goers have for him. Makes me wish I was better at communicating and asserting myself in these kinds of situations. Ben takes notice of me and approaches at a very casual pace, with no one else seemingly taking notice of him.
Taking a breather?
I just give Ben a nod of my head, causing him to smile and adjust his glasses with his index finger.
Well, the wedding's almost finished, so the worst of the workload's behind us. That was a good...
Ben checks his phone.
8 hours? Jeez.
Man, yeah, my legs are starting to hurt.
You're telling me you don't even have a tail. How do you think I feel?
We sigh together. It's the first bit of silence we've had in a while. Across the room, the bride slumps into a chair, trying to kick her heels off. The groom sees me and shrugs a bit, smirking.
So, how are you feeling about the pictures you've taken? I think I'm pretty confident in mine. Once you have the right equipment, it's just a matter of socializing right and getting the right shots for these sorts of events. I'm satisfied. You?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I've been taking all these pictures, right? But it's like... something's missing.
Missing? You make it sound like some grand art thing.
I know. Back across the room, the bride motions to her new husband. It looks like it's the time of night for him to carry her out in his arms, like in all the movies. She was probably not expecting those slick moves to position her on his back like a child. He laughs to himself while she pouts loudly and holds onto his hair to keep balance. It looks juvenile, honestly, as the bride taps at the exhausted groom's head with balled-up fists, but he's laughing. A laugh so infectious that her pout is replaced with delighted giggles of her own when he finally catches her hand in his and just holds it. Once again, they're talking, and the bride is melting into putty at his quiet words. For how menial it is and how crude that guy was earlier, that understanding and genuine playfulness between them. Without a thought, I'm already looking through the viewfinder and making the focusing adjustments for the perfect shot. The shot is cheesy, but sincere. They both look beyond exhausted, their clothes showing the wear and tear of the night and their body language screaming their need for sleep. But the smiles they have as they try to look at each other while in their awkward positions speaks volumes on just how happy they are despite it all.
Why'd you do that?
Huh? Do what?
You took a picture just now.
Did I? When did my finger get placed over the shutter button? I guess I did. I checked the new entry in the camera roll.
Careful, that's an easy way to waste a lot of memory. Should probably just delete it.
Delete it, huh? I think it'll be fine. I actually got a good feeling about it. It seemed pretty natural, you know? Ben rolls his eyes.
If you say so.
Before the parasaur turns to go back to his assembly line photo taking, I grab his shoulder. By the way, Ben. Mia stopped by our lunch table earlier today to complain to Olivia.
Oh boy.
Said you were trying to call her, but was upset she wasn't picking up. I don't want to pry into your personal business, but aren't you two on bad terms?
Huh? What are you talking about?
What?
I haven't spoken to Olivia in ages.
Huh.
I thought you were above gossiping, Cole.
Sorry,
All right, you boys ready to pack up? Pretty long night, huh?
Our teacher looks haggard as he walks up to us. His wings are dragging on the floor, and he's propping himself up with one of the light stands we'd brought. Despite his exhaustion, he's grinning wildly.
You two enjoy your first work experience?
Oh, absolutely, Mr. Elreydelleon. I ended up filling both of the memory cards you gave to me, and I even managed to try out the different kinds of lenses you had brought.
Good to hear, Ben. What about you, Inko?
If I'm being honest with you, it took a while for me, Mr. Elreydelleon.
Well, I suppose it is a tough order to start with. So many things to account for, and...
No, I meant that I didn't really get that many good shots till the end, Mr. Elreydelleon. I didn't even finish the first card you'd given me.
I see. Well, when we go through these next week, I'm sure they'll be fine.
Oh, definitely.
The groom saunters up with a huge grin on his face, slinging an arm around our teacher's shoulders.
I can't wait to see these.
Elreydelleon straightens up and shrugs the arm off, turning to the newly married man.
You'll see them when you see them. My team still needs to go through all the pictures and weed out the chaff.
Come on, T. Can't you give your buddy a preview or something?
Elreydelleon sighs a bit.
Hey, it's your special day. Ben, could you go fetch the laptop and card reader?
Yes, sir.
Inko, while he's doing that, can you start packing up everything into the trunk?
Sure thing, Mr. Elreydelleon. Before I turn away to start, the tired Taro takes the camera from me.
We can sit at that table over there.
The two older men head off, leaving Ben and I to get started on packing everything up. While Ben and I are busy dismantling the multitude of standing flashes and lamps, the bride, groom, and Mysterioticon sit at a cleaned-up table with a laptop before them. I can't really make out what they're saying, but I can kind of tell based on the way the three switch between quietly focused and laughing loudly. By the time the back of the car is loaded up, the last of the wedding party has departed. Nothing left to do, Ben and I linger a bit behind the group.
Yeah, these came out pretty dang great. Thanks again for... Hello, what's this?
The laptop displays that last picture I took, somewhat unintentionally. He scans the photo with a critical eye. He nods and chuckles with approval.
Okay, kid, good job. Be sure to print this one out for me, Trent. I'm gonna put it in my wallet.
Sure.
Despite how lackluster his compliment is, I can't help but feel proud of my work. It's been a while since I've felt like this. Either way, it's not long before we climb into the car and begin our journey back to the school. I settle into the rhythmic motions of the car as it glides along the road. The cityscape of Volcaldera Bluffs passes by, and I can't help but admire it. The mood is quickly killed, however, as Ben calls a certain red-scaled girl. The saccharine lovey-dovey talk makes my head hurt, and I can guess by his expression that Eoticon feels the same way. He changes the subject by asking if my parents can pick me up. Looks like I'll be taking the late-night metro home. Still, I had fun today. I bring out my own phone, noticing the few messages Olivia had sent while I was busy.
Are you winning yet? Better be. Guts bet me some sunflower seeds that Ben would win.
That last one has me thinking. I mean, it wasn't a competition to begin with, but... There's also the fact that the groom hadn't complimented any of Ben's shots, so... Collect your winnings, Olivia.
Good job, Agent. You deserve a reward for your hard work.
Reward? What kind of... Oh my. Would she really? She knows that I'm with Ben and Eoticon. The interior of the car feels a few degrees warmer as I await with bated breath.
Inko, you okay? You're breathing pretty hard.
Fine. Perfectly fine. Just, car sick. I make sure there is absolutely no way anyone except me can view my screen. As extra protection, I dim the brightness of it to the point that only I'd be able to see a thing in the darkness of the car. Finally, Olivia's text comes through. I hold my breath before opening my eyes to see... Right.
Mr. Eoticon, I think Inko's about to vomit.
Not in here.
In hindsight, I should have seen that coming, seeing as I'm in love with her and all. Damn my hormones. Even though we're pretty far into the fall season, today is a nice day out. There's a storm coming in later today with a cold front, so the temperatures outside are bearable enough to relax in. One last respite before the unforgiving cold of winter settles in. I decide to celebrate by eating lunch outside. After a good bit of prodding, Olivia joined me.
Inko, it's too cold. It'll freeze my veins solid.
It's 70 degrees and you already agreed. Calm down. We step out in the chilled air. She pulls the drawstrings of her hoodie taut, yanking it shut again. When I try moving her along, she starts dragging her tail on the ground. You're secretly enjoying this, aren't you? That hoodie isn't hiding your silly little grin. There's a table by the edge of the yard that looks pretty good. Now it's just the two of us. Alone. Sitting at a picnic table in complete silence. Ingenious one-liners flow through my head like a slam poetry champion, yet I can't work up the will to say anything about the wedding to her. Guess there's always later. So, Olivia. The gator lifts her head from her roast beef sandwich, staring directly at me.
What's up?
How about this weather?
Seriously?
Yeah, seriously. I'm not used to coastal towns, so this is a nice change of pace.
Well, it's pretty chilly. Part of why we're the only ones out here.
It is pretty empty out here today.
Maybe it's like a human dino thing, more acclimated to snow. Even with the hoodie, it's a lot colder than I'd like.
Oh, why'd you agree to come on outside with me?
Well, you wanted to, and I...
And you... Olivia's lips quiver a little as she tries to work out words to say. Her mouth isn't up to the task as a flush of scarlet spreads across her cheeks and makes her pouting lips glow.
Hey! Stop looking at me like that! I mean, where are you from then?
The Midwest.
The Midwest? Only loons come from the Midwest.
Oh, come on! That's not true.
Alright, what was it like then?
A lot of empty promises. Nothing worth talking about. What was St. Hammond like before I showed up?
Horrible. Everybody here sucked. Well, they still do, I guess. But seriously, most of the faculty had a stick up their ass, and the student body was holding on for dear life. I'd do anything to get out of this place if I got to take you and Damien with me.
Wow.
Colorful.
Olivia and I freeze at the familiar voice. The sound of stone grinding on stone echoes through the courtyard as we turn our heads towards whoever said that. Principal Scalar stands just as still as us, her face burning red. Though her jaw is moving, teeth grinding exceptionally loud as she looks at Olivia. Next to her stands a large whale dressed in formal attire. I guess Mr. Ferris is still doing that inspection. And did he hear...
What were you saying just now about student morale, Principal Scalar?
He doesn't even look up from his clipboard as he begins jotting down something with a pencil.
I said had. Ever since Principal Scalar took over as our principal, things have gotten better.
Olivia's words do little to make Scalar's face lessen in both color intensity and heat. Yeah, I have to say, this school's way better than my old one by at least a country mile.
So, Mr. Inko, would you say that your time in St. Hammond since your transfer has been both fruitful and comfortable?
I mean, compared to my old school, I've met good friends, have had excellent teachers and classes, and have had an all-around good time. Also, the cafeteria food is great here. It actually tastes like food and not microwave reheated gruel. Mr. Ferris gives me a nod and writes something else on his notepad before turning to face Olivia.
What about you, Miss Olivia Halford, was it? Got any more comments regarding St. Hammond? Do be honest, if you please.
Olivia shoots me a quick glance before taking a deep breath.
Well, the school needs more handicap access ramps. Also, the elevator in the main building is busted. Sometimes I get stuck for a few minutes. Also, our PE teacher steals hats from the students and hoards them in the equipment shed.
I can almost feel the heat emanating from Principal Scalar's face as soon as Olivia finishes lodging her complaints. Wouldn't want to be around her after Ferris's visit is over. For his part, Mr. Ferris only nods and writes more down on his clipboard before turning back to face Scalar, who does her best to turn her grimace into some kind of smile.
Seems like there are some issues left over from the previous administration. Are you already taking care of correcting the issues Miss Halford has pointed out?
Principal Scalar nervously clears her throat.
I've already sent in a request to the district to have the elevator looked at by a technician.
Mr. Ferris nods and writes something else on his clipboard before clicking his pen and stuffing it in his front suit pocket.
I'll have to talk to the superintendent about that request next time I'm at the office. What about this PE teacher Miss Olivia mentions?
Oh, Mr. Coach Solly.
Ferris raises an eyebrow.
It's his legal name. I know.
He checks the page, then sighs a bit.
Right.
Ferris turns to face me.
Well, that's enough about St. Hammond for the time being. Mr. Rinko, how would you say things are going for you, not just as a student, but also as a growing adult?
Honestly, at the start of the year, I'd have told you things weren't looking too good. But I've met some really good friends here at St. Hammond, and I feel like things will be okay for us. I can't help but look towards Olivia as I say that. She stares back in a faint expression of surprise, but it quickly melts away into a warm smile.
Yeah, that sums it up pretty well.
Ferris looks up from his clipboard towards us, a smirk forming on his otherwise flat face.
I'm glad to hear you two are doing well.
The Leviathan finishes jotting down something on his clipboard, finally turning to Principal Scalar.
I think I have everything I need for the time being.
So, Mr. Ferris, why don't we adjourn to the faculty lounge?
Of course, we can go over your future budgetary plans over a nice cup of coffee.
The inspector turns away, Principal Scalar lagging behind him with a look of pure misery on her face.
I wish he'd done this freshman year.
With a huff and a frown, Olivia stabs at her lunch tray, treating her Caesar salad like a voodoo doll. Well, look on the bright side. She levels her silver eyes on me, but remains focused on treating her salad like a certain emperor. It's senior year, and we're about halfway through. So we only have to put up with this place for a couple more months. She lances the largest piece of chicken, twisting her spork roughly.
And? Then what?
I guess, I don't really have any concrete plans for after school.
What do you mean? You mentioned all that stuff about making a name for yourself.
I mean, yeah, when I first got here, that was the goal. But honestly, I haven't considered what I was going to do to get there. It's my turn to toy with my meal. You?
I plan on getting an art degree.
Whoa, really?
Online, of course.
Oh.
Not like I have any other options. The only time I'm worth anything is when there's a brush in my hand. Only classes I'm really passing, too.
I nod my head in understanding, but she's talking about her future, but it sounds more like a resignation than a declaration. I at least have something, even if the path to my goal is vague. The morose mood leaves me at a loss of words. Damn it, I was hoping to actually use this time to... I don't know. I wanted to talk to Olivia and, ask her something. Or something like that. Stupid Mr. Ferris and his workplace politics dampening the mood. The air between us is awkward as we pick at our lunch. Even after the bell rings and we're forced to finish eating, it's still weird. Even after I link up with Olivia before history class, she just remains silent in thought. Olivia has been quiet for about 5 minutes now. Even though 5 minutes isn't that long a time, Olivia had grown so much chattier as of late, so the silence felt just a bit off-putting to me. A part of me couldn't help but wonder if it's a cold shoulder directed at me, or just remaining nerves from that last conversation. No use just thinking about it. So, penny for your thoughts, Olivia?
Oh, right. Sorry. Guess I'm not here right now.
What were you thinking about exactly? Olivia lets out a sigh and turns her head upwards so that her eyes meet mine.
I really got to thinking about what we were talking about earlier. How it seems like neither one of us knows what we'll be exactly doing after school's over.
Oh, right, yeah, that. I hadn't really given much thought to the fact that I had essentially dropped a bombshell on both of us. Now that I really stopped to think about it, though, the idea that neither one of us really knows what to do after graduation is concerning. Most seniors at least have a small idea of what they'll want to do after graduation. At least, I think. Hell, Liz had made a full chart and timeline for herself. I mean, I always figured I'd go to college, but that feels so basic, for a lack of a better word. There should be some kind of grander plan on what to do with the next big step in life. University, a career, maybe even starting some kind of family. Those are the kinds of plans that come to mind. They're all just simple platitudes at the end of the day, though. Is it even worth making plans? The more I think about it, the more likely it is that something stupid just comes out of left field and wrecks everything. If you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans and all. So maybe all I can really do then is live in the moment? I always hated that sort of thinking. Just be a sitting duck for life to take pot shots at me? Just live pretending death can't show up and take me at any time?
Hey, it's Olivia. And friend.
Olivia stiffens in her chair.
Oh, hey, Mia.
Olivia's words are a hiss as she tries to face away from the crimson-scaled girl. Her hands shakily strain against the wheels of her chair, slowly turning it too.
Got a couple of questions to ask you, Olivia. Would you like to humor me for a bit? Oh, what am I saying? Course you don't mind.
The parasaur saunters up and with the sway of her hip pushes me aside as she takes Olivia's reins from me. What the hell? You're insane if you think we're going with you anywhere.
We?
She looks down to Olivia and back at me.
We? He's funny. We're just going for a little girl talk. No boys allowed. Sorry. You're up for that, right, Liv?
She puts a hand on her shoulder and cocks an eyebrow back at me like she knows something.
So yeah, we'll just be a moment. Don't worry that pretty little head of yours.
I'm left gawking and confused as the two head off in another direction. Olivia doesn't seem to know what to say or do either, so she just goes along with the parasaur wheeling her away. A part of me wants to give chase, but the side eye that Mia sends back at me forces me to stop. I feel useless as I watch the two turn the corner. My thoughts of what I want to do, going after the pair, are betrayed by my body still frozen by the icy glare from Mia. Damn it, I'll just get to class and ask what this was all about later. By the time I get to Prockling's history class, I'm half expecting to find Olivia already waiting for me, some kind of remark primed and ready to be spoken to me. But instead, she isn't there. I reluctantly take my seat, tapping my foot impatiently. Even when the bell comes and goes, there's still no sign of her. Shit. I shouldn't have let Olivia go with her alone. What the hell was I thinking? I really don't want to cut class, but I can't afford anything bad happening to her. Nope, I can't sit and do nothing. I shoot my hand up into the air, causing Miss Prockling to pause mid-lecture.
Yes, Mr. Nito?
Miss Prockling, can I please be excused?
Why? Class barely started a few minutes ago.
Because I shat myself. I'm halfway out the door already. Where did they go? There's not a soul to be found anywhere. If I were a bitch, where would I harass somebody in secret? Shoot, whatever's between them, I hope it isn't turning physical. I mean, she wouldn't, would she? My hands clench tighter and tighter as I focus on walking faster. Finally, something snaps me out of my trance, the faint sound of squeaking metal. I've heard that sound before. I turn towards the source, just beyond the door of a nearby classroom. Judging by the paraphernalia covering the door, I think this is the algebra room. I grab the handle and haphazardly throw the door open, praying that I'm not about to rudely interrupt a teacher for the second time today.
Looks like shabby. How am I?
Two heads turn to me in a mix of anger and surprise. And they're the heads of the girls I was looking for. It's like a sudden three-way standoff. I was definitely not intended to be a factor in whatever this is. I really should have thought about that before barging in. Thank Raptor Jesus she's okay.
What the fuck are you doing here?
I should ask you two the same question.
Oh my... Look, Baldy, now's not the time.
Don't talk to him like that.
Yeah? Or what? I told you not to be followed.
You were there when we left. He just heard you screaming like a maniac.
I've been forgotten already.
Hey! Why are you two in an empty classroom yelling at each other?
The two fall deafeningly silent, unwilling or unable to speak. I notice a piece of paper in Mia's hand. It looks like something's drawn on it. The style is different, but it's unmistakably one of Olivia's works.
Mia, why do you have her drawing?
The parasaur stops blinking for a few seconds before shoving the paper in her jacket. Before I can question it any further, Olivia speaks up.
Inko, why did you come here?
You seemed like you were in trouble?
How touching. Well, we're all in trouble now.
We?
Yeah, dumbass. I don't have time for this. Hot Wheels, fill him in. What's the big issue?
Olivia claws at her armrests again. She looks ready to cry.
Hey, where'd all your vicious bravado go? Are you afraid to tell him? Afraid of what he'll think?
Shut up!
Precious. Fine, I'll say it.
Mia turns to me with a malicious grin.
I know about what this prick did during the annual art contest. Now, ordinarily, I wouldn't give two shits. But then it hit me. Holy shit, she can just get away with it. Now how crazy is that?
She pauses, goading me to say otherwise, but I bite my tongue. Like a shark smelling blood, she starts to circle me, continuing her taunts.
Then one thing leads to another. Now we're helping each other out. After all, if the school found out, it'd leave a permanent mark on her unemployable ass. Yours too, probably, since you're involved in all.
My teeth creak painfully from my clenched jaw, and yet the blood drained from my face.
I'm talking about her record, you mouth breather. Art's her big break, right? Skipping the whole rigmarole, the gist of it's simple. So Olivia draws up some BS group projects for me and some friends of mine, turns them in, and I make sure the whole incident goes away.
I manage to earn back some of the feeling in my consciousness. Just long enough to defy her. But that's blackmail and cheating. That's wrong.
Oh my god, that's fucking precious.
Mia blinks a few times before turning to look at Olivia, then back to me, and then back to Olivia.
What? Are you disappointed in her now? I bet you made her pinky swear she would never do anything like that again.
She leans closer to me, faux whispering.
Well, sorry to break the news, Inko, but your friend here is a liar.
Don't listen. I wouldn't be... She was threatening me.
Threatening? Honey, if we were swapped, you'd see my ass hang. All I'm doing is making things better for the both of us. Not my fault you tried to get away with cheating. You'd think a cripple like you would have more shame than that.
I watch Olivia's eye start twitching. Mia's really starting to get to her. I can't let her keep talking to her like that. Mia, just stop it, okay? She really doesn't need this right now. Can't you both just walk away and pretend this never happened?
Shit, Inko, you're good. Haha, you hear that, Olivia?
Wait, but I didn't mean... Olivia is staring at me with a look of betrayal that threatens to tear my heart in two. God damn it, why can't I stop talking for once? Mia waves me off, turning to face her target once more.
I bet you'd love to walk away from this, but things just don't work out that way, do they? Oh, that's why you didn't want Inko knowing you're still a dirty cheater.
Shut up!
Oh, relax. It's not a big deal.
No, I'm sick of this. You already admitted it.
art's my big break. You're only doing this because art is all I have. Your record is fucked. You lose nothing if we get caught. It's Tuesday for you. But me, it's all I have.
You're embarrassing yourself.
You know I can't lift or run or carry or dance or fucking anything you do on a daily basis without even thinking about it. I can't ever do anything because of these fucking legs and this fucking chair. Why can't any of you just leave me alone? I just want to draw, for God's sake.
Mia rolls her eyes and takes a step closer to Olivia.
That's a nice outburst and all, sweetie, but I really thought you were smarter than this.
Olivia wipes away at her eyes with her sleeve.
What?
Mia takes another step forward.
Think, handbag. Would I really go through the trouble of making you do this junk for middling grades? If your work were crap, you wouldn't have a record to hold over you. Everyone knows you're the best artist in this place. You're just a retard about it.
Olivia's mouth hangs open, but no words come out.
You're the kind of idiot to let this sort of comment get to you. So let me be the first to say, congratulations, Olivia. You have a fan. Anyways, Inko.
Oh, crap.
Distractions aside, you're in on it now, too. You don't want Olivia to starve now, would you? Her words, not mine. Say a damn word about any of this, and she's doomed. Do you understand me?
I try to muster up words of defiance, but just past Mia's stare of death, I spot Olivia's horrified expression.
Hello, Baldy. I'm waiting for your answer, Skinny.
I honestly don't know what to say or do in this situation. No.
Excuse me?
Let me think this over with Olivia.
Think this over? You dense or something? This is a simple yes or no question. You can't seriously frickin'...
Mia pinches the bridge of her snoot and lets out a tired sigh.
Fine. The two of yous talk it over and reach some kind of resolution. But that don't change the fact of what I said earlier, Inko. Don't say I don't do nothing nice. But think carefully, amigo. You both got a hell of a lot more to lose than I do.
Mia only gives me and Olivia one final glance before unceremoniously leaving the room. It takes me a bit to recover my thoughts. I never thought Mia would go this far. And Olivia right now, she must be... I stand up from the floor, slowly approaching the baryonyx. She looks like a mess.
Why did you have to come in here?
I'm sorry. I was just so worried about what Mia could have been doing to you, and I wanted to make sure you were all right. Olivia grips her armrests.
I was all right. I had it handled with Mia.
But to basically be her slave? Doing all of her work?
Not all of it, just whatever she needs to pass.
I take the seat next to Olivia.
She threatened that she'd go to Scalar and spill everything. And if Scalar knew that I swapped the art, she'd know that it was with you. I couldn't let her do that to us, so I got desperate, told her I'd do anything she wanted. That's how I got mixed up with her.
I let out a deep and heavy sigh. Olivia, I can understand why, but I heard how Mia was treating you before I came in. Even when you're doing her work to save her skin, she's still treating your art, and more importantly, you, like garbage. My words ripped through the gator girl's fragile heart, her face contorting in a fierce snarl even as her eyes grow wet. You're miserable. You know that. Olivia looks away from me, her face scrunching up as tears well in her eyes.
I don't know what to do. And I don't even know I can trust her to keep her word. And now that you know what's going on, Mia has a noose around both our necks.
The gravity of the situation settles in. It feels like something in me is both frozen over and ablaze.
There's only 6 months left in the semester. It's not like she's asking for something impossible.
Her eyes regain some fire as she smiles.
I'll just have to tough it out. Keep making art to shut her up until this whole stupid thing can blow over.
She's been going through this for so long and she's still... That's just... I'm out of options and so is she. I just blurt out the first thing that comes to mind. Why not tell Scalar about what Mia's making you do?
Scalar? Are you out of your mind? You saw how she handles things around here, especially with that auditor breathing down her neck. I'm trying to avoid getting caught.
Right. Okay. Eoticon? For a split second, I see her mask crack. Her real worry is evident in those shaking silver eyes.
No.
Olivia makes a show of clearing her throat.
Mr. Eoticon doesn't need to hear this either.
You know he'd be able to...
I can do this on my own!
Her balled-up fists quake wildly after they slam on her armrests, and the gator girl does her best to hide her wince. I really don't think we can fix this if we're not working together.
There's nothing to fix. I told you I have it under control. Just please, Inko, I need you to trust me on this. Don't ruin this for me.
I do trust you. Her voice is softening, as if she's been fully drained now.
I can handle it, I told you.
Her fists unfurl and continue shaking. I take one of her hands, ignoring her indignant sputters as I delicately cradle it in my palm. Her protests die down into a pained whine when my thumb ever so slightly presses down on a joint. All this time you've been doing your best, Olivia. My soft words draw out an even softer breath from her.
Mia's had me drawing for her group almost daily.
It must hurt a lot after so long.
Maybe it does, but it's nothing I can't work through.
Why can't you trust me to help then?
It's not that I don't trust you, Inko. It's that I don't trust anything else about this. So please, stop asking about fixing me. Or fixing things, I mean.
Is that what this is about? Olivia's burning out at this point. She's already hurt badly. I can feel her hand still shaking. It's beyond the point that either of us alone can handle. I let go of Olivia's hand, watching as she takes back her hand and settles it against her chest. I hook a nearby chair leg with my foot and drag the seat closer. Close enough that I can sit down right next to the baryonyx.
Inko?
I find that being next to her like this makes it easier for what I'm about to say. Breathe in, breathe out. Meeting her eyes once again, I speak my honest thoughts. Mr. Eoticon can help Olivia. Her teeth grind together as though contemplating mauling my face off. Please hear me out.
I want to trust you, Inko, but I'm just scared that Iotacon will hate me forever for this. He's the only one that's ever made me feel like my art is worth something. I can't lose him.
Look, we can get you out of this. Of course Iotacon will understand, even go to bat for you. And if you're the one to speak up, it means you're the one getting back at Mia. She won't have power over you.
I can't just give it all up like this. How can I trust you with my entire future? You have nothing to lose. I have everything.
Can you trust Iotacon? Will he really just let that happen? Mia has no reason to not throw you under the bus. Does he?
Of course not. Mr. Iotacon is... He's the only teacher that's never given up on me.
I'm here with you too. You're not alone, Olivia. But you need to accept our help. Please. Olivia looks me in the eyes for a few seconds, before sharply snapping her face downward. Her body then begins to quiver, almost as if she trembles with a mixture of cold and fear. Olivia. I get up from my chair and reach out to grasp her shoulder to try and comfort her somewhat. It's okay. I'm here for you. Olivia's shaking lessens, giving me hope that my words were starting to reach her. But not 2 seconds after those thoughts cross through my mind, Olivia's shaking resumes once again. The shaking's followed by sniffling, at which point I notice tears rolling down Olivia's snout and falling right onto her lap. Before I can finish my words, Olivia lunges forward and wraps her arms around my abdomen, bringing me forward and burying her face into my stomach. At which point, she begins to let out what I can only describe as a pain-filled wail. At first, I'm left utterly frozen in place, hands raised and eyes wide. Nothing in my life has ever prepared me for a situation such as this. No, Inko, you know what to do. I place my other hand on Olivia's other shoulder and slowly take a single knee, bringing me to eye level with her. Then, without saying a word, I tighten my embrace, allowing her arms to wrap around my neck as I wrap my arms around hers. My waist is pulled closer, too, by her boa-like tail that's become an impromptu belt harnessing me to the gator girl. There's a distinct thumping on my chest, rhythmic and relaxing. The realization that it's her heart sets my face ablaze, but also brings a smile to my lips. I close my eyes and let myself become lost in the warmth of Olivia's embrace. When we break apart, I check on our time limit. My phone says there's still 20 minutes before school's out. Hopefully, Iotacon has a free period right now. You ready? Olivia gives a small nod. I get up and start toward the door. The door held open with the back of my shoe, I look back to her. As Olivia wheels over, she grunts with each push. Oh crap, I'm an idiot. Once she reaches me, Olivia gives me a very meaningful look. Though I don't really get its intent till her tail wraps itself around my wrist. Oh, right. Taking Olivia's reins for her, we start towards our art teacher's room in companionable silence. Man, I can't wait to just go home and relax, maybe open a bag of chips. Olivia's tremoring has fallen to a 2 on the Richter scale, so that's nice. She's seen enough of Mia to last a while. Then again, so have I. She'd probably kill us if she saw us sneaking off. We're nearing the end of it all. It's nearly over. It's the first bit of quiet that we get, just the sounds of Olivia and I walking through the halls. Olivia's gripping my wrist pretty hard. Guess she's still pretty tense. Say, maybe there's a massage place around here. That'd be pretty nice right now. Wait a second. Just the sounds of Olivia and I? Then what are those heavy footfalls? Something ancient awakens in me. An icy chill races down my spine as if there's a knife poised just behind my neck. The gator girl tenses, head stiffly turning. Her pupils slowly shift to mine, and their contraction to pinpoints bring attention to the danger my ancestral instincts are warning me of.
Sup? You two trying to run a...
Fight or flight. Reflexes kick in. Zero thought on my end. My body chose to just book it. For a moment, I wonder if the deafening noise of the metal doors being hit is from Mia punching it in rage, or accidentally slamming into it chasing after us.
When I catch you, I will eviscerate you and every last thing you love! Fuck!
The elevator finally begins its ascent upwards. I exhale deeply. Olivia gasps for breath. My arm stings from Olivia's razored grip. Good thing I have a jacket. Her claws have shredded the sleeve. I think it may have even drawn blood. I shake my arm a bit, and Olivia retracts her hands apologetically.
Sorry.
Oh, God. Are you okay?
No, I'm not.
What happens when we reach the top? Mia will be waiting for us. Olivia removes the key from its slot.
It won't open. Just don't make any noise.
The elevator reaches the top. Just as Olivia said, without the key, the outmoded chamber simply powers down. Silence. There's a small gap under the door letting light in. There's nobody there. We sit in the dark, empty cabin for what feels like minutes. I'm pressed close to Olivia while we wait it out. I can feel her tail wrap around my ankle, which thankfully won't rip my clothing apart. The phrase 7 minutes in heaven surfaces in my mind and is buried immediately. It's a bit warm in here. Shh. Heavy, rapid footsteps zone in on us, accompanied by the sound of ripping paper. Mia's destroying everything on the walls.
You fuckers had better still be in there! If you cowards run away, so help me, Raptor Jesus!
She's right in front of the door. I hear her heavy breathing and soft thuds as she attempts to put her ear to the door a few times. I try to stay as silent as possible, but I'm afraid that the homicidal parasaur can hear my heart hammering in my chest in pants-crapping horror. Mia, with no intention to vent her frustrations verbally, resorts to the next best thing. Physical therapy. We're surrounded by the sounds of ripping paper, dented lockers, and drywall fracturing. On occasion, something hits the elevator door again. Olivia and I don't dare move. I hear other voices. Mia's drawing attention to herself.
Who the fuck are you looking at? Do you want one less horn?
Find someone quick.
I fucking swear, I've had it with that fucking luggage case on wheels. Good luck painting when you're eating through a straw, bitch legs crock-a cunt.
Olivia takes a sharp breath. Silence. What was that sound? It sounds like a series of sharp cracks.
Hey, whoa, hey, it's all cool. It's not what it looks like. It's,
Rapid footsteps echo from down the hall. Is she gone? What the fuck could have scared Mia like that? There's a light knock on the elevator door.
Hey, anyone in there?
He sounds exhausted, but it's definitely Eoticon. By now, my eyes have adjusted to the light. Olivia's relief is palpable and shared, my body finally relaxing and practically melting against the wall of the tiny elevator. We're going to have to tell Eoticon.
It's safe to come out. It's all clear. Well, it looks like a stick of dynamite went off out here, but otherwise it's fine.
I look at Olivia, who stares at the key in her hand. She moves to unlock the elevator, but hesitates. I think our teacher's able to sense it, since his tired voice carries the weight of his worry.
Everything'll be okay, I promise.
But she doesn't put it in. She just stares.
You don't know that. God, please.
Putting that key in and opening up means telling Eoticon everything. There's no way Mia's letting this slide. Nothing's a safe bet. Nothing can be said for sure. She can't do nothing, and she can't do anything either. So she looks to me, as if I'd have an answer. The key is offered to me, delicately held between two of her claws. My hands cup hers, eliciting a small gasp from the girl. Even with the darkened lenses of my shades, I can make out her moon-silver eyes filled with all the worries of this past month. Worries she'd endured because of our friendship. And possibly more.
Inko.
My fingers curl softly, pushing the key back into her palm. My lips move, but no sound comes out. He'll understand, Olivia. Either from my unspoken words or my comforting grip, Olivia is able to gather her courage. We share a simple nod, and her hand finally moves to the panel. With the key inserted and twisted, the dark room shudders briefly before the metal door finally starts to slide open. We are greeted by the sight of our teacher looking very haggard, his brow slick with sweat and holding some strange black rod. Olivia reels back at the sight of the odd baton. Thanks for saving us, Mr. Eoticon.
Don't thank me just yet. I'm gonna need an explanation for all this. So is Principal Scalar, for that matter.
He steps aside and motions us out of the elevator with a wave of the broad stick.
Come along now. Give the janitors some time to take care of the mess.
Holy shit, it looks like Mia tried to destroy everything within her reach in the hallway. On the ceiling, a pipe is leaking water intended for fountains and toilets. A group of dinos in overalls round the corner, looking absolutely pissed. Our teacher waves at them and begins escorting us to his room. All the adrenaline has faded now, and I can feel the acute pain in my arm. Olivia's hand reaches back behind her head to the arm she had grabbed, and her fingers delicately loop around the spot. She looks back, her mouth shut tight, but her sympathetic eyes telling me she's sorry. I nod back with a comforting smile. Sure, it hurt, but I knew she didn't mean it. We look forward again to the door of Iadecon's classroom. Olivia sighed and resigned herself to explaining everything to our teacher. Olivia looked ready to collapse. She had taken the better part of an hour explaining Mia's extortion in full detail to Mr. Iadecon. I grab Olivia's canteen and hand it to her. She greedily chugs the entire thing, gasping after and rubbing her sore throat. It was hard to get a read on what our teacher was thinking. His brow was furrowed, his fingers steepled, and he was muttering to himself. Finally, with a deep sigh, he stands from his desk and looks at the exhausted girl.
I had a feeling something was going on, but to this extent. You should have come forward sooner. I know, but we're here now, aren't we? Fair point. Still, I'm concerned that you thought nobody would notice. I didn't think anybody would care to look. Those assignments go through dozens of eyes, you know. What do you mean? Your style, Olivia. I saw it from a mile away, and I was just waiting for you to talk to me. You knew? Why didn't you say anything? I wanted it to come from you. Don't worry, I'm not going to lecture you, for after Jesus knows you've had enough of that already. You two did well for yourselves, though. I'm proud of that.
All we did was run away from Mia. Mr. Iadecon sighs, but not long after, he gently smiles at us.
What matters is that you two found strength in each other and reached out for help. With what we have on Mia now, we can justify watching her like a hawk from here on. Anybody else she was harassing ought to thank you.
Are you sure she's actually going to get in trouble for this?
At this point, we'd look bad if we didn't punish Mia for this kind of behavior. That's a relief. Come on, you two can hunker here until school clears out. You sure? You were going to stay after like always anyway, right? Yeah.
The loud noise makes me stumble to the floor.
Mr. Iadecon!
Whoops! Iadecon looks at the device in his hand. Is that a taser? There's a piece of tape with something written on it wrapped around the shaft. Estrus Protocol?
Anyway, I'm going to run and get some things done. They're going to want my account on paper pretty soon. May as well knock it out of the way.
With no care at all, Mr. Iadecon chucks the electric weapon onto his desk before turning to his doorway.
Don't burn the place down, all right?
Alone, I go sit near the back of the classroom. Looking out the window, I finally let out a huge sigh I'd been holding in. Olivia rolls over to join me, and surprisingly, she's smiling.
You were right, Inko. I could trust him.
We sit in silence, just looking out the window. When school's let out, we watch the crowd of students going home. I don't see Mia in the crowd, but that doesn't matter. I think, despite it all, Olivia's life is going to be just a bit easier after today. While students trickle out of the school, Olivia took the chance to unwind. I figured it'd be best to let her rest as I saw her drooping eyelids finally shut. She looked cute. just napping idly in her wheelchair, except for the weird bellowing. It was like a snore, except I could feel it vibrating through the floor. With the clouds hiding the sun and the classroom's lights turned off, I could do with some shut-eye too. But I can't bring my eyes closed. Instead, I look out the window. The layer of clouds overhead steadily grows more dense, casting a darker shade on everything. Light raindrops prick against the glass. Crap, I really should have brought my umbrella. As a few minutes go by, they roll in closer and closer, blocking out the sunlight. If Olivia were awake, she'd think this was pretty neat. I look back to her. Maybe I could nap too. Just a little. What was... Oh. My eyes are drawn upward to the heavy clouds in the sky. In moments, the glass of the window is assailed by numerous heavy droplets of rain. Holy moly. The trees outside are billowing almost aggressively. Several small branches are stripped away in the torrential downpour. An umbrella wouldn't help with this. Huh?
What?
My phone's blaring an alarm. So is Olivia's. Instructions to shelter in place for several hours. The classroom door is thrust open quickly. Mr. Elreydelleon is back, panting hard and clothes drenched. He takes our moment of surprise to compose himself as best he can.
Sorry about that. The faculty is doing a sweep of the campus right now. Apparently, there's a tropical storm scare right now.
Like a typhoon? Does that happen here? Elreydelleon gestures to his drenched outfit and out the window as if to ask if Mia had clocked me in the head after all. Right. Are we going to be alright?
Oh, of course. It's a step below typhoon. Even then, schools are typically built to be designated shelters for the worst disasters. There's all kinds of procedures for different severity levels, like bringing everyone to the gym and breaking out some really moldy cots.
Olivia winces.
Those haven't been replaced.
Our budget has been in the red for years, Miss Halford. Part of why we're being scrutinized right now with that whole audit business. At any rate, it's after hours, and the storm should break before nightfall. No need to pull out all the stops. We can wait it out here.
Isn't the outside hall exposed? Would a different room be better?
I've already pulled the storm shutters down out there. It'll be fine.
I've never noticed them. They must be hidden in the ceiling.
What do we do now?
Elreydelleon shakes his phone at us.
Shelter in place. We're all stuck here for a few hours.
Olivia reaches into her bag and pulls out her drawing book and a well-used pencil.
Actually, why don't you use this time to catch up on some schoolwork? I'm sure you have some work from other classes still pending, and I can't think of a better time to tackle that than now.
But today's been rough. Can't I do this or finish my nap instead?
That's fine too, but aren't you falling behind grade-wise in some of your other classes?
Maybe. Fine. I'll catch up on some of that work.
Elreydelleon gives a single nod and smiles. Olivia puts away her drawing materials and instead pulls out her bulky mathematics books, which she sets on the table with more force than necessary, followed by her notebook. With some hesitation on her part, Olivia sets herself to work. Meanwhile, I bring myself closer to her in case she wants some help with the work. After a few minutes, it's clear her mind and spirit isn't into the work one bit. She constantly fidgets, taps her pen on the table, and looks around the room and out the window. Eventually, she lets out a groan and slams her book shut.
This sucks. Can I please do something else?
Eoticon, who had been busying himself with grading some paperwork, snaps up away from his work, looking at Olivia while rubbing his chin.
Well, there is one other thing you could help out with. Would need both of your help with it. Could even consider it a new extra assignment. What do you say?
I don't know. Today's been pretty rough on Olivia.
Absolutely, I'll do it.
All right.
Wonderful. It's back here.
He starts walking to the back of the room and waves for the two of us to follow him. Whoa, something in the dark room? Oh man, I thought we wouldn't get to do anything in there until the last few weeks of the semester. Is the class going to be getting a head start on this section? Maybe we'll be making prints, or learning about C41 and... Huh? Oh, Olivia's poking my back.
Quit it with the cinematic gait. You're going too slow.
Oops. I shake the excitement off and head into the dark room. Eoticon holds the door open for the two of us to enter. The inside glows a vibrant crimson light. Eoticon's suit appears to light up in the red lights, as does my shirt. I've only actually been in a dark room once before. This is so cool. I clasp my hands together. So, what are we developing?
We? This is an important job just for you.
Alright, I'm ready for it. What am I developing?
Your lower back.
There's a click of a switch, then the red lights switch to normal lights to properly illuminate the room.
There's boxes over there. I need one at each station around the room, but they're too heavy for me. If you can, of course. Legally, I can't make you do any of this.
Do I at least get extra credit?
You get one of the bags of chips I keep hidden in my desk.
Fine.
Nice. Come on, Olivia. We should clear the way for him. There actually is something in the box we'll need in a bit.
The two move back to the entrance, and I'm faced with the myriad boxes I'll have to carry. Looks like there's about 10. They're pretty medium-sized, like you could fit a table lamp in them. How heavy can they...
Lift with your knees, Inko.
This is gonna suck. I look at Olivia, and she already has her phone out and pointed my way.
Damn it.
I shift my legs and try again. I actually managed to get this thing off the ground. This must weigh at least 70 pounds.
What are these loaded with? Bricks?
Something like that. Careful, they're fragile.
Finally, I get the last box in its place. I pick a chair and collapse in a heap. My muscles are on fire. Though, to be honest, I don't know if I could have done all that at the beginning of the year. I guess I'm getting stronger. Eoticon walks back into the dark room with a small black toolbox.
Oh, good. You're done. Come on out and take a breather. That looked tough.
I'd rather stay here. Olivia shows up in the doorway behind Eoticon.
I'm surprised you didn't use the cart.
What cart?
Before you get started with me, Inko, you didn't ask.
For the love of... I hate you.
That's the spirit.
Olivia stifles her laughter into a snickering snort fest.
Your mood will improve when you see just what you've been carrying.
Oh? He grabs a box cutter from a shelf and slices the top of one open. Our teacher pulls out what looks like a large overhead lamp from the box.
Oh, sweet! So that means that you'll be making your own prints for midterms.
That sounds awesome. Oh man, I can't wait to...
But before any of that, these need to be assembled.
The rest of the parts are taken from the first box and set down meticulously. Olivia's gotten curious as she's rolled up to the station and is handling one of the funnier looking pieces.
Anywho, here you two go.
Wait, two?
Yes, two. Don't think I didn't notice you watching Ingo so much.
The stammered denial from Olivia does nothing to wipe the cheeky grin from our teacher's face. But what about you, Mr. Iadakon?
I'll be right back.
He makes his way to the door again.
Get started without me. I need to go fetch some things.
Before either Olivia or I can speak up, he's left the room. Olivia already has the toolbox open on her lap. Right then. I grab the folded up instructions and lay it out, seeing the details of the bizarre device fully assembled. Okay, so...
Step 1. Hand me the next piece. Oh, did I scare you?
Yes, you scared me! These things are heavy! What if you dropped that on something?
I didn't, though.
But you could've!
And I didn't.
Olivia's tail reaches for some brackets, but I grab the limb before she can take them. Hold on, we gotta do things right or the enlarger might not work right. She retracts her tail from the table.
You're no fun. It's just an oversized lamp.
That's a gross oversimplification.
You're a gross oversimplification.
Iadakun's gonna make you use the one you break.
I'm not even in the photography class.
Well, I am, and I'd like the class to go well. The whole reason I took it was for this kind of thing.
Oh, sorry.
It's nothing. Olivia politely rests her hands in her lap. Her eyes linger on the box of parts.
How does it work then?
The print enlarger? She shakes her head.
Photography. Like, why the giant lamp thing? It's all digital today, right?
Huh. I think that's the first time someone's actually asked me about it. Sure, I've had lots of mid-shower rehearsals explaining my hobbies and their cultural significance to others, but none of that's coming to me right now. It's all about shot composition, and this machine is part of the production of it. Getting the right things in the right places at the right time to evoke a certain feeling.
Composition is a thing in painting too, you know.
I'm ill-prepared for Olivia's comeback. Yeah, but it's a lot easier to pick the composition you want. You don't have to worry about any factors other than yourself. With photography, you have to build the set to get a good photo. That's the fun of it.
But why would you want to limit yourself like that? Why not just draw whatever you're taking a picture of instead? You could express all kinds of things you could never express with a photo.
Olivia taps a claw on the imager, the metallic ping echoing in the small room.
What sets all this junk apart from just lines on a page?
The technique and vision. She smirks at my petulant comment. Fine, I'll show her. I'll prove to you that this takes skill. I hold the lighting portion up, making sure it's at the right angle, and fasten the last portion of the enlarger in. I plug the machine in and flip the switch, happy that it works right and lights up the entire base. Olivia looks at me with confusion as I move to the entrance of the room and flick the light switch, bathing the room in bright red again. Going back to our workspace, I pull the developed negatives from my backpack and slot the slide I want into the carrier. And ta-da! With the negative carrier in place in the machine, a blurry gray blob is projected onto the base.
What?
Give me a minute. I hold the manual under the light to the side of the blob, checking which knob is which, and slowly turn them. As the lens and billows shift, the Rorschach test transforms, gaining more definition until finally it becomes the spitting image of the school's front entrance. I can even do this. I take out the negative and place another atop it before slotting the carrier back in, while also increasing the strength of the light. The image displayed is now the entrance with a half-dozen semi-transparent students in front of it.
What did you do?
I overlapped another shot. The backgrounds are the same and doubled up, so I had to intensify the light, otherwise the entrance would be too dim.
So, that would take me a few minutes to do, tops. It'd look a lot better, too.
She smirks, but I think she's feigning her apathy this time. Her tail gives her away. It's a lot more technical, I guess, but I only knew how to do this kind of stuff from Mr. Rioticon's lectures about negatives.
What else can you do with this thing?
I don't know, but what's that Oh shit! I pull out the negative carrier and wince at how hot it is. Crap, shit! Olivia is quick to rip the plug from the socket. With my sleeve, I open up the carrier and see I've managed to melt the two negatives together. Aw man, I was going to use that. All that work and I go and mess it up trying to prove something. Olivia is never going to let me live this down. The green gator girl lays a sympathetic hand on my shoulder to my surprise.
Hey, shit happens. I've ruined a lot of paintings in the past too, you know.
She takes the reels from the warm metal plate and holds them up to the red light, trying to see through them.
And you've got more shots on this thing.
But I liked those shots.
Then go retake them.
It's not that easy. Like, it has to be the exact same time and weather and lighting. The abrupt darkness coincides with the vague ambient sound of the ventilation shuddering to a halt. The blackness is all-encompassing. I can't even see Olivia, who I know is right next to me.
Inko?
Her voice helps me confirm that we're still alive in some fashion. But there's a shakiness in her tone, which sends a tense rattle down my spine. Our breathing is the only noise. It's as if we've been encapsulated in a void of nothingness. I'm still here.
I know that.
I plant my hand down to brace her snout, feeling the still warm metal of the enlarger base.
But,
Yeah, guess the school lost power. I feel something cover my hand, and then squeeze. Painfully. Ow!
Sorry.
The pressure lessens, but she doesn't let go of my fingers. No, it's fine. There's a subtle shake in the scaly limb in my hand, but when I brush my thumb across it, the limb eases.
Hey, stop that.
Stop what?
Just that. Stop that thing you're doing with your hand.
I shrug, and then want to slap my face when I realize she can't see that. All right. Standing here in the darkness isn't getting us anywhere.
We should go find...
Olivia! Inko!
My instincts kick in. I hop back to make space between us and the killer. I turn my back to them to become a defensive wall. I wrap my arms around Olivia's head to make sure she's 100% protected.
Hey, it's me, Mr. Eoticon. It took a bit to find a flashlight, but with how this room is...
I look up to the shining white pterodactyl pointing the flashlight at his own face. Oh.
Get off you, kid!
Look, I'm not paying you two to get frisky in the closet. That's what Trigham's class is for. You're not paying...
We're not frisked.
Mr. Eoticon holds up a pale hand, his grin widening.
Relax, I'm just joking around.
He leans against the doorway to get a better look inside the dark room with his flashlight.
Power's out for the whole block, and apparently our backup generator's decades old and can't even keep the AC on. Someone should get fired for that. Come on, we can wait it out in the studio.
Olivia follows me into the main classroom as we trail slowly in Mr. Eoticon's wake. The slow sounds of his gait sets a nice contrast to the rain lashing against the windows. Whoa, it's really coming down outside.
Think it'll flood?
It floods here?
Sometimes. The ground floor classrooms used to have carpet, you know.
Eoticon starts pulling something out of his desk, but it's too dark to see what.
Ugh, don't remind me. That junk just sucked away half a year's funding. You ever tried teaching people about watercolors without the friggin' watercolors? Was ridiculous.
I remember.
I remember you were the most upset. All right.
He sets some tiny tea lights down on one of the desks and begins lighting them. The tiny wicks are set alight with the tiniest of embers, providing the bare minimum of illumination for us to see.
Won't those trigger the fire alarms?
We should be fine. They're too small by themselves.
What are those for?
Been saving them for a rainy day. We're going to be stuck for a while, so why not make it a campout?
Camping. I like the sound of that.
Great, we can sit around the campfire and tell scary stories till the taxi arrives.
The weather is kind enough to set the mood for him. Wait, taxi?
I made the call as soon as the power went out. They'll send one once the worst of the storm breaks.
After a moment, a wicked grin crosses his face.
If campfire tales aren't good enough for you, there's always your homework. Oh, I'm kidding.
Time and the storm carry on, yet things are surprisingly calm. Olivia pretends to focus on her work while I pretend to help her, but soon enough Mr. Eoticon starts sharing wild stories about previous semesters.
You know, a few years back, somebody tried to take his hat right off his head. Let me tell you, I've never seen a shovel fly that fast.
That sounds appropriately violent. Either way, Olivia slowly loosens the facade of productivity, and I join her not long after.
You know, I still owe you for ruining your one coat last year.
Oh, forget about it. I have dozens of them in my closet anyway.
You too? The eerie ambience from the blackout is quickly overridden by our combined laughter. Eventually, we run out of things to say and just wait quietly in each other's company. Eoticon slumps downwards in his chair.
Long day today.
He glances out the window, still being assaulted by sheets of rainwater outside.
Normally I'm home by now, resting. You two mind if I relax a little here?
No, go ahead.
Thanks.
He stretches behind him, cracking his spine against the groove of the chair.
Olivia, I've been meaning to say. You're usually so quiet, reserved, isolated even. I've noticed you're being a bit more friendly recently.
Huh? You think so?
You've been in my classes all 4 years. Of course I would. Maybe I'm a bit old-fashioned, but it hurts me to see a student hurt themselves like that. When you're in the adult world, you'll see this all the time. Once someone's in a rut, they'll tend to just stay there until their days blend together instead of lifting themselves up. Like they got all the time in the world. So, I'm proud of you for making an effort, Olivia.
Oh, Mr. Eoticon,
Don't be flustered. Be proud, Olivia. You've managed to form a friendship. Of course, I appreciate you extending an olive branch too, Inko.
Me? It's no problem, Mr. Eoticon.
Come on, school hours are over. You can drop the mister.
I mean, it's not something to be thanking me for, is it? I'm just her friend.
That is great to hear, though. You can't always navigate this world alone. Someone to keep company can really help.
he can?
More than you can imagine.
Eoticon leans forward to place a hand over both of ours. He just barely makes contact with Olivia's wrist when she winces and yanks it back.
Shit.
Olivia?
Are you alright?
Ow. I'm fine. That just hurt. I was fine before, though.
You've been trying to stay off that wrist all day. Was it that bad?
It was feeling better. I even helped build those doohickeys.
The print enlarges.
He covers his eyes with one hand.
Of course. Great move. Student's been overworking herself, and I think to give extra physical work. What am I doing?
It wasn't your fault. I didn't want you to worry.
I had no idea how bad it was.
He leans forward again, gently holding Olivia's wrist, inspecting it and being careful not to cause any pain.
You need to take care of yourself, Olivia. If something were to happen, I know you'd be completely beside yourself.
I know.
I know you were doing extra work, but how did it even get this bad?
It was a lot of extra work. Doing a whole group's assignments on top of my own. For the last 3 weeks. Basically all my free time. It's great practice. At least that's what I was telling myself.
Olivia does her best to hide her wincing as the teacher tests her arm.
I never would have made it to graduation.
All because of that painting you switched.
He shakes his head and lets go of Olivia.
No, it goes further than that. That painting was all because of the pain you've been going through all these years. All because of that first contest entry hanging in the gala. Your first venture into the art world, and it went how it did.
Olivia looks down at her hand, stretching the fingers out and in slowly, carefully. My hand moves without a thought, fingers taking her hand carefully to help in some way or another.
You and that painting.
Our teacher palms his face and groans into it.
It's a genuinely good piece, Olivia. I've told you that so many times.
She locks up, but manages a small nod.
I've had to witness it all these years. Watched as it's taken your friends, your self-worth. That little smile you had when you first came into my class. And now it's ruining your health.
He gently lets go and covers his own eyes again.
And I really just sat here and watched it? I was just talking about how people act like they have more time than they have. Iadakon,
Are you alright?
I'm super. I'm more than okay. In fact, I've made up my mind about something. You, take her to the gala, please. There's something I want you two to see.
Yeah.
No words, just do it, please.
I nod.
What are you going to show us?
He stops at the door.
Something you should have seen a long time ago.
My shoes slosh noisily through the flooded hallway as we slowly work our way through the school. Olivia herself had used her arms to tuck her legs up onto her seat, her head now resting on her knees. Iadakon didn't seem to care, each of his steps splashing water around and soaking his slacks. The drains in the floor are working overtime, keeping the water at a minimal level. An unsettling feeling washes over me as we enter the atrium, the interior of the school pitch black from the lack of lighting. While we're not dealing with wet floors now, navigating the halls in the dark is a new difficulty. Olivia brought out her phone, using its flash as a light to shine our way, but I'm still unnerved. The only sound I hear is the squelches of my shoes and the awkward dripping from both Olivia and I. And it was then I realized that Iadakon had left us behind.
Mr. Iadakon?
Her voice bounces down the dark halls of the school. Did you see where he went?
Kinda. I think he went that way.
I can just make out Olivia's hand pointing thanks to her phone. Towards the school's offices. I keep pushing Olivia, though taking my time as I feel my shoes threaten to slip with each step I take. It's slow going. Between the eerie darkness and my slow steps, what should have taken us a minute at most takes about 3 minutes for us to arrive at the gala. Well, we're here. The storm rages against the glass ceiling. What's normally the source of the hall's natural lighting is completely obscured by the typhoon. And there's still no sign of Iadakon. I withdraw my phone and turn its flashlight on too, in the hopes to improve the situation. I can hear something else, aside from us and the rain. Something that's getting closer. A tiny red light in the distance there with the sound. The tiny ember bounces and sways in the rhythm with the odd tapping. Until... I'm frozen for a second. The thought forces its way through me. He wouldn't ever hurt us. Iadakon, what are you doing? Something is kicked aside. It's Olivia's painting from the art contest a few weeks back. It smacks loudly against the glass casing of the display case.
These are the ones, yeah?
What? I'm ignored, Iadakon staring right at Olivia. She's also struck fearful. But she nods. Eoticon takes a deep breath and faces the display. What are you going to do with that? Hey. Eoticon, wait. This is a bit extreme, isn't it?
Olivia. It's gone. Both of them. This should have been done long ago. Yeah. Eoticon, it's crazy.
I know. What about the other things in the case?
Who fucking cares? Those students graduated ages ago. You know how many still do art? None. If they're collateral so someone else can, fine by me. But Olivia, you got no other big paintings now, do you?
She shakes her head.
That's a shame. Look what I just did. I can make another. Yes, that's what I need to hear. You make me so proud to hear that. Do you remember in sophomore year when you challenged me to think of something I'd wanted to do and set a goal to do it? Of course. I couldn't think of anything back then. But there has been one thing I've been wanting to do for a while now. And like you said, some company could really help.
Olivia grips my hand just a little tighter.
Promise not to laugh. Never. Would you mind asking me again, Eoticon?
Sure. I believe it was... If you could leave right now and go do anything you wanted, what would you want to do?
Anything at all.
Yup.
I want to go see a fountain and paint it for you.
Fucking brilliant.
There's a fountain here?
There's a park not too far from here, and you can barely see a fountain in the center of it from the window. You can't see it right now in the storm, but I want to go there.
I think I know of it. The one in Stig Equestrian Park? That's wonderful, Olivia.
Eoticon stumbles a bit. I rush to give him a shoulder, some shards of glass crunching under my feet.
Huh. Good thing the power's out. No cameras up or anything.
Won't you get in trouble for this?
I'm always in trouble for something. And ordinarily, I'd just take the hit. Especially for something like this. That Mia chick can take the fall. To hell with her.
Olivia manages another small smile.
I'm looking forward to that painting.
You better get it to me.
I will.
And you better help.
Of course. Iadakon motions for us to wait by the school's entrance. For a while, we sit there.
Do you have something, Iadakon? Do you have something you want to do?
I'm already doing it.
No, really.
Really, teaching high school is a great job that nobody ever regrets. You should pose that question to Inko there. All this character development and he's barely said a word.
Alright, Inko, what about you?
What do I want to do, huh? If I could pick anything... I guess... I want to find true love.
A more ambitious dream. I can get behind it.
It's a bit unimaginative.
That's just hater talk.
You should probably start looking more into the how and not the what.
Like you would know. I can totally do it.
Sure thing, Mr. Successful. Your blog doesn't even have 10 followers.
You looked me up?
Yeah, got bored.
You could at least follow me if you're gonna cyberstalk me.
I'll follow you when you make good content. Also, your interpretation of Godzilla you copied from a video essay sucks and you should feel bad.
I copy Iadakon's motion with the axe and karate chop Olivia's leg.
I didn't feel that, jackass.
Well, I guess some banter is a form of motivation as well. Sounds like you have quite the promise to uphold now, Inko.
Boo. Even with the disses being thrown around, what stood out most was the wild grin on Olivia's face. Between the staccato of rain and the uproarious laughter, time seemed non-existent. I could feel the muscles in my face ache, brought on by bouts of laughter and grinning, which made the taxi's arrival so disappointing. As we were escorted out to the parking lot, our mirth was replaced with something more calm, comfortable, an easy quiet that let my thoughts wander back to the things that we said to each other. Back to what our tarot teacher had said. Navigating the world alone. For all the time I spent around Olivia and her friends, it never really occurred to me that she'd harbor something like loneliness. I mean, Damien alone is like a wild crowd composed of a single madman. And Liz, she's practically the group's nanny or something. The driver of the yellow van leans into his horn, and I can feel a baleful leer on me even through the haze of fog and raindrops. Olivia draws her hood up, and I hold my jacket above my head. With a final look to Mr. Iadakon, we thank him.
No need for thanks. Seeing my students grow and prosper into adulthood is all the reward this old fossil needs.
With a wave, he sends us off into the rain, to the irate taximan's van that yells at us about his burning gas. While Olivia works to get herself situated in the cab, I turn back. Mr. Iadakon is sagging, meandering back into the building.
Oi, hurry up!
Right.